Range of topics, BW Businessworld events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Businessworld events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Businessworld is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. BW Businessworld's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism to a technology-first world. Hosting over 250 virtual summits and webinars across its 17 niche business communities, with millions engaging with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars and hosting 20+ virtual summits. 33 million page views on an average, 21 special issues in 2020 hit the stands, and multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months, BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A warm welcome to all of you. Women are shattering glass ceilings, bringing social change, and taking the legal profession to newer heights. BW Legal World brings 40 such women leaders on a common virtual platform to talk on legal diversity, inclusivity, and inclusion at the bar, bench, and the boardroom. The day will witness keynote sessions and panel discussions on issues, barriers, and perceptual limitations we collectively need to overcome to achieve sustainable growth and co-create a gender-neutral society. So, with an interesting lineup of speakers, I welcome you all to an eventful day with much experience to soak in. My name is Khyati Kawa, and it is my pleasure to be your host for this virtual conference. This digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Businessworld platforms, including our social media channels, with a view to bridging the gap between the business and the legal sectors across the globe. And to get stimulating discussions on the road, BW Legal World brings business leaders and legal giants from all verticals of the legal fraternity, law firms, in-house departments, jurists, independent practitioners, writers and researchers, law institutes, legal tech innovators, and more together on one platform. Launched in 2019, BW Legal World is an offshoot of BW Businessworld, a 4-decade-old publication that has since consistently ranked among India's largest and most respected business magazines. BW Businessworld, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Businessworld and an Exchange for Media group is the fastest growing business media house in India. With a network spanning across 23 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Businessworld is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. With changing times, BW now has massive readership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 23 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and forums to facilitate interaction between sectoral business leaders and create a conducive environment for collaboration. Now, before we start today's conference, could I request the BW team to play the BW Legal World AV to give us a glimpse of the community? Wow. I'm sure all of you have seen the wealth of knowledge that we've been sharing through this platform. I would encourage everyone to join us for the conversations and share their learnings from the day by using the hashtag #BreakTheBias. You can also watch us live on www.bwlegalworld.com and on our Facebook page, which is BW Business World. Before I move forward, let me quickly segue into the forthcoming events at BW World. Can we showcase the events, please? We have Global Legal Summit and Legal Leaders Awards 2021 here. Can we show that? Perfect. We also have the General Counsel 100 coming in March 2022, this month itself. We look forward to your participation there. Global conference with a spotlight on emerging legal trends while also showcasing the most innovative and impactful leaders of the legal industry through Legal Leaders Awards. Law firms and individual lawyers can nominate in the various categories we have. Some examples of the categories are Best IPR Law Firm of the Year, Best M&A Law Firm of the Year, Best M&A Lawyer of the Year, Best IPR Lawyer of the Year, and more. Top 100 General Counsels in India. BW Legal World is preparing the most coveted list of top 100 General Counsel in India to be released in April. This will be a jury-led selection and will, like all our events, this event will also be graced by some of the biggest names in the legal industry as keynote speakers and distinguished jury members. The nominations for both the flagship events are currently underway, so make sure you send us your entries in time. For any queries, you can also write to us at garima@businessworld.in. The ID is also mentioned. I'd like to spell it out for all of you. It's Garima, GAREEMA @businessworld.in. We are opening the nomination for law school rankings, so keep your ears to the ground for more information on that on our LinkedIn page, which is BW Legal World. Now, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome none other than Chairman and Editor-in-Chief Dr. Anurag Batra for his visionary opening address. A very warm welcome to you, Dr. Batra.
Good morning. Welcome to this BW Legal World celebration of the women professionals, the women icons, the women leaders in the legal fraternity. Luckily, in the legal fraternity, we have lots of leading women. Luckily, in the legal fraternity, women have played an equal role as men. However, still there is a long way to go in terms of Supreme Court judges. Hopefully soon, sometime in the near future, we'll have a women Chief Justice of India. There are more and more women coming to law as a profession. And clearly, women coming to the law is a good sign because women are more sensitive. Of course, they're driven, they're ambitious. Of course, they're knowledgeable, but they have the sensitivity which makes them such a good professional when it comes to law. Women are also very detail-oriented. Today, through this BW Legal World Women Initiative, we have brought together amazing women from the field of legal to be able to have a conversation with our Managing Editor, Ms. Ashima Hori, and Ms. Garima Ahuja. Also, Mr. Krishnan Joshi, who is our BW Legal World editorial lead, will be part of those conversations. I want to say that it is customary while to celebrate the Women's Day on 8th March. I think we have to look at the legal professionals working towards making sure that in the business world, women are represented well on the boards, as founders of businesses, in every sphere. And I think looks like, at least in urban India, in the next few years, we won't talk of this glass ceiling for women. Women are making marks in every domain, whether it's entrepreneurship, whether it's leading listed companies, whether it's in professions that were not necessarily seen as profession friendly to women. Women do not fit the stereotypes of the past. We live in a new century, new era, and women are leading the charge in that. So I wish all of you luck and look forward to BW Legal World's Women Initiative. Congratulations to all of you for speaking here, and my gratitude to my team, Mr. Krishnendra Joshi, Ms. Garima Ahuja, and Ms. Ashima Ori. All the best. Stay tuned to bwlegalworld.com. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra, for setting the context of this morning. And I hope all of you are ready and set, because now I'm going to invite our first keynote speaker here, who's going to talk about the theme of this event, which is Break the Bias. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Namita Prasad, Director, Capgemini. A very warm welcome to you.
Well, thank you so much for the warm welcome. Before I start up my conversation, I would just like to add up that these are my personal views, just to add the standard disclaimer, which all of us are aware of. So, breaking the bias, being on the boardroom in the chair and making a decision is almost like making decision of lives. How much do you think women are empowered or accessible to do that? Does perception play an important part? Does perception actually win games and negotiation? So let me start my conversation by actually putting up that we need to change the game, to change the positioning of women everywhere. We need to ensure that we do not place women regressive. We've had various amendments in the Constitution. We had, a certain plan of action by the government, both in India as well as internationally, to support women welfare. There have been various acts which have been passed, starting to support women in the maternity benefit, the anti-sexual harassment policies, which have been, kind of inculcated and enhanced by both the corporate sector as well as the government. So we've seen a lot of growth, but does that still mean that the perception of having a woman on the board and breaking a glass ceiling and breaking the bias goes away? I've been having conversations, with various people, at various stratas of their career, both men and women. And one of the things which we all acknowledge is that the woman's responsibility in a patriarchal society has been predefined. So when she wears the pants to go out to work, or a beautiful, sari to go out to the work, what is important is that it is important to rationalize that she takes up additional responsibility, plus more than what is already inculcated or expected by her. What is the support system that is guaranteed by her co-workers? Definitely there are organizational policies which are very supportive. How diverse is our thinking and how well we support that is what we need to discuss together and try and break the bias. So let me just start this with a beautiful example of actually looking at a perspective of a woman when she is under a maternity. Is she given a larger role, just beyond the physical aspects? Does it actually play in the minds of people that she can perform far better than others, even though she has the extra weight with her? So these are aspects which need to be actually thought over in the society. We've had leaders in women, we've had women leading with empathy. The pandemic has taught us so much to actually understand the collaboration between a woman gender and how she can empathize and promote and actually work more on stress. How are we using it? How are the systems and regulations actually now trying to enhance? Starting from women education, it is also about perception management to the levels of schools and to the levels of understanding that responsibility just doesn't end up off the home with women. It also extends to the man, and the support she deserves also extends to the boardroom and to her work. So this is Namita Prasad from Breaking the Glass Ceiling, and I'm just open for questions now. I would expect a little interactive session here.
Hi, Ms. Prasad. Welcome to BW Legal World. It's so nice to have you here. Let's understand from you, ma'am, your journey has been great so far. If I'm not wrong, you were also part of Mrs. India a couple of years back. Could we know more about that before I come to my question?
Yes. So I am a title winner with Mrs. Telangana, and I also got a title with Mrs. India, which is very aspirational for a lawyer. Yeah, but beauty and brains almost come with a package, and it's very, very important for us to recognize that women as a whole have a softer side. So just like on the material aspects of your brain and intelligence and intellectualism, where you actually support the nation and the legal fraternity with the work you do, there are softer sides of a woman, and I think that's what came out in Mrs. India and Mrs. Telangana. So it was a beautiful journey and a very difficult one, trust me.
Many congratulations to you for already breaking the bias out there. And in the past, you've led teams for legal and contract management for Accenture, UBS, affiliate Verity, and Mahindra Satyam. So, let me again come back to our break the bias concept and understand what are the stereotypes that you feel that women continue to face in today's time?
So one of the classic stereotypes is, which women face is that we are different, right? I mean, when we talk about gender equality, let me also enhance to the fact that I've always spoken that men and women have to be treated differently. Our body metabolisms are different, the way we think are different, our hormones are different, our reactions are different. So there is no comparison. It's more of, getting congenial with each other. So one of the biggest, I would not say I faced a bias. Thankfully, I worked in the best companies of the world, and I've actually worked with the best men around me who've been very supportive. But definitely to get into the circle of the top, or a bunch of guys, it's very difficult because you're different. So you may not just go and give them a pat and probably take a smoke, or that's offline. But you just can't basically go to a chai tapri and do things which probably a man would have easily done. So as a woman, you need to extend yourself to basically get accepted. So, and that acceptance is not because of a gender bias, it's because of being different. So, and this diversity is something which comes across the globe. It could be a cultural influence when you're actually from a different culture and you actually go to another culture. So the act of getting accepted is something which is the most important act. And when you break that, you automatically break the glass ceiling. So I feel it's acceptance, and that's about it. So being accepted the way you are, that has been the most difficult challenge for me.
That's true. And Ms. Prasad, Mr. Sundar Pichai, and others who echo his words believe a diverse mix of voices leads to better discussions, decisions, and outcomes for everyone. DEI issues in agendas are not mere words for grandstand plays. There is an increased genuine acknowledgement of the need for DEI. There is empathy. There is much greater intent too. I mean, that's what it looks. But however, comparable action seems missing. Now, like you said, there is acceptance, but there's an action which is probably missing. So what then truly is the need of the hour to achieve this sustainable tomorrow, and something that is rooted in diversity, equity, and inclusion?
Okay. So I've led a couple of diversity teams in my past, and I'm a very big supporter of diversity myself. So let me first identify what is diversity, and do we understand diversity correctly? Diversity is differentia in terms of race, religion, creed, sex, basically anything which is different than the mass is diverse. So let me just include the aspect of sex, which is womanhood. Why is it important to take perspective? I feel that, apart from womanhood, I would also like to add that being a transgender is also a very acceptable norm these days, right? And it's diverse. So what's important is to actually, first of all, acknowledge that there are various aspects of mankind. Okay, various hormonal, and spiritual and evolutionary aspects. And everybody has a view and a point of view, which actually adds a perspective on the table. So let's talk about a product which is being launched. I mean, I'm just going by what Mr. Pichai was actually trying to enhance. So suppose there's a product you want to launch. The way a man would look at a product, a woman would look at a product, a transgender would look at a product, would be from their perspective. The way they would use it or like to be using it would be again from their perspective. So when you actually bring different sections of the society, and when you hear them out, and when you actually listen to their aspirations, or their outputs, that's exactly where you get the best results, and you can actually culminate them into a proper product output. And that's how empathy plays. I mean, stress management, let's talk about the pandemic. Okay, most of us have been working from home, and most of us have had our better halves also working from home. We've seen how the chaos happens, the children around, and then there was this equal sharing of responsibility with the equal output of work, because you all were egalitarian. So somewhere the whole patriarchal bias was gone, right? I mean, you cook as well as I cook, and we still go to the boardroom and finish our work. So there were a lot of things which actually mankind has seen. Okay, and here is where stress management is far enhanced with a woman being around, than probably a male counterpart. And this is scientifically tested in a proven aspect. Not to say that they cannot handle stress, but I think a woman can probably, because of her biological aspirations, handle stress differently and create a conducive environment. So that stability factor comes in, and those things are very important. Soft skills, stability, those are additional aspects. So you also need hens around you. Not that women are not hawkish. I'm one hawk. Okay, but not that women are not hawkish, but you also have hens around, and you get more hens in women, which is a biological aspiration, and that's why they're important. The softer side, you don't want people gunning all the time, right? You want people to give you stability and a little bit of comfort, and especially with the pandemic, yes, they're very important. It's very important to grow right.
Right. In the pandemic, in fact, women have outshone as, the empathizers and better managers for their teams. And, speaking of the softer side, Ms. Prasad, have you noticed what we call microaggressions at workplaces, where women are, making decisions? Are they, softly hushed aside or overlooked? Has that happened to you?
Well, with all my disclaimers, yes, it does happen. So what happens is that, again, it all begins with the factor of acceptability. People generally, when they actually initially meet you, they have this weird allurance that you may not have got the experience which probably they have had, which is not really the fact. So you need to persuade them and make them understand about your experience, what you've gone through, and basically be fact-based. So that's how I have handled it. And eventually, with the position I've kind of grown in, and with the support of the good men bosses I've had and colleagues I've had, I think I've kind of reached a very good egalitarian platform. But yes, it was difficult for me, and especially to begin with, I was in the court practice also. So it is difficult because it's a patriarchal society, and then when you stand up and you speak, you basically maybe mocked down, or it could be a passive mocking. There are various aspects where you're dealt with in a different way, but thankfully I've been very gracious in life and lucky, so I've dealt with it pretty well.
Great, clearly so. And Ms. Prasad, before we wrap this conversation, one wish that you would have for the years to come, that we are able to break this bias this year and for the coming years.
So this is for everybody. I strongly believe that when you change the game, you change the mind. So the only thing I would request people is stop posing women to be regressive, especially on a boardroom. I do understand that the large population of the world is women, and they are the poorer section of the society. They would need support. There is education bias, and women do need growth at the grassroots level. But when it comes to the boardroom, my only request to people and all the women leaders is to support each other and stop showing regression. I think I am empowered enough to support other women. I think I am a decision maker, and I think I make more sense most of the times on the table. So that's how it has to go, and that's the BATNA, which is the best alternative, to any negotiation. Because when you put your best foot forward, you take the bigger leap. So that's what I would want to, recommend, and that's how I would want to grow and see the womanhood leading.
Thank you so much, Ms. Prasad. What wonderful thoughts. Thank you so much for joining us for this keynote.
Thank you so much.
Over to you, Kathy.
Thank you, Ashima, and thank you, Ms. Prasad, for being here and sharing your thoughts with all of us. We've heard our keynote speaker talk to us about break the bias, but now let's go ahead and meet our second keynote speaker of the day, who's going to speak about NALSA, an inclusive free legal aid and awareness for women, men, and the third gender. We are very happy to have with us Nabila Wali, Secretary, South District Legal Services Authority, here with us to share her thoughts with us. A very warm welcome.
Dekha.
Welcome, you're online.
Good morning to all present. Firstly, my appreciation for Ms. Ashima Ori and her team for putting this show together. Regards to Mr. Bharat as well for helping us connect to each other. I'm extremely privileged to be given an opportunity to speak on a very important subject of free legal aid and awareness for women, men, and the third gender. And through this program, and though this program is organized on the occasion of International Women's Day, but I'm so glad that we as women are not just discussing about the right to free legal aid for women, but also for men and the third gender. So, to begin with, the right to free legal aid ensues upon us all through the Constitution, Article 39A, which guarantees free legal aid to the poor and weaker section of the society, ensures justice for all. And why is this important? It is important because it is this article which helps us exercise our rights provided under Article 14, 15, 16, 19, 21, 22, and so on. And why do we need this article? Why do we need these rights? Because inclusive growth needs inclusive access to justice for all. When the legal needs of a person are suppressed, he's not able to exercise his full potential and not able to grow. So it is for this holistic development of an individual that that the Legal Services Authority Act comes into play. And it is this act which talks of providing free legal services to the marginalized sections of the society, and to extend these services to a host of other persons who are in need, such as men who earn less than 3 lakh per annum, senior citizens or transgenders who earn less than 4 lakhs per annum, victims of acid attack, people who were infected with HIV, industrial workmen, to all women and children. We have the Delhi State Legal Services Regulations which come into play. And when you talk of providing free legal aid and legal services to individual, it not just involves providing free legal aid before the court, but also it also encompasses facilitating the beneficiaries to get their entitlements under various government schemes, policies, and whatever the legislature provides. And how do we do it? We do it through the authorities that have been enacted under the Legal Service Authorities Act. We have the National Legal Service Authorities at the national level. We have the state legal service authorities. We also have the district legal service authorities and legal service authorities even at the taluka level, who ensure that free legal services reaches to one and all in our country. And why is it important for people to exercise, to know about their right of free legal aid? Because unless and until they know that there exists an authority which provides them with free legal services, they would probably, because of lack of economic ability, would not come forward to exercise their rights under various legislations under the Constitution. And how do we do this? We do this through legal awareness. Working under the aegis of NALSA and the Delhi State Legal Service Authority, the district legal service authorities here in Delhi and also in other parts of the country, ensured that we organize legal awareness programs for all sections of the society, be it women, be it men, be it children, be it the third gender. Here in Delhi, the moment you walk into a police station, you have a legal aid counsel available for your assistance, whether you were an accused, whether you were a victim. The right to free legal aid begins right from there. Not just that, the moment an FIR is registered, the moment we get to know about a person being a victim of sexual offense, we have the process where we send our legal aid counsels to reach out to these victims, to let them know about the legal assistance that can be provided to them, and not just legal assistance, but also financial assistance and medical assistance. We help them out in reaching to us to move applications before the court for compensation under the victim compensation scheme. There are also front offices which exist in all district courts of Delhi, when people can just walk in, talk to an advocate who is on duty there, and speak about their grievance, and then reach out to us for free legal services. And I am so proud to mention that we just not talk of legal assistance, we also aim at empowering people through the legal services provided by Legal Service Authority. So we have victims of acid attack who are working here in our front office at the Delhi State Legal Service Authority. We have transgenders who are working as paralegal volunteers with our authorities. And we organize a skill training program for victims of sexual offense. I would when we talk of providing legal assistance to women, we not just aim at providing that, holding their hand till the time they undergo the entire process of having that remedy before the court, but also even after that, we ensure that once they have been provided with due compensation under the compensation scheme, we also aim to empower them for their future, and that is how we aim to take them to provide them with skill training and development. We also enroll them as paralegal volunteers with our district authorities so that they are able to help out other victims of crime. So when it comes to NALSA, being NALSA and the Delhi State Legal Service Authority making that effort for inclusive legal aid to all sections of the society, be it women, be it children, be it men, be it third gender, be it everyone, we ensure that it reaches out to everyone. And then we also ensure that not just legal aid, legal assistance, but also empowering them legally is what we aim at.
Miss Vali, am I audible? Sorry.
Yes, you are.
Very good morning, Ms. Bali. So good to have you. And thank you so much for shining light on so many aspects that we would have missed otherwise, that how not only women, but even the third gender is most welcome to take free legal aid at NALSA. And we want to know more about this from you. In terms of experience, we understand the policies are in place, there are these laws, but have women become more vocal about sharing their issues per se about, say, domestic violence or other matters that require legal recourse? How has the shift been, and are you seeing women really getting empowered through times?
Certainly, Ms. Ori. Gladly, when we organize these legal awareness programs in the community, we see a lot of women coming forward, talking about the violence that they undergo, and also wanting to take legal assistance to exercise their rights under various provisions of the Act. And not just this, we understand at times when there are issues with the family, which are not so major for one to walk into court. But yes, they do exist. We have initiated a project at our district authority where we provide counseling services to such families to resolve petty issues with family members, with neighbors in the society and otherwise. The idea being so is to ensure their peaceful existence, to ensure that they have a dignified existence in the society. Whenever we go out to reach out to these women during our community-based programs, there is often a question that comes that is raised at us is, why should we go to the court? It kind of would just shatter my life, and would spoil my relationship with my families. So it was with this idea that we initiated this objective first counseling them to ensure to see, and we do that even in our offices where we provide them with counseling facilities, and there are so many success stories that we have where people have resolved disputes, families have sat together and have reached to an amicable settlement and have walked back home gladly, happily. But yes, where it is not possible for them to resolve issues, women do walk in to our offices and they do exercise their legal right, and we do provide them with legal assistance. And why just women? It is also men. When you see the persons who are entitled to free legal aid, it is all persons from SC and ST category, victims of trafficking. So victims of trafficking include children, include men as well, include persons from third gender, persons with disabilities, victims who of mass disaster, ethnic violence, industrial workmen, people who are in custody, be it in jail, be it in protective home, juvenile justice home, mental health care institutions. So free legal aid exists not just for women, it exists for men, it exists for third gender. And as I mentioned, transgenders earning less than 4 lakh per annum are also entitled to free legal aid and assistance. And as I also mentioned, free legal aid not just involves exercising a right before the court. It also we also facilitate helping them out with government schemes which benefit them. For instance, I tell you, Ms. Hori, that you need to have an Aadhaar card to exercise, to have the privilege of any government scheme in place. And it's something very basic, which actually people still in our country do not have. So we organize these mega awareness camps where we organize these Aadhaar card camps, and the legal service authorities. We not just have Aadhaar cards made for women, we also have Aadhaar card made for sex workers, for transgenders, for senior citizens, whosoever. There are people who are very old and are not able to come out of their homes, and we reach out to them through our paralegal volunteers, and we help them reach out for any government service that exists. So there is a lot which is being done by the legal service authorities at all levels to ensure that justice reaches to the last man standing in the queue.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Wali. It is so heartening to know that so much is really happening on ground. Yet, there's a sense that years of movements for basic human rights for women and the third gender, then, moving to equality, and now DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Where is the gap, in your opinion? What still remains to be done for us to finally be done with discussing all this?
I believe there is still a lot to be done. I would still not say that we are just done with providing justice to all. There are still so many people who are yet to receive legal assistance so that they can have access to their rights. And the gap that exists is because of lack of legal awareness of this right. And to ensure that we bridge on that gap, we create we organize legal awareness programs at a mass level so that we reach out to every person. And it just doesn't happen in one go, Ms. Ori. It is very difficult for people to convince and to let them know that there does exist a remedy in law for the grievance that you suffer from. And then it is not just this challenge, it is also a challenge for us to make them understand that there exists an authority which provides free legal aid and assistance in all respects. And when we talk of free legal aid, we cover every aspect, be it the process fee, be it the cost that is given to a witness in a court. Any legal charges that incur during a trial are borne by the legal service authority. But this information needs to be dispensed to the masses for them to know and to come forward and to exercise their rights. So that is a greater challenge, I believe. And once we reach out to every person in this country and to make them believe that yes, there exists a remedy, there exists a constitutional right of free legal aid for weaker sections of the society, and there exists an authority which helps you to exercise that right. We would think that we've done our part.
Right. You are, thanks to you and the legal aid services who are going out there and reaching out to these people, a big gratitude from all of us. But also, wanting to know from you, what are the kind of, when we're speaking of inclusion today, especially, what are the kind of issues that trans women come to these legal aid authorities for, and how are they resolved?
Right. So to begin with, Ms. Sori, I'm sure most of us here who are on the panel today know that it was NASA which actually initiated a social action litigation in the Honorable Supreme Court to come out with the rights that a transgender or a third gender is entitled to. And it was in the social action litigation, NASA versus Union of India, that the dual structure of man and woman was busted by the Honorable Supreme Court. And we recognize that, yes, there exists a third gender. But I believe this is not just enough. The acceptance in the society is still a gap that needs to be bridged upon. And we do it by, at our end, we organize awareness programs in the society. So you have the Transgender Persons Protection of Rights Act 2019. But I believe that, as Secretary of District Legal Service Authority, it is not just third gender which needs to be informed of the rights that exist under the Act. It is also the other people in the society who need to know, yes, that they do have a right under the Act of being provided good quality education, of employment, of health services, of all other services that Section 3 of the Act provides them with, so that there is no discrimination against them, so that people are accepting, people open their doors, and people allow them to also exercise all the legal rights that they are entitled to.
Right, absolutely. Before we wrap this conversation, Ms. Bali, your wish list for the years to come, what is that one thing, not just for legal aid, but something that you would want to see going forward for a sustainable growth rooted in diversity, equity, and inclusion?
Sorry, I believe even if there is still a lot to be done, not just to ensure rights of women, but to ensure rights of men, to ensure rights of children, to ensure rights of transgender. And as legally educated individuals, I believe it is upon us to ensure that all of them, not just women, but all of them, even men who are discriminated upon and who are not given that opportunity to have access to the rights provided to them, people, third gender, children, people from various communities. It is once we as legally educated individuals support them, hold their hands to come forward and to exercise their rights, what I believe needs to be done as on my wish list every time. And I'm glad that on this panel that we have today, we have so many individuals who are working in their own manner to ensure that we hold hands for people who are not so privileged, and to provide them with the rights which have been guaranteed to them under the Constitution.
Right, Ms. Wali, like you said, we have 40 lawyers, women today on our panels throughout the day. What's that one thing that all of us can do to make this more holistic for the government, for the legal aid society? What's one thing that we can all do today in our own spaces?
If any of them, we have such a powerful panel of lawyers who are there, who are about to speak today. If just in whatever capacity we can help people, maybe in just helping them know about their legal rights, and if more than that, helping them reach the courts to exercise their legal rights, to help them to fight their case pro bono, in whatever small manner one can help people in the society to gain to gain their rights to move before the court, and to have so that we can all ensure that there is access to justice for all.
Right. Thank you so much, Rosvali. And I think all of us can do at least this, that we can direct them to these, free legal aid authorities and let them know that they do have a recourse available, even if that is counseling and they don't want to press charges, they can really make use of these services. So thank you so much for being with us today. Wish you a very happy Women's Day in advance. I know it's on March 8th, but here's us celebrating it today. So thank you so much for breaking the bias with us.
Thank you, Ms. Suri, and best wishes to your team.
Thank you so much. Over to you, Kathy.
Thank you, Ashma, and thank you, Ms. Wali, for being here and sharing your thoughts and truly propagating that justice for all is what is required to break the bias. It is on this note that I would like to take you all to our next panel. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on, let me also remind all of you that you can join the conversations on any of our social media handles by using the hashtag Break the Bias. We'd love to hear your thoughts and your learnings from today's sessions. We're moving to our first panel discussion of the day, which will talk about bar to boardrooms, opportunities and barriers. I'd like to welcome our panelists on screen. We have with us Tanu Arora, General Counsel and Head Government Affairs, Striker, India. We also have with us Avisha Gupta, Partner, LNL Partners. We have with us on the panel Rachika A. Sahai, Partner, Argus Partners. We have with us Charul Yadav, Partner, Obhan and Associates. And moderating this panel discussion is the very able Ashima Ori, Managing Editor, BW Legal World. I welcome all you ladies on screen. A very warm welcome to all of you.
Thank you so much, Kathy.
Thanks, Kathy.
Thank you, Kathy. Yeah.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to BW Legal World's Dialogue with Women Leaders in Law on the occasion of International Women's Day, celebrated the world over on March 8th. And we are celebrating this today with a very accomplished panel who is here to break the bias with our topic, Bar to Boardrooms, Opportunities and Barriers. Panelists, a very warm welcome. Once again, Ms. Tanu Arora, General Counsel and Head Government Affairs, Striker, India. Very warm welcome, Ms. Arora.
Thank you, Ashima. Glad to be here.
Great to have you. We have with us Avisha Gupta, Partner, LNL Partners. Hi, Avisha. A very warm welcome.
Hi, Ashima. Glad to be here.
Great to see you. We have Rachika Sahai, Partner, Argus Partners. Hi, Rachika. Good to see you again.
Thank you so much, Ashima, for having me over. Hi, and it's glad to be on this platform with other panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rachika, for joining. And we have Charul Yadav, Partner, Obhan and Associates. A very warm welcome, Charul.
Hi, Ashima. Thank you so much for having me here. And hello, everyone. So good to be having this conversation with you all here today. It's a pleasure.
Great. Thank you so much, panelists. So you're the first panel, for the day, and we have a great responsibility on us to set context for the entire day with your views. So I would like to know and start with you. Of course, we are here to understand the barriers and opportunities that come in the way of our careers, whether as lawyers or in-house counsel. But let's understand before we get there, as part of opening remarks, what has your experience been? How are we placed in today's time when it comes to diversity, equity, and inclusion on a scale of 1 to 10? How DEI friendly are our workplaces currently? Starting with Tanu.
Thanks, Ashima. It's a tough one. Rating is always difficult and it varies, right? So I just want to put a disclaimer that it varies from company to company. It varies from different cultures, different countries. But I would say overall, we are not kind of at 10 for sure. So, but we have made huge progress since the time I started my career to where I am today. I think we have set a good stage for future generation to come, right? So I would say that we are somewhere around 5 to 6 and moving in the right direction. And with that positive note, I pass it back to you, Ashima.
Thank you so much, Tanu. 5 to 6 is not bad. Rachika, what are your thoughts?
Totally agree with Tanu on that. I think, so I've also started my career 17 years back, Ashima, and I think thankfully in the organizations that I have been in, there has been a huge push towards, encouraging women to rise in their profession. And I personally never have faced any concerns really on that. But yes, I come across a lot of situations, we have those discussions amongst women very often where we see that, yes, all organizations don't give that kind of push to or encourage women in various ways, So yes, I think I'll also score it around 5 or 6, but yes, people are becoming aware of the fact that if we do make certain policies which are pro-women, if we do certain things, provides some benefits which don't cost a lot to the organizations also, women can equally work and work harder to contribute towards the growth of their organizations. So yes, we are moving in the right direction, but yeah, it's a long way to go, I guess, still.
Right, absolutely. Thank you, Rachika. Abhishek, coming to you, where do we stand on the scale today?
So Ashima, like Tanu and Rachika mentioned, putting a number is quite a difficult task. But I would just like to comment that, I've been lucky to be a part of the organization where the heart is in the right place, in terms of gender inclusivity. The ideology, the narrative, the wish list is absolutely in the right place. And I think no matter how many policies or frameworks or committees you put together, if the ideology of individuals running the management of any organization don't have that in the correct place, I think no impact can be made, no matter how many rules, regulations you come up with. So I think in terms of the ideology, in terms of narrative, we are very sensitive, and we've deployed several policies and in a meaningful way that would help in this cause. Again, ascribing a number is difficult. Of course, there is always room for improvement. There is always more and more steps that one could take. But I think we are headed in the right direction as an organization.
Right, but where are you on the scale? Over 5, under 5?
Above 5 for sure.
Great. Thanks, Avisha. Charul, your thoughts, please.
Well, I agree with Tanu that it varies across companies. I've been in this profession for 20 years now, and I've pretty much worked with all kinds of companies, from really supportive atmosphere to not so supportive atmosphere. But the important thing is that things are changing now. I'm happy to be working at an organization where work-life balance is not something that is looked down upon. It is encouraged and appreciated and supported. So definitely above 5, long way to go, but we're there. That's the important thing.
Right. Thank you so much, Arul. And now, I have discussed this with our panelists offline for our audiences, and, let me bring this issue out online as well. How many of us have, when we say that we stand above 5 on the scale, have really worked with, trans women, people in our organizations? We know for sure where they identify on the LGBTQI spectrum. How many of us have really, hung out with these individuals? And opening the question to the panel, starting with Charul.
So honestly, Ashima, we discussed it yesterday also. Unfortunately, in a professional capacity, none, 0, and which is kind of surprising and shocking, because obviously there are people out there who are on that spectrum, and the fact that we do not have those people represented in our offices is a cause of concern, yes. But within our organization, we can say that we've started having these conversations, starting with trainings for sensitization on these issues, because even before you think about bringing people on board, you need to make sure that your staff is is educated. So we've started doing that, and I mean, we wish to have people, from LGBTQ spectrum represented in our firm, but unfortunately, I've not worked with anyone.
Right, right. So very quickly, I'll just take a number from everyone before I come to my other questions. Rachika, what's the number?
Honestly, Ashima, yesterday once we spoke, I got thinking more on this, and I have worked with people from that spectrum as well. But and I think there'll be more. And sometimes you get to know much later. Once you've stopped working, a couple of years later, you get to know. Unfortunately, I think that's one thing, and I'm glad that you brought this up in this forum as well. This is not only about women, but also people who belong to the LGBTQ community, because we need to have that congenial environment, acceptability, and in our organizations as well, that that this is also normal, and that people can openly talk about it. I think there are people working amongst us, but we get to know much later, or they don't disclose, to us that they belong to an LGBT community, and that's really unfortunate, because that doesn't take away the fact that they would not be good lawyers. Yeah. So yes, I have worked with some of them, but yeah, it was a normal working situation, right? So it doesn't change anything if they belong to a certain community.
Absolutely not. We're just looking at how we know how many men we work with. We have tons of men around, we have tons of women around, but when it comes to really talking inclusivity, like we want to, we would all not know a number, or we would say under 5. When we place our policies above 5 and how we're headed into a sustainable growth, we say it's 5 to 10. Yet, when we actually talk about recalling how many people we've interacted with, and we can call our organizations inclusive, it would be under 5. Tanu, your thoughts?
So, Ashima, I have a kind of different twist on it. We are sitting in India, right? A society which is so closed, where actually, when we talk about LGBTIQA, it's actually a lot of, legal tangles were involved. Yeah. Coming out is not something people talk about. So I may have worked within India with people, but I may not know their status, right? They don't want to come out. So I don't think it's fair to compare that where are we open to diversity versus how many people we have worked for. We are at a very base level. We are talking about gender diversity, one thing. We have not made huge progress there too. Now, talking about LGBTQA as a country, we have been kind of sitting under a huge law, draconian law, which just went away and not fully, right? So it's a long way. So it's not fair to assume that anybody in India would know people who are in that spectrum and worked with them. It's very difficult. We have a full program running at our organization. We are an MNC, right? So I know people who are based in different countries. Yeah. We talk about it. We are running a program. We have employee groups which are spearheading this agenda. We have so many allies who have signed up to kind of talk about it. But for India specifically, I would say this is a very nascent stage. Expecting that we would have worked with people who have come out and declared themselves to be in the spectrum is going to be tough. We may have worked with them. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. Great point, Tanu. So, Avisha, coming to you on that, and I do have a follow-up question on what Tanu just said, but first, your experience.
Sure. So, Ashima, I completely echo Tanu's sentiments on this. I think it's not an organizational benchmark, so to speak, to have a number as to how many people one has interacted with. I may not have. I don't know. Frankly, I never inquired positively, and I was never told upfront about their status as such. I do have personally, I do have both in law and non-law. I do have friends who belong to this community. So the other thought that I had was that while this talk on inclusivity and ensuring that everybody has equal participation, equal rights is absolutely fair, but I think apart from sensitizing, apart from ensuring that their rights are not taken away or they are not discriminated against, I think it's a matter of it's really a personal sphere, I think. Whatever sort of a orientation that you are or you have, I think it's a matter of personal sphere, and it has absolutely no role to play in a professional atmosphere, apart from ensuring that there are no actions that are done that harm or that are discriminatory in any manner.
Right, right. Thank you, Avisha and panelists. I just want to clarify this, that it's not about whether we know it or not. Of course, it's a private, matter. They can keep their identities to themselves. It's about how we really reach a sustainable growth where people want to or are able to share it just as freely. So it's also a reflection of the society we're in, like Tanu said. It's not about how organizations are keeping pace. If anything, I think organizations are opening their doors to ensuring that we have a comfortable workplace for everyone. But at large, the society has much, to keep up with. Now, I'll start with Avisha here. Yes, Charlotte, please.
I wanted to add one point that, as far as sexual orientation is concerned, maybe you can keep it to yourself and not disclose it. But being a transgender, if I understand them correctly, it's very difficult to hide your identity if you're a transgender. And there are a lot of issues that come up. And that's why those trainings and sensitization come into picture, because people say that I don't want to share my washroom with a transgender because I don't know, to me, that person is a man, but he identifies himself as a woman and transitioning and all of that. So it becomes a challenge. And therefore, it is important to have those trainings in place so that, people are more accepting to those people, because there is no way, they can't hide who they are.
Yeah, very, very well said, Charul. In fact, I haven't worked in any workplace where we have a washroom that is divided 3 parts. So, yeah. So honestly, that's my thought. But coming to Avisha, what's your take on the society? Let's move out of our workplaces and for a second look at the society we live in. How ready is the society for DEI?
That's a very, very, very valid starting point, Ashima, I would say, is to start with the society. Organizations, firms, companies, they are made of individuals who are part of a society. So I think if there are substantial steps or meaningful changes in ideologies that's there in the societal structure, I think there is no step forward. I think that's the step one for all of us. And when I mean society, I mean our families, I mean our parents, I mean our immediate people who we daily interact with. I think the change needs to be change needs to start from there. I think I wouldn't say a lot of progress has been made, but there is some progress in the society. That's also reflective in this kind of advertisements that are now coming out, right? Be it as simple as sharing the workload at home, or it's mostly we've seen men taking care of their parents. There are advertisements now where women say that they want to take care of their parents because that's what they think is their primary responsibility as that of a man. I think changes are there, but changes have been slow, and that's where the deepest or the farthest step that we are at is, and that's where the change needs to be made. So I think as part of this seminar, whoever's joining in, I think we should take it as our personal motive to educate people around these facts. Otherwise, sadly, we'll need to keep having these sort of conferences even 10 years from now. And I think women have really taken strides in terms of equipping themselves with education, equipping themselves with doing everything that is required to be done. This is not an age where you have to show your muscle power. It's about brain, and brain is gender neutral, right? So women have done their part. I think education and awareness needs to be created in the society, in all people from all strata of society and genders. And I think if meaningful steps are taken there, It's only then that something can be done at workplaces. Otherwise, no matter how many regulations, how many policies we frame, nothing impactful will be done, and there will always be ways to circumvent those requirements and just keep them as a namesake.
Right, absolutely, Avisha. Ms. Prasad, I see you have a question for us. I will quickly have a round of discussion with the panelists and come back to you for your question. Please hold your thought there. Rachika, coming to you. We've discussed, of course, LGBTQI, but discussion is larger than that. It is about recognizing diversity. It could be for women, who've taken a break for childcare. It could be about a number of things that women continue to, face today. What has been your experience at a firm level? What are the opportunities and barriers that you have, seen in your journey as a lawyer?
Ashima, personally, I have 2 children, and in both the times when I had my babies, I hardly took a break. But thankfully, in both, I was at home for 2 months and then I was back in office. But in both the situations, one was when I was working with Trilegal and the other was in my previous employment at HSA. The organizations were very, very supportive. In both the cases, I could take my kids to office with me. The office provided a very congenial environment, a very nice room with an attached bathroom for the babies and the kids and their nannies. And I could, take those breaks to go back to kids. The good thing about, having this is also that, you continue your career in the way you wanted to without taking like a significant break. And at the same time, not feel the guilt of being away from your child, right? Because even if I were to take like a 6 months break, in the 7th month, I will continue to feel the guilt that I'm leaving my baby behind and going back to office. So I very strongly feel that providing infrastructure for new mothers in or closer to office is much more important than giving them those 6 months of break. And I know that it's a topic which is very, very emotional and touchy with a lot of people. We've had these discussions with friends outside in professional environment. But for example, ILO also recommends of 12 weeks leave, 12 to 14. 14 is recommended, but they have suggested 12. But to me, because I've been there, I think what was more important for me was some flexibility in terms of what time I'm walking into the office. Obviously, we are all responsible people, and if there is an early morning meeting with a client, important client, we ourselves do the needful. But having that flexibility, and second, infrastructure in and around the office, so that you can take your baby to the office for the first 12 months and then decide for yourself whether what's working out for you the best. And obviously to each his own, because some things work for some people and some things don't. But in nuclear families, I don't belong to a nuclear family. My parents-in-law, my mother, all 3 of them stay with me. So I had like all the support back home, but I used to still take my children to office with me, that, because raising my child is my responsibility, is the thought I belong to. But thankfully, if organizations give you that support, even at Argus Partners, we've had a partner who had a baby recently, and we're giving her all the flexibility that, thankfully, we've also gotten used to the fact that of working from home and, delivering as much work from home. So she's getting all that flexibility so that she can take her own time to come back to work as and when she wants to. Obviously, 6 months being legally available to all of us, that's something that an organization provides. But that has its own limitations, and and leads to certain kind of profiling that we discussed earlier as well.
Coming to that, Rachika, I was actually asking the very point that has this been your experience of women being profiled for certain job profiles simply because they are about to go into motherhood?
Absolutely. I think when we're looking at resume, a lot of times the HR doesn't not as in, it's happened with me once, where the HR, pointed out to me that, Rachika, do you really want to see this resume for a junior position? Because, this girl's been married for 4 years. She might be planning family now. And I was taken aback because, when I met that girl, she was one of the brightest minds I had met during those course of interviews that I'd taken. And I was like, I have to take her, and let's, then as and when, things happen, women are very professional, honestly, Ashima. I've seen that, women tend to go out, I think because of that burden on us, we tend to deliver more than required most of the time.
Overcompensate.
Out and do exactly. So I was like, let me have, I will not then reject a resume only because of the fact that she's 4 years married and all that.
Yeah.
And but that profiling happens, as in it's very normal, and we need to work out things. As I said, maybe 6 months has become counterproductive for women. Maternity leave of 6 months has become counterproductive in some sense. And if we provide good infrastructure, women will be more than willing to come back to work.
Thank you, Rachika, for that thought. Brings us out of our ivory towers with that one statement. Tanu, coming to you, has this been your experience as well? And how do you, of course, it takes somebody at top to set the tone for everyone. What has been your experience about some of these stereotypes that women continue to face?
Ashima, if I talk about barriers, I think all these are still very prevalent. I have seen, very senior officials saying that I don't want more women in my team. I already have three are going on maternity leave and I'm done with it. These are kind of real, actual statements I have seen. So it is very much there. The entire profiling piece that we just talked about, it exists. And it's not just at the entry level and when you're hiring. It is also at the level when you are getting promoted or when you are due for promotion or when you're looking for an opportunity within the organization, then you are profiled again. Now, when, I feel that it is much easier when you're a fresher. You join there and you're enthusiastic, people want you, right? When you reach a certain level, and especially when the time comes, you want to get married, you want to have a life, because life never stops, right? Life is running in parallel. And when these life events happen, there is always that judgment which comes, there is always that stereotypes which come, and the biases obviously comes with it. So it is, even if you have a very strong tone at the top, more in the middle, that real managers play a bigger role, especially in hiring and retaining the women talent. There has been, in my experience, I have seen when considered for promotion, women have to face questions like, are you planning your second child? Right. So, and then subtly, because HR knows these are not the right questions. These are actually against law in many countries. But they ask you in a very, very kind of different ways. But you are getting profiled. You're getting profiled, you're being judged, you're put in a box. And this happens throughout the life. And it's not just sometimes how others people perceive women, it also the women, how they perceive themselves. They are also kind of, we are brought up in a certain way, right? The boys do this, girls do this. This is my responsibility when I have a child. We also expect that we should all get the support, but we never ask why my husband's job is not giving the same support, right? Because it's his child also. So these kind of questions are not asked often. And many times the barriers, when it comes to talking about specifically about barriers, women become their own barrier in their growth. Yeah, so I would say that that's the first step. Second is obviously changing the world, right? Changing the world comes next. But first you need to change yourself and have confidence in yourself, challenge these stereotypes yourself and make way, starting from home.
Right. So, Tanu, very well said. And let me look at it from an organization's point of view, right? So if 3 women on a team are on a break for any reason, it is going to add cost to company. Now, how do we make this, workable? Because it's not an ideology that we're discussing. We want to make businesses thrive. So obviously, so how do we make this work, make this a sustainable option for women to work and this not becoming cost to company? Why is flying someone business class not a cost to the company while having a crash at the workplace, considered a cost that organizations can't seem to bear? So what are we really supposed to do here?
I think it's just about, as per my thoughts, it's more awareness and acceptance which has to come. They need to understand that these things are going to be unpredictable and these going to happen. Can an organization prepare for it? Not always. If you have 3 women in a particular team, can you just balance it out by putting 6 men? No, you can't, right? You can't take these kind of steps. What steps you can take is obviously, as you mentioned, more acceptance about work from home culture. But more than that, all these steps every company takes. They have crash, they have support, they even grant 6 months leave as the law requires, and there is a flexibility post, and that's the expectation from the manager. Everybody is aware of it. But the judgment doesn't go away. The whole thought process of a manager doesn't go away, even if there is no cost impact. They will always feel my team got disturbed, and I don't want that. Why do I got a replacement resource, but why should I educate that replacement resource again? I want continuity. Men are much more easier from that perspective, right? So that stereotype and the bias is what is the problem. I don't see the problem that organization is not taking the steps to provide the facilities to women.
Right. Then thank you for that. Charul, coming to you, how has your experience been with that?
As far as profiling is concerned, I think that's a real issue. It happens. In almost all of my interviews, I've been asked about how many kids I have and if I have support system or not. And in fact, in 3 or 4 interviews, the interviewer kept asking me, kept saying just one thing, but you're a mom, but you're a mom, but you're a mom. So, it's a very real thing. Maybe there are very few organizations which do not really take, care about these things, but it exists. And there are organizations which do not have any bias at the time of hiring. But that also doesn't help because the work culture is not inclusive. So you hire people irrespective of their gender. But what happens is that I see so many fatigued and frustrated women employees because they're stretched too thin. They are struggling to, balance their work life with their personal life. So yes, these are real issues. The culture is such that the policies are such that they do not support. My point is that people have different personal circumstances. It could be a single father, single mother, or a person responsible for old parents or in-laws or whatever. And the companies need to acknowledge that. And it's not about giving preferential treatment to anyone. It's about just having a level playing field where everybody gets equitable opportunities to succeed in the company. And the problem actually starts at our homes. Culturally, women are the primary caregivers in India, right? We are responsible for our kids. I mean, I'm not saying that men don't do that. A lot of men have started doing that. I think offices also need to change their mindset. Why should only women get maternity leaves and maternity benefits? Even those privileges should be extended to men as well.
Right.
So that, the burden can be shared and divided.
Absolutely.
And why should I only be taking that 6-month break? If I can just share it with my husband or my partner, that will help me, right? And it'll keep things going for both of us. So yes, of course, robust policies in place to make sure that, you have a culture which is, allowing you to work remotely, part-time, giving you options of remote working, part-time working, flexible timing based on your personal circumstances. As long as your work is not getting affected, it's fine.
Right.
You should be judged on your output. How you're achieving it is, in most cases, as long as it's ethical and morally correct, it's fine.
And I think, like you said, it's not that women are just on a break. They do come back and finish their assignments or finish them before they take the breaks. Yeah. It's not that one vanishes in thin air when,
as someone just mentioned that we are overcompensating for, because of that, that implied, unconscious, unspoken bias. We are always doing more than...
I think we're always breaking the bias or trying too hard to break the bias. At this point, I will bring in Ms. Namita Prasad, Director, Capgemini. She had a question for the panel. Namita, if you're able to hear me, please, unmute yourself for your question, please.
Well, hi, I think I've lost my trail of thought, but I would just come back. We had this beautiful discussion about, actually getting a transgender egalitarianism within the society. Also we were talking about how women are treated differently. And I think that's an conscious bias, which is more coming from the intrinsic part of the society. I'm sorry for that. So my question, and somebody also said that I may not like to share my washroom with the transgender, very, very emphatic statement, but, of course, to each his own. I mean, I really respect that thought. But what is required right now, and when we talk about educating people, okay, I would reharp the statement that acceptance is one of the biggest, criterias, and there is where diversity comes into play. Accepting people as they are, accepting the fact that they're not what we are predominantly. So, for example, and I am somebody who was actually very vocal about transgender rights and human rights for women as well as men. So here is something 2 cents. I think primary education and the education which is given during the early years of the school, where we actually condition our children to accept the surroundings, is what is going to help them gradually accept other sects and cults. So that's all I wanted to point out. Definitely, corporates have taken up a very big leap, to kind of give acceptance to transgenders. There are, obviously washrooms and stability centers for them too. But then again, largely how you take up this is something which is very important to sensitize. So that's all I wanted to highlight. And at a big forum like this, a very, very beautiful thought. Especially I heard Tanu Arora ji speaking up so well. It is very nice that we've kind of moved up and we're kind of supporting all sectors like women. So they are also, I would say, I would not call them a weaker sector, but a less conglomerating sector. That's about it. That's it.
Thank you, Namita. Great thought. Thank you so much.
Ashima, if I may. Sorry, please.
Yes.
Charul, go
Yes,
ahead.
Please go ahead.
Okay.
Charul, why did you go first?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that, when I said that, about sharing the washroom, these are the real questions that we have addressed during our gender diversity trainings. So that's
these are not personal thoughts. These are what concerns that come up, right?
Yeah, this is not what I think, but this is what I have addressed in the trainings.
That's true. That's true. These are the concerns that come up when you have these discussions. And it's best addressed at forums like these where we can discuss. Tanu, coming back to you for your thoughts.
Yeah, I just wanted to add some more to Namita's thoughts. I really like what you shared, Namita. But I also want to add, we all have heard about the concept of allyship, right? I think the ground awareness, something beyond our control. Can we change our education system? Maybe not. Can we change the society? Maybe not at that level. But what we can do is have more and more allies to this cause. Now it can be our friends, our organization, or people we meet, our entire network. And, especially on this webinar, you see, we are all women. Ideally, we would like to hear from men as allies for the gender diversity, or from transgenders coming in this webinar, talking about their problems, right? When we reach that level, that will be the starting of the true change. Not the true change, but starting of the true change, right? So we need to see more men here talking about women's rights, with women empowerment, because otherwise you can't change anything. It's like you need, when someone who is at a better staging talks about someone who is at a lower staging, you need to pull them. They pull them up. So that's what has happened in various societies. We have seen that happening in US when it comes to LGBTQ. They also had all these stereotypes, right? But they are much beyond us now. The entire Pride Month that celebrate the safe talks which happen, we have full parades going on. We have that rainbow assignment, right? We don't have that yet in India. We have small groups of allies who are working on these rights, small pockets, but we need to bring it at a bigger level. These webinars are very important for that.
Thank you, Tanu, for your insights. And clearly, generally we do keep it an exclusive Women's Day conference with women, but I think increasingly so we've heard that women want men participating in these conversations, and next year we will make that happen. So thank you so much for your thought in that. Avisha, coming back to you, before we wrap this conversation, let's have a round of our wish list for breaking the bias. Your thoughts on what would you like to see going forward in years to come, and how can we really move to a sustainable growth environment?
I think the first is recognition, awareness of the fact that a lot of the hurdles that women face are either societal or are either biological. And in both, women have very limited, role, or it's not something that they set out to do for themselves. So I think first is more and more recognition from all genders across of the fact that this is not a woman's problem. This is not a problem that's been brought up by women on themselves that they need to solve. That's number one. And thereafter, on more practical terms, I think once you recognize this, then you are more attuned or more happy to offer things that would support a woman in this journey, and support the problems that they face, and that be that flexible working hours, be that post maternity break for whatever time that one wants. I think these sort of more and more initiatives being generally accepted. I think a lot of places have implemented these policies, but when it actually comes to implementation of these in a fair manner, I think there's more scope to be done across different levels of organization. Some of the larger ones have been true to this, but some of the smaller ones also need to keep pace.
Right. Thank you, Avisha. Right. We need everyone on the bandwagon. Coming to you, Rachika. Rachika, what's one wish list that you have for the years to come?
Honestly, there are many measures, Ashima, that need to be taken. Sorry for digressing a little bit, but yes, awareness certainly is one of the important things, and the fact that we're talking more and more about it these days does help. Certainly, and the other really is to come up with practical solutions. We have to identify the problems, and we have to come up with practical solutions that sort of gives a win all for everybody. We know women are capable. We know that irrespective of your orientation, you may be a capable lawyer. So or in whatever profession you're in. So effectively, the idea is that awareness coupled with some practical solutions will be really helpful in taking this forward. Right. Yeah.
Let me just quickly ask you this, Rachika, I missed this point. Do you also see, we've heard of judgment being passed around the boys club and all of that, but is there also a real pay gap in the industry today?
I personally haven't, experienced that, honestly, Ashima, but I would not be surprised that in some industries, some kinds of workplaces, this may not happen. I'm sure it does happen, but personally, I think in law firms, to that extent, I've never experienced something like this or heard of something like this.
That's a pain point in litigation for sure, but thanks for insights that's heartening to know it's not a cause for concern at law firms. Tanu, your experience in that and your wish list.
Okay, so let me just start with Boys Club. So it exists, and it happens at a very high level. I think it's moving up. So it's not happening like in our peer groups, it's not like that. But when it comes to executives, the boardroom, there are such clubs. If you have seen in the boardroom, and that was one of the topics of the discussion, actually, we have seen the increase, right, in the number of women there because of the laws and various other things. But the number of active directors is still around 5-6%, right? So there is a big issue on that. And I would say that it exists. It may exist at a much higher level now rather than day to day. So it's real. When it comes to my wish list, I would say, and I just talked about the concept of allyship, that we need more allies. We need more people to talk about us. We need more people to talk about diversity as a whole, and to act as a kind of mentor for those people who are at the minority. As women, we need to bring up women too. So I do feel we also need to be each other's ally. When we hire, when we manage, when we see, look at promotions, we need to address our unconscious biases too. And I would say that we cannot churn the ocean, pick up small goals, do that well, and that will drive the change. Can we change everything? Again, I say we can't, but small steps in that direction really helps. So allyship is my go-to, my wish list for everyone.
Thank you, Tanu. And I think that's the way to increase more presence of women at executive top pyramids. So thank you so much for that. Charul, coming to you for your thoughts, please. May I please ask you to unmute?
Yeah, so as far as pay gap is concerned, unfortunately, it exists. And there are so many reasons for it. Of course, performance is not one of the criteria while, compensating people. It starts with the negotiation skills. Women are not that good a negotiator when it comes to salaries. So that puts men at advantage. Then personal equations, smoking breaks, socializing after office hours. These are the things that usually your male counterparts are more comfortable doing, because of some added responsibilities at home. Women can't do that. So all of these
concerns,
after. Yeah, so all of these things add up, and then your maternity break kind of puts you back, one appraisal or two. So at the end, what you're looking is finally that there is a pay gap for whatever reason. There is always, this issue of pay gap that is there. As far as, and I'm talking all of this from what I've personally seen in law firms, and I've worked in, MNCs as well, and in law firms across the board, I've seen this. As far as my wish list is concerned, just an inclusive environment, a level playing field. Just everyone should feel supported, irrespective of their gender, irrespective of their civil status, marital status. It shouldn't just be extended to women, but across the board to everyone. So that we need to change the mindset that only women need these things. As once we normalize men taking care of their children and their parents, half of the things will get resolved, because then it's everyone's responsibility, and then there is no bias. And of course, having these trainings and sessions within the organization, you do not know how much unconscious bias is there. We need to have these conversations within the office, have these sessions every quarter, or maybe once or twice a year, and educate your people. I mean, we need to learn a lot, but we also need to unlearn a lot. So it goes both ways. We need to remove that passive, unconscious biasness that we've learned over the years. So
Right. Thank you, Charul. Thank you so much. And panelists, thank you so much for being with us today. And like we say, this is something that is going around today, break the bias. So thank you so much for joining us today. And let's have a screen grab like this. Great. Thank you so much, panelists. Let's hope we break the bias this year and years to come. And it's been so wonderful to have you with your wonderful insights and for calling a spade a spade. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you to all our panelists, and thank you, Ashima, for steering this wonderful conversation. We've heard this enough, and I think we need to take this home, that there has to be a level playing field, whether it's in the boardroom or at home. I hope that this thought goes across board, and everybody can come on board to this thought. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have been taking notes and taking your insights and spreading it outside to the world using the hashtag Break the Bias. We'd love to hear your thoughts as well. Just use the hashtag and join the conversations. We have another very, very pertinent topic to talk about in our next panel discussion, so stay tuned right here with us. This next panel discussion is going to talk about domestic abuse or cruelty by husband and or relatives, the highest reported crime against women across India in 2020. What needs to change? Let's discuss that with the luminary panelists that we have with us. On our panel is Pallavi Pratap, Managing Partner, Pratap and Company, Apurva Bose, actor and human rights lawyer, Firdaus Kutubwani, Managing Partner, LCZF Law Firm, Niharika Karanjawala, Principal Associate, Karanjawala and Company, Rakhi Biswas, Strategic Consultant, former General Counsel, ITC Infotech, and moderating this session is Saudamini Sharma, Advocate, Chambers of Miss Pinky Anand. A very warm welcome to all of you. Ms. Sharma, may I request you to please switch on your video and join us?
I'm sorry, it says, all right.
A very warm
Hello,
welcome.
everybody. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear, Saudamini. Thank you for having
Hello,
us here.
everybody. Hello, everybody. How are you?
Hello.
Yeah, hi, Saudamini. Hello, everybody else.
So today we are approaching Women's Day, and one of the most important questions that we're looking at today is how to stop violence against women. It's obvious that we have leaps and bounds to go when we come to violence outside our homes. But we have also always seen that, well, all of us have noticed it in all stratas of society. We've seen our house helps go through it. Hopefully not, but some of our family members go through it. So what are we? This sort of violence is so it doesn't just have an angle of anger. It has an emotional angle. So it gets very difficult to deal with, especially as us lawyers. We see we see clients coming up saying that we've undergone domestic abuse. So it becomes really important for us to address it, and address it in a manner that has a permanent solution to it, not just stop it at that point and then it keeps on perpetrating later. Not just that. So we will start with looking at domestic violence and a subset of domestic violence called intimate partner violence. Now, I'd like to ask Niharika to give me her comments on what do you believe is intimate partner violence? What kind of violence can be classified as intimate partner violence?
Thank you, Saudamini. Now, one of the most important things we have to understand about domestic partner violence and intimate partner violence is that it comes in many forms. Many people tend to associate only physical violence with something that warrants a situation where one should say, I'm being treated unfairly and leaving. But there are many ways of quantifying this. It is emotional abuse, verbal abuse, sexual abuse at times. And even though that is not recognized as a crime, I think as a society, we have to move towards normalizing a wider view to this kind of violence and acknowledging that emotional abuse and sexual abuse and verbal abuse between intimate partners is also at the same level, in a sense, as physical violence, because it has extremely deleterious effects on someone's emotional, physical, and mental well-being.
Yes, actually, I think that you posed a very important question, that it has a deleterious effect on somebody's personality. You tend to just completely forget who you are as a person and identify as a victim. Firdaus, may I please ask you to give me your comments on what kind of violence do you consider as intimate partner violence in the clients that you've seen, or the people that you've seen around you?
First of all, thank you so much for inviting me. This is a topic I believe that I keep on attending so many workshops and these webinars and all these lectures, but for the first time we are discussing, at least I am discussing about this intimate violence by the partner. See, normally we have domestic violence where there is cruelty, assault, and all these things. But till now, we have never discussed about when one partner tries to control another partner. And most of the times, at least I have seen, that when the abuse is too much and when a person actually starts shattering and some other people starts telling this woman that, actually you're being abused. I will tell you about one incident. There was this woman whose husband used to withhold the sex. He used to control her in a manner that she used to think that there is some problem with her. And she was actually getting depressed, and she actually went into depression. But she didn't know that actually this man was trying to control her by withholding sex. And when he was allowing her to have it, that time she used to do everything, whatever this man used to tell her. That is abuse. That is what I consider as the intimacy violence by a partner in respect to the intimacy. That is what I feel, that we need to bring it out. And everybody should understand this, that apart from assault, battery, and everything that is happening, there is also somewhere that a man tries to control. For example, a woman wants to bear children. Okay. Husband does things, that as if it is his domain, that if he wants children, then only woman can have it. It is just that woman is having that kind of system that she's able to bear it, but otherwise she does not have right. So that also I have seen many husbands, many men, they have been controlling their wives. Okay, if you want child, then you do all these things and you have to do all. And women are actually giving in. They're giving in. But yes, now recently we have seen that women speak up. They come up and they say that, we also have rights. Somebody was telling me that, there were days when women, they used to bear things, and there were less number of divorces, and that was the right time. And now everything has gone haywire. Now marriages and all this, nobody values it. But actually this is not that. It is actually now a woman has started understanding her body, her rights, herself. She has now actually started understanding that a man is not only abusing by just beating and slapping, but man is also abusing by controlling your mind, by controlling your system. So this is what we are discussing today. And you started it. I congratulate you for initiating this topic, because many people, they are not aware of this. And I want people to discuss about it and to know about it. That this is what this is. We can say this is a psychological disorder that men have. And even women does have this. I don't want to get trolled, but majorly we have seen that this is what men does. And I have seen a number of people coming up with this, that this is how they are not even able to understand they're being abused, that this is happening to them. So this is what I consider as intimacy violence by the partners.
No, you're right, Raki. I think, I'm sorry. You're right, Firdausi. See, the thing is that it's not just battery. It's not just a physical assault. It's also an emotional assault. A woman is intimately connected to her family, and, any sort of even emotional assault does have an effect on it. Raki, I would like to call you to ask you this question. How is it that you think we can deal with intimate partner violence? Is it different from domestic violence? Do we need to take separate legal steps, or we can just do the same thing? Because from what I believe, when we are looking at domestic violence, we are looking at evidence around it, right? You have domestic violence by your in-laws or anybody in your family who's either trying to beat you or trying to take away your finances, or things like that. But intimate partner violence has absolutely no, let's say, evidence. There is nobody who sees it, mostly. So if something is happening within the four walls, nobody gets to see it. How do you deal with that when it comes to, going to court or initiating a proceeding against it?
Sure. So thank you for having me here, and very glad to share my thoughts. I would say that intimate partner violence has to be looked at in a couple of perspectives. One is that it should be looked at from a gender neutral perspective, right? So anybody can be a victim of intimate partner violence. Okay, so the domestic violence regulations may or may not apply depending upon the situation, right? So I would say that intimate partner violence is broader, and it should be broader actually. And there should be laws around that to cater to any victim, regardless of what gender or what kind of a homogeneous or homosexual or a heterosexual relationship exists. The second part is that intimate partner violence, given the very fact that it is talking about a certain segment of behavior which is primarily very private, I would say that the assessment or the personality assessment of both the abuser and the victim is very important, right? And our legal system or our codes need to have a framework where there is a certain, scope for doing a personality assessment of the abuser more specifically, and also of the victim. Because given that the evidence may or may not be there, and oftentimes it will not be there, right? And if we go by the particular prescriptions of how evidence is to be tested and corroborated and stuff like that, it is likely that the evidence will obviously not give you 100% conclusion, right? So I think there the intervention of the behavioral science per se to do a prediction that yes, this person is capable of engaging in an intimate partner violence, and therefore there have been ABC instances, and therefore the court comes to a conclusion that yes, there is a very high likelihood that this has really happened, and the victim's story is to be believed. So I think, somewhere, at least in this perspective, we will need the intervention of the behavioral science in a much more deeper way than in other criminal action, so to say. So that would be my thought.
Actually, Raki, you raised an important question again here, saying that intimate partner violence is not just limited to a heterosexual relationship. It can also be in a homosexual relationship. Pallavi, may I ask you to give me your view on this?
So primarily, if we look at it in terms of how would one prove? So I have been a victim of it. I was married for a very long time, divorced subsequently, and there were instances of all of this for a very, very long time. And every time I've thought that how would I have proven it? Because it's my husband who's probably inflicting something upon me. And since it is an intimate relationship, how do I go ahead and prove it? And I've always felt, like Raki said, if we are looking at some kind of a behavioral analysis, that easily, if not completely, but can easily come under Section 45 of the Evidence Act, where you've got the opinion of a person and then there is a science which is involved. But can it substantiate, can it be corroborated under 157 or not? I think that becomes difficult, because if there is a medical examination that is done, how do you prove it? It's very difficult. But I've always felt that, it is not just one single incident. There are a series of incidents, and these incidents actually take place over a period of time. It is not that, like in the movie Thappar, that you've seen one single instance, right? As a society, and having been raised in a patriarchal mindset, you sort of get used to all of this happening to you, and therefore you don't realize that this is something which is against the law in that sense. But there are these incidents that happen. You probably confide with your mother about it, or with a close friend, or you would, your gynecologist would probably know about something similar. So there are these corroborative evidences that I feel we can look at. The second thing that I feel, and this I'm talking about a heterosexual married, if let's say, for example, if I have to prove marital rape, how would I do that? I think probably these are the instances that I would be using. Similarly, if we look at in terms of homosexual relationships, which is something which has become a norm, it has become so difficult in homosexual relationships also to, sort of establish that there was something which happened in purview of 376, for instance. How do you establish all of that? I think there is a lot of corroborative evidence that comes in. There is a lot of gaslighting which is happening these days, which you can prove through WhatsApp messages, etc. Between a conversation between two people. I think it will be more in terms of corroborative evidence than any primary evidence that we can look at in order to substantiate those claims. I hope that answers your question, Sudhamini.
Yes, that's actually really insightful to know that this is not just one incident. It goes on. There are little incidents that finally add up to one big, let's just say, a blast, and then you suddenly realize that you're actually a victim. This is not going to go away. Now, when we're looking at that, there's a huge conversation around marital rape in India right now. We all know that. We've all constantly been looking at news articles and, the various opinions that have come in. Where do you stand on marital rape? Niharika, may I please have?
Thank you. Thank you for your question. I absolutely think that marital rape should be criminalized. Like Pallavi and Rakhi have both said, situations like this, which are in a, let's say, we can say a closed room situation where only the victim and the aggressor know what's going on. Yes, those are difficult to prove, but we see difficulty in proving that in other offenses as well. We see difficulty in proving that in a lot of offenses. And if when we look at rape as an offense, we see that there are certain rules that the courts have formulated on the basis of which, even with the absence of corroborative behavior, corroborative evidence, if the testimony of a victim seems to hold water and makes full sense, an aggressor can be convicted on the basis of that alone. So I don't see why there should be such a difference in establishing marital rape. It is the same principle, and I feel that the large thing that holds people back is the idea that it will break down the sense of the unit, the idea of marriage. But if you are in a situation of abuse, and if you are in a situation where you're experiencing sexual abuse, for you that unit has already been broken down. You are not bringing any ignominy to the institution of marriage by pointing out that you are being abused. I also wanted to address one thing that Pallavi and Rakhi mentioned both, because I do have I've done a certification course in forensic science and behavioral analysis. So I wanted to come back to the question of doing whether one can do a personality assessment of types. Now, I don't think this would be the right way to go, and I'll explain why. We have seen from a variety of experiments, like if you look at the Stanford prison experiment, if you look at all of Philip Zimbardo's work, if you look at the Milgram experiments, what we see from that is that people are inherently capable of cruelty. People are inherently capable of exercising tremendous cruelty based on their circumstances and based on whether they feel they will be held to account. So I don't feel that that would be a good assessment, because it gives huge potential for misuse, because what you are winding up with is essentially the opinion of a third party on whether you can potentially be abusive. But what we also do have is we have tremendous technology available to us. Like, for example, we have brain mapping technology. And the way this differs from other tech like narco analysis, for example, is it's very hard to trick the test. It's very hard to beat it, because it looks for evidence of a particular memory in your brain, and it bases the answer on the firing of synapses. So it has its answer before you even have the chance to formulate a conscious thought about it. So there's much less chance for misuse in circumstances of that sort, I feel. So if one could start exploring tech of that sort to prove cases like this, where one feels that in a closed room situation, only the aggressor and the victim are aware of what has happened, I think we can make huge strides towards, bringing about a better prosecutorial situation.
Now, for those, I'd like to pose this question to you. When we are looking at marital rape, see, when we see 498A, we all know that it's at a stage where it is abused a little bit by women. We see cases where these sections have been put only to harass your spouse. How much do you think is the potential for a law against marital rape to be abused like this? Because there is no evidence. It's very difficult to prove. How are you going to go ahead and say, this man has actually perpetrated violence and not the other way?
Sudhamni, there are actually two aspects involved in this. One is that it's not something new, or this is not hidden, that marital rape happens, that forced sexual relationships are there. Now, your another point also, that it can be abused, and it is abused by the women, the law that is for the protection of women. That's also there. There are two sides of the coin. We cannot shy away from the same. Now, independent of this, what Niharika said, that we have technology and we can use that to find that whether there was a marital rape or not. What Pallavi said, she said that there is not only single incident or event that happens in a marriage, it is actually a number of incidents happen. No woman wants to end up a marriage, or no woman wants not to have a relationship. We love to be loved. We love to be in a relationship. Okay, even if there is a feminist, even I'm a feminist, but I would say that, yes, I want my husband to love me. I want to have a relationship. But at the same time, when there is a relationship where a woman feels that she's being abused sexually, or she's being abused mentally, emotionally, so with the time, actually, she will, on the very first night of her marriage, or on the first day of her marriage, she's not going to say, I'm going to end this man is not good. When marriage has happened, so number of incidents actually happen, and then a woman feels that, yes, this marriage is not working. So when we want to test whether whether it's a marital rape or not, whether this was consensual sex or not, so at that point of time, we need to see that whether there was a discord, whether there was a separation at some point of time, whether there was some kind of a disturbance. Even in families get involved. Parents can be asked, family members can be asked, what was the relationship? And you can have counselors who can actually, or the psychiatrists or the psychologists who can sit and examine. You can have people, you can train them who would actually test and see, cross-examine that whether actually a relationship was disturbed or not. Now, again, there is a question. Maybe, the abuse or the discord is because of the woman in the relationship. Now, there you can use this technology. That's what Niharika was talking about. Now, the broader question whether marital rape should be criminalized or not, whether it should be considered as one of the offenses, that is a huge question. But at the same time, at least it can be done. If a woman is alleging it, we should not just shun it away. We should actually examine it, and we should have a punishment for the same. Because right now, a woman feels that there is nothing to protect me. If I will go to a policeman and say that this man forced himself on me, he would say, what is this? You're bringing out your dirty linen in the public. Okay, now if you will have, and because we have so many laws, this country has maximum number of laws for the protection of women. Now, at least one law should be there which would encourage a woman at least to go to a policeman and to say, or to women helpline and say that this man forced himself on me. This is the discord. We are separated, or there is this disturbance was there. He did this thing to me. I was not interested, but he did this to me. And at least it should be considered. Right now, there is nothing. They would simply say, oh no, this is nothing. He's your husband. He owns you. He owns your body. He owns, whenever he wants to have sex with you, he can have it. This is what is there in black and white. This is there. Because in our country, marital rape has been explicitly excluded. It should not be that way. You can exclude it, but not explicitly. At least women should have a right to say that this man forced himself on me. At least you examine it. Right now, nothing is happening. So therefore, for both the lobbies, people who are saying criminalize it and people who are saying don't criminalize it, we should come out. No, okay, I understand the culture and everything in our country. Fine, that is there. But at least come out with a wire media that we should feel safe and secure. If a man is forcing himself on me, okay, at least, even in 498A, the judgments came out where they said that if somebody is complaining, you first examine it and then only you arrest. Okay, because it was found that it was being misused. Similarly, come out with something in this so that you see that it's not misused, and come out with punishment for the women who would abuse it. That if it would be found that this was a false accusation, then this is the punishment for you. I'm sure it would deter to a certain extent to the women also from abusing it. So you have to come out with this, because we cannot be blind. We cannot close our eyes that this is not happening. It is happening. It is happening. So we need to protect. And this is something other countries. If you have Austria, you have Australia. They have come out with the law to criminalize it. What is wrong in criminalizing here in India also? Just find something, find a technology, find the way to see that how you can work on it. Just don't arrest immediately. Examine and then arrest. That is needed. So that's what I believe should be done.
Raki, what do you say about this? Do you think marital rape should be criminalized? And if so, how do you think that, how far do you think this law would go?
Considering that globally this is an accepted principle now, barring a few countries, that marital rape should be criminalized and absence of sex should be taken into account, absence of consent should be taken into account. I think we are probably a couple of years, if not months away, and given what is going on in the courts, I think we're probably a couple of years away from this. And I support this because consent is really the basis of any relationship, be it sexual or non-sexual. Even probably somebody asking me to accompany somebody somewhere is also based on consent, right? So consent is absolutely critical and non-negotiable, and I completely endorse this view and support whatever are the global movements in this. And as lawyers, I think we would probably be kind of going in for a lot more interesting litigation and perspectives, and we will also broaden our horizons as both women and lawyers as we see the the litigation or the disputes in this matter. So I'm all for it.
Pallavi, Niharika and you both raised a really important question regarding psychological issues in a marriage, saying that a person is capable of violence. Now, it doesn't mean that he's going to for sure perpetrate violence on his loved ones. Right? To what extent do you think we can condone it? Now, you raised a point about that movie Thappad. Now, I know some sections of society said, "Sirf thappad hi to hai, isme kya badi baat hai, they can make up," he said sorry. And there were some who said that, no, this is a cycle. This is the start of a cycle of abuse, after which it's going to go ahead and, sort of culminate into something much, much worse. So what do you think about this? How far are we willing to condone, if at all?
I don't think that this behavior actually is worthy of condoning. Anybody who is being aggressive against anyone, any human being, I'm not just on a single gender, but I feel, and Apurva is here, who's a human rights lawyer, and she's joined us. And I remember I've been on a panel with her previously also, and I have always been inspired by whatever she said. I think the Thappad story, she would probably be able to deal with that question better. But as far as I'm concerned, I feel that any kind of violence, even if it is a mental cruelty, if somebody is just saying something to you, if I can just say something, Sudhamni, while I was in a relationship, while I was married, that confidence just goes away. You don't have the desire to live. You have mental health issues that come in, and I think we've all, if not everybody, but a lot of us have been facing those mental health issues. It takes a while for us to find our confidence back, to be able to work again. It becomes a lot more difficult to get back to a normal life. And when you've been into that area where you feel that you are good for nothing because you've been gaslighted every day, maybe, or there is violence that's taking place every single day, and you don't know what to do. So I feel personally that if there is a perpetrator, and if he's perpetrated any kind of crime against you, I personally feel that should never be condoned. However, having said that, I've also seen instances where, somebody who's, if not physical violence, but if somebody was emotionally abusive to someone, that person has changed. So I think that's the beauty of being a human being also, that, we can change. Some of us do change, but that I think is not something that we can paint everyone with the same brush. So I think it is all, as we say, in peculiar facts and circumstances of a case that we will find whether or not someone is willing to change or not. So yeah, that's about it.
Apurva, what do you think about this?
Thanks, Adamini, and I think Pallavi just pointed it out correctly. It's that any sort of toxic relationship, whether it's married, whether it's a living relationship, or in whatever setting, any sort of toxic relationship, whether it's psychological, emotional, physical, sexual, all of these things, it should not be condoned in my sense, because I think just to follow up with what Raki also said, for me, my understanding is that any sort of sexual relationship, if there is no consent, it is rape. Like, it's as simple as that. Consent is key. Consent is something which should be which should be understood between two people if they're in a relationship. Keeping your sexuality aside, it's something which needs it's these simple things. It's the ABCs of a relationship, right? So I think that is something which for me it's the rule book, it's the Bible of any relationship. And having said that, I know people who have gone through extremely toxic relationships and who have actually been subjected to IPV as well. And these are educated women I'm talking about, people who are lawyers. I mean, one of my friends who's a lawyer as well, she knows her rights. She knows she has access to justice as well. But then it's normalized in our society to feel that, as women, we need to endure this, right? That we need to make this work. It's something that we've all heard at some point. And we've all heard these conversations, in hushed tones at homes, in our friend circles, behind closed doors. So it's something which is normalized in our society, which I think we need to unlearn, what needs to be normalized is that it's okay to walk out of a relationship. It's okay for us to feel violated in a relationship, whether there are kids involved, whether there are no kids involved. So I think that's something which needs to change as part of our society.
Yes, I think we are at consensus here, saying that marital rape should be criminalized. At least some sort of defense against it should be put. But when we are looking at psychological issues, have any of you ever seen a difference in counseling or rehabilitation of such people, or marriages actually working out after, say, couples therapy or even psychological counseling? Niharika?
Thank you. So Sudhamini, one interesting thing about domestic violence is because, like I said initially, because it's so wide and because it covers such a wide array of types of abuse, it's very difficult to quantify the aspect of recidivism, the potential for recidivism. It's very difficult to quantify because you are going into physical, emotional, verbal, sexual aspects. Now, there are some statistics we can go off of. For example, a lot of people find this very hard to believe, but sexual offenses have amongst the highest rates of success in counseling. They have amongst the lowest rates of recidivistic behavior, which means people go back to committing the crime even after receiving counseling. So we've seen in instances of sexual abuse, we've seen offenders who receive adequate counseling have a very low rate of returning to that kind of behavior. We've also seen that instances like emotional abuse, because it's a very nuanced aspect, it has higher rates of recidivism. People start falling back into habits. But I think what we've seen across the board is that if counseling is approached with a genuine wish to better a situation, then it can be successful. But it fully depends on the people involved in that relationship. And I also want to bring up two very important things that Rakhi and Apurva did touch upon when they spoke. One, the fact that all of these offenses should be considered gender neutral. There is no benefit to anyone, to society at large, in restricting the idea of who can be a victim in such offenses. There's no benefit to anyone whatsoever. Secondly, Apurva touched upon the notion of kids in a relationship. And what I wanted to bring to the forefront is domestic abuse and intimate partner violence is not a crime with only one victim. Everybody in the situation, other than the aggressor, winds up being victimized. The children of these households, and we've seen this in case study after case study, the children of these households experience trauma. They experience developmental red flags. When you at a young and impressionable age are subjected to role models who are engaging in intimate partner violence, it contorts your notion of what is normal. And we've seen this in extremely young children also. There are case studies that show that children who have only witnessed intimate partner violence to the age of 3 years old, which is prior to the time when we generally believe children are capable of forming long-term memories, but not thereafter. We see that in developmental aggression studies, those children at the age of 7, when their aggression levels should be coming down, suddenly face a spike in aggression. it does have an impact on everybody in the household. So what needs to be normalized is the notion that this is not a one victim crime. This is not something that one person has to grit their teeth and get through. This is a situation that destroys entire families, not keeps them together. And I believe one of the biggest problems in this is isolation the victim feels. Like Apurva said, we talk in hushed tones about it. People have this idea that, oh, it's an unke ghar ki baat hai and we should not get involved. And this is where the largest problem arises, because when a victim is deprived of their core support system, of their family, of people who think, no, they have to find a way to work this out themselves, that is when this systematic pattern of abuse is just allowed to grow and fester. And we see this across all types of domestic abuse. What needs to be normalized is the notion that if there is a problem, even if it is not a violent problem, it needs to be addressed. It can be, you can air your dirty linen, whoever you are, whatever gender you are, whatever type of relationship you're in. If someone is acting against you, if someone is abusing you, you are not doing any wrong to them or bringing any ignominy upon your family by being honest about the situation. And we see instances of separation violence also, where for the entirety of a relationship, it's verbal and emotional abuse. It hasn't gone to the extent of violence. But when a person attempts to leave that situation, that's when something snaps, something breaks. And for the first instance, you see violence that we see in several instances winds up being fatal.
Apurva, I'd like to ask this question to you. Now, we have domestic violence. We've seen what kind of an impact it has on us as women and as homemakers or people who have families and who've been perpetrated against, like violence has been perpetrated against. What do you think is the end to this? How are we going to, if not abolish it, then at least reduce it? Because it doesn't. It's everywhere. You see it in all stratas of society. It's not only related to education. It's not only related to economic, security. It's everywhere. There's absolutely no parameter that we are looking at where we say that this is the kind of strata that we look at domestic violence incidents, and this is what we have to target. There's absolutely no indicator of what we have to target here.
Yeah, I think that's a very valid question that you just asked, Saudamni. It's that, okay, for me, there are two aspects to this, right? There are two perspectives to look at. One, which is through the lens of law and policy, which we've all discussed today. But the lens through which I think there needs to be a lot more focus on is changing, or how do we change societal attitudes towards something like this, and how do we actually make sure that these conversations trickle down to every strata in the society? Because you can have these conferences and conversations at the highest level amongst people who already know that this exists and this shouldn't exist and this shouldn't be normalized as well. But what needs to be done is a collective effort by civil societies, by organizations that works in grassroots levels, and by normalizing having these conversations at that level as well. So that is something which I think is extremely critical at this point for us to do. And especially at a time where COVID has really changed these dynamics, right? Because the increase in domestic violence and IPV has increased so much ever since lockdowns, and ever since, the work from home has become almost like, normalized in most houses. So domestic violence has definitely increased. And this is something statistically, it has been proven as well by most councils and by most commissions in India. And this is not just the case in India. This is the case everywhere across different countries. And this is happening in most homes as well, unfortunately. And this is something that needs to be discussed. And just to point out what Niharika said about children, what we usually consider them as invisible spectators, but what we don't realize is that they play such an active role, because what happens is they start externalizing this behavior. And in most situations, and this is something which I recently read about in an article, how a lot of kids who show or who exhibit a lot of aggressive behavior in schools are mostly children who come from abusive homes. And so I think it needs to be, as Pallavi rightly mentioned, that this is a collective thing, right? It's not just between two partners, but so many other people are involved in this. And especially during COVID and during lockdowns, I think all this has accelerated. So for me, it's important to simplify laws that exist, and for everybody, regardless of your gender, to understand that yes, you can seek justice, and more than justice, you have access to counseling, and so many online portals have opened as well, where we can there are free sessions online. So even if somebody cannot afford to go to a counselor or a therapist, this is something which you have access to. So simplifying the rules, simplifying the fact that there are so many avenues available for you to seek help from. And third, normalizing the fact that as a society, it's okay to walk out of these relationships, and it's okay and it's justified if you're feeling the way you do in a relationship.
I think we've run out of time. This has been a really interesting discussion, but I need to ask one more question. I'm going to ask Rakhi and Pallavi this question. I need to know that, or at least people around us would like to know that, what are the first steps you're going to take if, say, your house help comes to you and says, mere husband ne mara hai, and she comes to you all black and blue. What are the first steps you're going to take? Rakhi? Rakhi, you're on mute, if I may please ask you.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think this is a situation that some of us would have faced one time or the other. And my thought would be first have a conversation with her and try to understand the context and the background, how repetitive it is. What are the instances when it happens, and what is the behavior of the abuser? Then, of course, advise her to take the legal help as it applies. And I would also probably, somewhere think that as women who are privileged, we should have a kind of a community, right, where we being their employers and they being, working for us, we can socialize that there are other women, and we can have some role models of where other women from their community have taken a stance and have seen through the process, who can, mentor them through the process and all. Because see, understand, when we counsel them, there is always a gap, right? They think, oh, ye to na madam bol rahi hai, madam does not understand my situation, right? But when there is somebody from their community who can handhold them through the process and who can counsel them, it is much more absorbed, and it seems real, right? Because
yes, it's much more real.
It's coming from us will not seem real, but coming from their, the same social strata, the same social context, it would seem much more real. So I think there should be a community, and if not, in every resident welfare association or in a locality, there could be an initiative that women like us do, and we kind of, organize this so that certain underprivileged women have access to that community and they can, take it forward. And sometimes I've seen that, women derive courage from women, right? And that is the power of sisterhood cannot be underestimated. And once they have that power of sisterhood, I think, the decisions that they take subsequently are going to be different. I'm very confident they are going to be different. So to create that community, to create that sisterhood, I think there needs to be a lot more that needs to be done by women like us. And I think that's the responsibility that we have towards the other women who are not so privileged.
Pallavi, may I ask you to tell me how you would personally deal with a situation like this?
Actually, there was an incident that had happened where there was this house help in the building itself would come, and so we told her that, let's go to the police and we'll register this complaint. So she says that no, police wale ne kaha jab tak ki haddi nahi tootegi tab tak main case register nahi kar sakta. So her thought was that till such time that the bones are not broken, she cannot register an FIR. So I think there was this gap that she did not know that she has a right, even if somebody is just, let's say, pushed her also, for instance. any violation in that sense. However, what I've always noticed is that every time that you try to tell them that, approaching police is one of the things that you can do, they actually sort of, like all of us, they will shudder away from that thought, because of course in India the police is seen as an institution where, everybody feels that, no, if I go and register, I'm the one who's going to be facing all the problems. So I think there is a requirement to actually change the system in such a manner that, it becomes easier for them to approach it. Be it us, anyone who's, a lot of domestic violence incidents these days are happening in the largest and the most influential sections of the society, as well as the downright strata. Now, when it comes to, our house helps, they are actually much stronger than any one of us. And that's also to do with the fact that there is a lot of struggle that they face on a day-to-day basis, because of which they, come out like that.
I also think I'm sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
I also think there's a lot of desensitization that happens there, because, they see it everywhere around them. So there's a lot of desensitization कि ये तो ठीक है, ये तो चलता है, साथ वाले का पति भी तो मारता है, इसने मार दिया तो क्या, that sort of a situation, I think really, that kind of
it just
normalizes.
Yeah, correct. And like Braki said, that's correct. It's all about sisterhood. Like if it is for me, it's not just my, the people that I move around, but also people that I can reach out and help. So yeah, I think there's a lot of changes that are still required as far as the system is concerned. And I think to make it more approachable, that's where I feel the entire discussion that we've had, be it marital rape, be it just now IPV or domestic violence, we've always felt that, we are worried about whenever we reach the system or we approach the system might not be able to help us. So I think that's where the entire problem is coming just now.
Yes,
Thank you so much, Amni, for that question, though.
Thank you, everybody. I think we've run out of time. This has been a really interesting discussion, and time's flown by for at least me. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
And over to you, Khyati.
Thank you, Sudhamini, and thank you to all you lovely ladies here for presenting your thoughts and sharing those insights. I'm sure our audiences have taken some key notes from here. Thank you so much once again for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, we are talking about all things women, but here it has come to the forefront that it is about having a level playing field for each and everybody, and not just women. But here we have another panel discussion where we are going to talk about building a career in law and need for more legal awareness, as we have our legal community also joining us, where it includes students as well. I'm sure they will take a great help from this discussion. So I'd like to welcome our panelist for this discussion, Savitha Jagdisan, Senior Resident Partner, Kocher and Company. On our panel is Maninder Acharya, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court of India. We also have on our panel Nilima Tripathi, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court of India. And we have on our panel Kritika Krishnamurthy, Director, Bridge Policy Think Tank. Moderating this session, we have Petal Chandok, Partner, Trust Legal Advocates and Consultants. I'd like to welcome all of you on screen. Thank you so much for joining us. We look forward to this discussion.
Thank you so much, Khyati, and thank you, BW, for organizing this esteemed panel and session on such an important aspect of women in this legal fraternity and profession. And as the panel has already been introduced, I will not go into introducing this esteemed panel, but thank you so much, everyone, for joining us and for sharing, your thoughts on the issue. So our panel, as we all know, all the panelists know, that it's about in law, building a career in law and the need for legal awareness, in this profession. So as we were also going a little bit hearing about the previous session, that how women are going through such difficult times, and even though women in the society are not really aware of what their rights are, and what is it that they can actually go and claim. So around that, we'd like to understand from each one of you, what is it that really can help grow awareness in this sector, in the society, and two, how it is that women can actually also help
build their career in this profession. So I'll start this session with Maninder ma'am, Miss Acharya, if I could have your input, starting with how was it so you've been in this profession for almost 3 decades, and you've been through so much. There would have been times where you would have felt that this situation could have been dealt differently if I was a male, or it could have been or it is the best that I'm a woman, that I'm dealing with this situation. So how is it that your journey was of 3 decades, ma'am, and what is it that you would actually like to share with all of us here and all the listeners who are actually listening to you today? Over to you, ma'am. Ma'am, you're on mute.
Thank you, Petal. Thank you for inviting me here. It's making a career in law. It is not easy, and it was not so easy 3 decades ago. But first of all, I would like to tell you, for whatever reasons, I never viewed myself as a woman lawyer from the day I joined. In my head, I was a lawyer, as capable, who could be as capable, as competent, and who could have similar limitations as men would have. So in my head, I never thought of myself as a woman lawyer, and I still don't feel so. So basically, everything starts from your head. What level playing fields, whether they were there, they were not there, I was totally impervious to that. I was a lawyer, and I began with that thought. So it's been 30 years now. To begin with, I joined Mr. Rodgi's chamber as a third-year lawyer, third-year law student. I joined Mr. Rodgi's chamber, and I was the youngest, and I was the only woman. And it was a tough competition there. We used to have a 2-page list, and there were around 9 and 10 juniors. And I was the youngest, so to begin with, even as an intern, I would get to go to the Deputy Registrar's court. At that time, we called it Joint Registrar's Court. And whatever came my way, whether it was drafting, writing a letter, communicating with the client, doing inspections, I was available for everything to my senior and to the other juniors who were senior to me in the chamber. It was a very good chamber. I got exposed to a lot of law there. I got exposed to how to prepare overnight. We used to get 3-4 matters to prepare every day. So such was the keenness that we had. I would take my 3 files home, but I would read my colleagues' files in the court, maybe during the lunchtime or whenever I could get the time. We were given a free hand in appearing, because in a 2-page list, obviously Mr. Rodgi couldn't have appeared in every matter. So we had to be there at his chamber every day, at his home chamber at 7:30 around, and we would travel to the court with him. Now, after I left him, after working with him, after I passed out, after 2 years, I got married, and then I had a baby. So wherein I took 4 or 5 months leave. When my son was 6 months old, I rejoined again. And at that time, I left Mr. Rodgi because that's what he felt. And I also felt that maybe that kind of long days I won't be able to devote. But I continued to come to the court every day. And his chamber always remained available to me to sit down and do my work. So one thing that I would like to say to you all who are listening, especially the younger generation lawyers who are just joining, do not start with this thing in your head that you have certain limitations because you are a woman lawyer. There is nothing called woman lawyer. We only have lawyers here. So first of all, in your head, be very sure. I mean, whatever you think of yourself, the world will think of the same of you. If you think you are competent, you are as competent as the man standing next to you on the opposite side, the world will also think like that. And the judges who are hearing your matters, they are only interested in law, how well prepared you are, whether you have prepared your brief thoroughly, Once I asked Mr. Justice Awadh Bihari Rohgi, who had retired by then, that tell me one trick of becoming a very good lawyer. And he said, misal pe bhari pad jao. Misal is a fine. So they used that Urdu word at that time. He said, misal pe bhari pad jao. Means you should know your file cover to cover. You should know everything. Don't think you are going for the first day. All right, for the notice, these 2 points are good enough. Be prepared. Be prepared as if you are going to argue finally. And at the beginning stage, you also have time. I mean, you don't have to appear in 10 matters. So you can devote that kind of time to your file. Do your research before drafting. Whatever you have to draft, do your research before that. I mean, since I was asked how to make a career in law, so I'm just sharing as to what are the things that you can keep in your mind. So do your research before you've drafted, so you know what is against you, which judgment is against you. You can accordingly advise your client. You can have some prayers, you can delete some prayers, and every step will be different. First 5 years will be different. You won't know how to get matters. And I was the first generation also. It was very difficult. You come to the court and you feel you have no work, you are coming to the court. So I used to sit in the library. You can sit with your iPad, read judgments, stay abreast with law. You can hear the lawyers who are arguing, senior lawyers who are arguing. Each one of them argues differently. Each one of them has his or her own style to tackle juniors. Then next 5 years will be even more difficult. When you start getting work, you would want a better kind of work. And further, when you've done 15 years or so, you would want to take a next step. Maybe you would start dreaming of becoming a judge or a lawyer, senior counsel. But dream. Don't be limited, at least in your dreams. Everything starts with the idea and everything starts with the dream. You can go to your seniors, talk to them, ask them what to do. They will give you tips. They may not give you tips, but keep trying. And career in law is difficult to make for anybody, for a man or for a woman. It's not easy for men also. Yes, it is little additionally difficult for women because we become mothers and we get married. And because of the society, which is still very patriarchal, different expectations are there from the women. So your child rearing and bearing age coincides with the time when you're going up. But you have to keep at it. Consistency is something that, will really help you reading your law, doing your files well.
Great. Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing these insights of how your journey has been and how one can build a career. Coming to you, Nilima, ma'am, and taking this forward, this particular issue forward, you are also a first generation lawyer and your father, I believe, was also a professor. You also have 2 kids and both Apurva and Sanam, are there. How was it in terms of opportunities when you had babies and when you had to, take care of the family and also have a very, very successful and established career in law? How was it that in terms of opportunities that, like ma'am was also sharing that there were some situations and there was a 6-month gap that she took. So in terms of that and going forward also, where was it that, you felt that opportunities were amiss and it could have been different? Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Petal. That again, Maninder has covered so much of the ground, work. She's done so much of groundwork, and I agree with everything that she has said. I would say this, Petal, a very interesting question you have put to me. First of all, I can be called a first generation lawyer to the extent that, yes, in my family, I was a first generation lawyer. But so far as my marriage is concerned, I was married into a family where my husband is a lawyer, but I was not married as a lawyer. I was a chartered accountant. So my journey really began as being a student of economics to doing my chartered accountancy to then becoming a lawyer. Now, doing my chartered accountancy itself was very interesting because when I joined, I was in a mid-size CA firm. And when I joined, prior to me, there must have been in all about 6 women, 6 ladies who had worked in the firm. And in my batch alone, there were 6 of us, as out of some 40 odd interns. So we were a good number. We never felt differentiated. We were sent for all types of audits, except, yes, we were never sent for outstation audits. So that's, but perhaps I think they preferred to exercise caution. They didn't want to take any chances. So we were never sent, and I have no regrets on that front, because outstation audits can sometimes be very rough in terms of work and everything. We were very happy working. We were never differentiated. It was never told to us that, oh, this may be a tough audit, or here you have longer hours, or whatever. No, we were sent everywhere. We were given equal opportunity. So I really have to thank my bosses there. When I got married, I did my law thereafter. And as Maninder said, you are also taking care of the family. You are also trying to balance your professional achievements and everything. So first I was doing my law, then I joined the profession, and I was also rearing the family in the meantime. Fortunately for me, I had a lot of family support. Both my parents also were here, my in-laws were here, we were living with them. So I had a lot of support. So to that extent, I cannot complain. I cannot have any grievance. I found a lot of support from them. But having said that, yes, it is still a balancing exercise. One has to go through it, and expectations are always high from the women. But having said that, it has been a wonderful journey. It has been a very enjoyable journey. And I feel that being a part of this profession, having a voice as a woman itself is a matter of pride for me. So I am a voice for the others. I am a voice for myself. It gives me a lot of pride. It gives me a realization of independence that I have as to what I can achieve. There is, according to me, no limit, no barrier if we refuse to see it. As Maninder rightly said, if you think I am a woman, I am being differentiated, you will always feel like that. But if you just stand there as a profession, my husband, some of his friends have a joke for me. They say that they're a group of school friends. So they say all the others have a wife, Parag has a lawyer. So, I feel happy about it. I'm glad that they don't look at me merely as a woman. They look at me as a lawyer, as a professional. And that itself it's a matter of pride for me. So I would say it's a very interesting journey. It's not an easy journey. It is a difficult journey. But then what is life without some challenges? So, and it is not as if one was in any other profession, it would be any easier. We have to fight our ways through, and I think we enjoy doing that.
Right. I think with these real insights of how women, even though we think that it's different and difficult and otherwise, but how when we are actually in there and when we are believing in ourselves, it's not actually that different and difficult. And like both of you, ma'am, have shared that it's actually up to us how we are feeling about ourselves, that we will get opportunities going forward. So I think this will really encourage the younger lawyers who are attending this session. Coming to you, Savita, wanting to understand. So here we were understanding how is it that women have a career in this profession. From a judiciary perspective, there's a statistic that 30% so there is only 30% of women judiciary in Supreme Court, and there was a statement made by the CGI also. What are your thoughts over this? Why is it this number? Is it a good number? Is it something that we are seeing as is actually an improvement from the past, or is it something that of course needs to go forward, improve further? Your thoughts on that? Savita, you're on mute. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Petal, for that question. And it's a very interesting question. And I know from where you've essentially taken that figure also. And the Chief Justice was quite right in indicating that there isn't a large number of women representation in judiciary. But what is even more interesting, I think 30% is a very large number. So if you were to look at it, I think what we've got about 1,000 judges that have to be provided for, and there are only about 80 women judges. And if you were to look at some of the other statistics that are there, nearly 6 or 7 high courts don't even have a single woman judge. What is very interesting about the profession part is there are a very good number of women lawyers, so if you were to look at it in that way, yes, we have not seen women occupying, judicial positions so much, but there are a very good number of women lawyers. And this is a profession that women essentially have shown to shine themselves in. And if you were to take a comparison between the judiciary and any of the other professions that are there, I think we have done pretty good. I would say the legal profession, not so much as the judiciary, because the numbers are quite dismal. And it's not that there are not good enough women lawyers to occupy the positions. And the excuses given are actually pretty sad. But the fact remains that when you look at the profession by itself, and you look at any of the numbers that are there, whether it's women in boardrooms, or you look at entrepreneurship, or whether you look at women in office space, the legal profession has a far greater number of adoption of women in that profession. Like in the boardrooms, you're looking at about 4 to 5% women occupying boardrooms. And that's actually in India far better than the world over. And that's the same even with the legal profession. Women who are occupying partner positions are nearly 30%, which is not a good number if you look at it in any of the foreign countries where women who reach the partner positions is only about 15 to 16%. So, if you were to look at it, I think we are on the right track. And I think a lot of women are coming to the front as far as this is concerned. Where that twist in the tail requires to be made is that we are all out there. We're doing our best. There is no difference between us and our male colleagues, but we are still to catapult to that position of judgeships, where that 50% number, what Justice Ramana wanted, was requires to be reached. And that can only happen if the entire system of appointments also changes. It's not about reservation. It's just not about affirmative action. It is about a change in the mindset. The change in the mindset that the female is very much able to rise up to the occasion. She can handle both, because I've heard excuses like, she has, home life and how will she be able to cope? Or, she will not be able to travel. She might not be able to take transfers. These are some of the excuses that do not allow women to be catapulted to the judgeship. But these are mere excuses. Every woman is able to rise up to that occasion when she wants. And each one of us grapple with it day in and day out. There's a very interesting anecdote that I had read about, that there were 4 or 5 women in a boardroom. And along with all their male colleagues, there was a whole discussion happening with regard to settling a particular shareholders agreement. So when the break happened, the men went for a smoke or a coffee. And the women were, ye khana bana lo, bache ko yahan se pick up kar lo. It's quite interesting. And she did all that. And she came back and effectively negotiated the rest of the agreement also. So we don't switch off. And that ability makes us far greater or superior to deal with it. And I think that's why there are so many women in this profession, because of the balancing act we are so ably able to do. And that's the reason why they also want encouragement of women as far as judiciary is concerned, because they say the entire projection or the introspection that a woman brings when a judgment is passed is very different when it's just a male mind. And that balancing act is very much required if law has to essentially progress.
Yes. So Savita, I think very beautifully put that, of course, going forward, we'll see a lot of, judiciary also when it comes to women, because we see a lot of women lawyers now at the bar. And B, the balancing act that we have, I think a lot of sectors we see that, very higher positions are being given to women for this very quality. And I think this is only going to improve, like you rightly said. So taking this last part of what you said about, gender, not gender equality, but having, a sense of both gender. So Kritika, you are also, apart from being a lawyer, also part of a think tank. You're a director of a think tank. And I'm sure this you would be dealing with these situations. So we had this thought that when it comes to passing judgments, or when it comes to even taking a brief from, say, a client, how important it is to give a differential gender lens to such situations, while also passing an order and while also taking a brief, and taking a brief from a client. Over to you, Kritika.
Thank you so much, Petal. You know what? We are all aware that whenever we are looking at a case from a perspective of a judicial decision, that every case has to be looked at from that perspective and from those facts and circumstances and from that very, very particular lens. So, first, the judicial decisions, I feel they have a two-pronged problem. First of all, the judges, of course, are doing a good job of looking at things from a circumstantial perspective. But the moment there is a gender angle to it, it becomes very difficult. What comes in the way really is personal preferences, personal biases, personal experiences. And it is very difficult psychologically to segregate those, from the task of passing an objective judicial decision based on law. And when we read these judgments, when we are reading these kind of judgments, we really feel that, perhaps somewhere or the other, the judge, and especially when you're reading it as a woman, that, okay, so this was a male judge, and he looked at it from such a societal and his cultural perspective as to how women ought to behave or not to behave. And I really wish that we had an ungendered perspective when it came to judicial decisions, and you could look at a woman as a human being. And perhaps if you're finding that difficult, why don't you imagine her as a man and think, what you could have done had she been a man. If you're finding it difficult, you can also flip it from that perspective. So the one of the most interesting things I found was that the dissenting opinion in the Sabrimala judgment was by a woman. And I can say that authoritatively because I've been to Sabrimala when I was 11 years old. It's my culture. So I'm coming from that perspective. And, so it's not necessary that what we think of as empowerment or something that is good for a gender can come through if you're looking at it from a gendered perspective. Because, I think it's really even more important, maybe perhaps for judges to look at it, that is my bias coming in the way? Is my cultural upbringing coming in the way? Is my societal standpoint of things coming in the way when I'm delivering a judgment? Anyway, these are the kind of things that you're supposed to have a checklist of when you're passing a judgment, and perhaps enforcing the checklist a little more strongly when delivering a judgment with a gendered perspective, or any gendered perspective will come handy. When taking a brief or participating in negotiations, contract negotiations, or those kind of things, yes, I have, as a lot of the seniors here already pointed out, we do make it a point that when we represent ourselves as the absolutely ungendered perspective, in the sense that, can you please stop constantly bringing it at the top of your mind that I'm a woman, and can we just get back to the matter? It becomes very objective. It becomes very necessary that, you constantly lay down objective criteria, and you constantly enforce the fact that, for a minute, if you can set aside the fact that I'm a woman, why don't we look at the things at hand, right? And the same comes when taking briefs. But at the same time, when talking to women entrepreneurs, it's or women in higher places, the most important topic of connection becomes the fact as to the tips and tricks of dealing with an all-male room, or the problems that you face when you are when you're just wanting to go do your thing. You want to just get to the topic, but your gender comes in the way, or your orientation comes in the way. And I think that is something that you need to keep wrapping the hands of people and telling them, okay, let's get back to objective criteria. Let's get back to objective criteria. And that becomes really essential. Having said that, it is also important that people who have access to legal awareness, who are aware of their rights, with great power comes great responsibility. If you're not exercising your rights in the right manner, the people who actually need them may not be able to exercise them. And we see that a lot, especially in matrimonial cases where, suppose if the husband is a government servant or something like that, women end up filing domestic violence cases because the laws in India are such that they believe that unless there is no domestic violence, you're not entitled to a divorce. Okay, and I know there are other judgments that support otherwise, but how many of the courts are actually enforcing it? And so you're left with no other option but to exploit the law. And so, it's very important that the people who have access to law exercise it mindfully, and you don't skew the balance on either side, and that is what is most important.
Right. Thank you so much, Kritika. Taking this a little forward and sort of also going towards concluding the session, Neelima ma'am, my next question is to you as to, even though we have heard that yes, we should not be we should not look at situations and perspectives from being a woman, and just should focus on being a professional. But do you feel that women lawyers do hesitate in taking bigger roles? So personally, as per my understanding and as per the experiences around me, 4 out of 5 professional women lawyers will hesitate in taking bigger roles, whereas that's not the case when it comes to male counterparts. Your thoughts on that, ma'am?
Thanks. Petal, again, a very interesting question. I'm wondering who those 4 out of 5 women are, because none of the women around me or who I know would hesitate in taking such roles. And in fact, they have been taking such roles. So I would say that it is not just that we have women lawyers in the profession. There is a definite need for women lawyers in the profession. And I will say why. Number one, especially when it comes to women-centric issues, there are a lot of women clients or even clients otherwise, parents or whatever, who are more comfortable confiding in a woman lawyer. Even when there are certain social issues involved, people are very often more comfortable with a woman lawyer. Likewise, when it comes to counseling, etc., there is a very interesting report by Tata Trust on the various legal aspects, one of them being legal aid, and it's a very recent report of 2020, where they say that a need for counselors at the various legal centers which they have. Number one, we have lesser centers right now than what we need. They advise having one center for every 6 villages. In some of the states, we have as few as one center for more than 500 villages. The ratio is much better for certain others. But there is a need for legal advisors in those centers. There is a need for counselors in those centers. And their first interaction is what matters a lot to them. Once a trust level is created, a confidence in the person is created, then those women, or even it need not always be women, it can be other marginalized sections of the society, they feel much more comfortable sharing, confiding, coming out with the true facts, the correct facts and everything, and taking their case forward. Otherwise, they may not even want to take their cases forward. So creating that level of confidence and all, the need for counselors, even when they interact with the police, the need for the women constables, the women officers, so they need that, the requirement or their need to interact with women at every level, at every stage is there. which is something, in my opinion, that is why I say that you just don't need women. You definitely need women lawyers in this, in the entire system. Now, coming to role taking, we have Maninder here with us. She's been the ASG, and a very good one at that, of course. And we have Savita here, who is a senior partner, and again, the think tank here. So, I mean, what more can we say about not taking roles? We have, I mean, you know, the Delhi High Court, at any given point in time, we have a good number of lady judges.
Right.
And I don't think we ever felt, if anyone ever feels discriminated or differentiated, that they did not get, that they would have got something better in some other court. No, that I mean, they are at par with everybody else. So we have ladies, women as law officers, we have women as judges, we have women as senior partners. They are playing important, they are legal heads in the corporate world. So
Right.
I don't think, and as I said, even for the marginalized sections of the society, they need that comfort of the women being there. Because as I was reading, you know, suppose a lady who's gone through some physical assault or something, she may not want to be in the vicinity of a person who, you know, who is the accused, because she may not feel comfortable. So giving her that comfort level, she would always feel more comfortable with a counselor, with her lawyer being a lady. So, you know, I don't see, at least I have not met anyone who is not willing to take bigger and higher challenges. I think everyone is, but if someone is not, then I'll be happy to meet them and try and inspire them.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your thoughts on that. Maninder, ma'am, coming to you, and of course, you've shared a lot of, I would say, nuggets and a lot of takeaways for us to you know, sort of take back and apply in our daily practice of law. But just to understand, like ma'am said, you have been a former additional solicitor general and senior advocate, designated senior advocate. So well-established career, ma'am, successful career. In 5 brief points, ma'am, if you could share the secret of success, the secret to actually, you know, reach where you are today.
Well, I already discussed in my first answer some of it, but curating your career, building your career is a very interesting exercise. So first is enjoy it. Don't think these are times full of struggle. And I don't know, where will I reach? What will happen? Yes, these worries will bother you, but enjoy it. You are building something. You're growing a baby. A profession is also like a baby. Building up clients, having more matters, changing different kinds of, having different kinds of matters, and then building your own office, buying it. So it's a very, very interesting exercise. Just enjoy it. Nurture your career and enjoy it. 5 points. First, I would put for a woman is better time management, grit, determination, high self-esteem, and love yourself. You must love yourself. Take out time for yourself. You are as important as your profession, as your husband, as your children, or as your in-laws, with whom maybe you are staying with them or not, but you are as important. So just love yourself, nurture yourself also. Then you'll be a happy individual and you'll be able to do more. Fight for yourself if required. Fight for yourself also. Secondly, I would say, as coming back to the profession, that is regarding your own persona, so that you can deal with profession. In profession, I would say hard work, consistency, not losing hope. Work is difficult to come in the beginning. Money is difficult to be earned in the beginning. It's difficult. So some people may have support, some may not have support. But if you do not have support, don't lose heart. Don't think that I should go and join a firm, I can't do litigation. Or if you are in a firm, don't think I'm getting less, the pay is not enough, work is good, but now I should. Don't chase the money so much, reduce your needs a bit. Keep your eye on work. Keep your eye on work. and money will come. That is a byproduct of good work. So it will come. Second is one thing that it is going out of your question, but I will say it here. That is, women need the support of women also. And sometimes it doesn't come. So we all are here because in our times, there were not many women. There were only 1 or 2 lady judges. All other were men. Our seniors were men. Judges were men. We got their support and we have reached here. Women, I'm not saying women don't support each other, but sometimes women can be invisible to women. When you're choosing somebody for work, when you're choosing a counsel, or when you're thinking of somebody for promotion, when you're thinking for somebody for some position, choose them on merit. We don't want reservations. I don't think that some percent, but don't ignore the merit. So women should not be invisible either to men or to women, and more, especially women should keep them in their mind. So women need support of the women. And must show accountability to your client, must add value to the work, must work for every penny that you have put in your purse, which has been paid by the client. You must make it work. Only then more work will come to you. So that should happen. And of course, in support, I would give you an example. I really feel very strongly about it. When I was the ASD, and there was this board right from the time the ASDs began to be appointed by central government. So on that board, when my name was put, I was not so very happy about me becoming an ASD, but I was really very happy about the Delhi High Court getting the first woman ASD, and on that board, a woman's name to be put. And on one of the days when we were having a conference on in a very difficult construction arbitration matter, and there were 2 young women who were briefing me from a firm who really knew their job well, who really knew their job well. But they were being stopped at every point by the client. At every point, the client was differing with them. And then I had to sort of stand up for them nicely. And I said that, yes, I'm really impressed by your drafting, by your note, and they've done a very good job. So sometimes, you know, I wouldn't call it discrimination. There are newer and newer fields. And maybe there is somebody sitting there from the side of the client or somewhere who doesn't expect that a woman can be as good as a man. Maybe everybody has their own prejudices. Then the answer is not to get affected by it or intimidated by it or pick up a sword. Answer is answer through your work. The work speaks louder and clearer than anything else. So otherwise, I would say in the 5 points, hard work, grit and determination, time management is very important. Balancing act, as I was hearing the younger panel prior to me, that balancing act is really, really important. Nurturing hobbies, having good friends outside the profession, considering profession only as a part of life and not the life itself, will actually put more fuel into the profession. And it will really make you stand tall. Don't get intimidated. Just stand tall. Have a very high self-esteem. Read, and also dream. And don't let anybody tell you that you can't dream this or you can't dream that. Let me tell you, when I joined the profession, I have never felt that I have been discriminated, either by the clients or in my office or by my colleagues or by judges. I have never felt that I have got lesser because I'm a woman. But what you have to, sometimes if you do feel so, answer it back with your work. And that will happen. And lastly, empires of the future are empires of the mind, Winston Churchill said. So you are what your mind is. Time management is really, really important, because as a woman, you will have to do more work than men. I would be unrealistic if I would say, no, everything is hunky-dory. No. You have to teach your children. You have to take care of their unit tests. When your mom-in-law is unwell, It is you who understands her better with that nurturing care. So more is required of you. So time management and nurturing yourself and taking care of yourself is also very important. And also renew yourself in your profession. You've done one set of work, so renew it after 2-3 years. Don't take up other work. And what Nilima said, we have never hesitated in taking roles. So taking roles also involves taking risks.
Yes.
Deciding to apply for seniority involves a lot of risks. You are appearing in 10-15 matters. You don't know whether after becoming senior, how much briefing will you get.
Right.
There is a lot of risk. You are giving away that work, but take that risk. If you want to achieve more, you will have to take that risk.
Right. It's actually coming out of your own comfort zone now while we take.
Yeah, coming out and enjoy it. It's an adventure. This journey is an adventure. It's
Right.
very, very enjoyable journey. Even at this stage, we are picking up new subjects, which we never did it. At our time, those subjects were not there. I mean, subjects, the way we understand insolvency today, the way we understand construction arbitration today, with a lot of engineering weaved in. So all these are very newer things, but we are doing it.
Right.
And we enjoy it. And that's what makes you a good and solid professional.
Right.
As good as any man. There's no problem between the men and the women. You are only a professional.
Right. Thank you so much, ma'am. And taking ma'am's advice on time management, we've overshot a little bit. But to close this session, both Kritika and Savita, my last bit of question to you, and we'll close the session with it. So Kritika, we'll go with you first. Where do you feel that women, when it comes to awareness of legal rights, how do you feel that that is there in society, both rural and urban? And it can be further taken up by Savita, the prolonged question that how can we ensure that, so if it's not as much as it should be, how can we ensure that it can be improved and women should actually know of their rights more? So Kritika, you go first. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a misnomer really that there is lack of legal awareness in rural areas. I've actually, it perhaps also depends a lot on the region of India that you're talking about. So for example, I have worked in rural NGOs in Maharashtra, where women are very much aware of their rights. Divorce rates in Maharashtra, for example, are higher in the rural areas than they are in the urban areas. And so what is really more important perhaps is that, yes, there is legal awareness, but how much are these people able to enforce their rights? It's also, in the last panel discussion, we already discussed about how, there is the mechanism that is available for enforcement of rights is perhaps not that great. But what is also not available is that perhaps we need to change our the way that we are conducting legal awareness. There needs to be more focus on giving women psychological tools to deal with situations. For example, when you're rescuing prostitutes in a human trafficking matter, why are they going back to prostitution even after being rescued? Because the rehabilitation portion of it is not being done properly. There is need for psychological counseling. As Nilima ma'am pointed out, counselors who are able to psychologically counsel someone and able to give them tools to cope with the situation, make them feel that they are in fact in control of the situation and that it is actually possible to take steps is important. Apart from, of course, spreading legal awareness. I had this case recently last week where absolutely educated chartered accountants and MBAs refused to sign a criminal petition because they were afraid that they would get implicated if they sign a criminal petition on behalf of the company. So this is the scenario of educated Indians in India. To think about those people who don't have access to proper education. They may be literate, but how educated are they? And it's therefore very, very necessary that you're able to not just allocate money for legal awareness or take on legal awareness, before taking up legal awareness, it's perhaps also important to figure out where are things going wrong and where is the scope for improvement. So there's a lot of preparation that I think, and a lot of forethought that I think that is lacking in these programs that are happening. Just to close with one last example that, I found the most, that's the day that I got most irritated for being a woman. I was in the Ministry of Women and Child, and we were talking about how to improve the nutrition status of women and the trouble that women are facing with breastfeeding and the need for medical awareness on those fronts. And they are doing good work, and they want to promote nutrition that is more local based and local sourced, which is absolutely amazing. But at the same time, one of the people working on those projects called up a counselor in the local area and said, "Ma'am, we want to do a pakhwara for the women, and we need to arrange a program. How do we teach them nutrition?" And she just came with this flat answer and said, "Why don't we get a cooking contest done? And that will be more than enough." And, so the forethought part is really, really important. And also the approach that is being taken. Over to you, Savita ma'am.
Thank you so much, Kritika. And I think she's very ably put the whole thing, because it's that thought process that requires to change. Aspects of legal awareness has been there since eternity, but it seems not to permeate to all kinds of society. And it's just not rural. I think urban women also are not very much aware or secure with regard to the rights. And of course, we are seeing more and more organizations, and just not the government, but a lot of private organizations now stepping into the bandwagon to try and create more and more awareness. And I think what's required is, of course, the change in approach, which is exactly what Kritika is saying. You don't look at it just purely the fact that, you just have to go and disseminate that knowledge. It's very important that knowledge empowers us. And that is only possible if the very mindset of a person starts changing. And that starts from the education outlook that is provided in various schools. It is important to make legal awareness an imperative part of education in schools. And it's just not about women, but men. The whole aspect has always been that, we are constantly changing ourselves. We are evolving ourselves. We are thinking of other ways to take Maninder ma'am's word, renew ourselves. But it's just not about us. We live in a society. There are different types of people that are part of this. We need to change every aspect of it. And that's when awareness becomes, it reaches out to us, and we are able to pull and derive value for it. So I think in this entire equation, the male mindset also needs to change. The male members of our society require to also be made aware that these are the rights of the women, and they must also see that their near and dear ones also learn about it. And the women ourselves need to know that, there is a lot of power within ourselves, which we need to basically bring out and source it. And I don't think it is about rural or urban or anything of that sort. It is about a structure. That structure needs to change.
Right. Thank you so much, Kritika and Savita, both of you. Thank you so much, each one of you, Maninder ma'am, Nilima ma'am, Kritika, Savita, for being part of this session. I really thank BW Legal, Dr. Batra, Ashima, Garima, and thank you so much for having us here. Over to you, Kathy.
Thank you so much, Petal and panelists. Thank you so much for your time today. If we could request you to make the Break the Bias post with us for our social media, that would be great. Maninder ma'am, Nilima ma'am, could we have Break the Bias? Thank you so much. Thank you so much all for this wonderful session and breaking the bias in your careers and in your journeys. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very
much. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashima, and thank you, Petal.
Thank you, all of us, all of you.
Doing this.
Thank you, Kritika. Nilima, of course, I keep hearing her in the court and we talk, but it was a pleasure hearing all of you, and this panel was very nice.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Over to you, Kathy.
Thank you, Ashima. Thank you to all our panelists. Thank you for sharing your journeys here with us. And I'm sure you've stood out as role models to all those aspiring to get into the legal world. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, don't forget you can join the conversation using the hashtag Break the Bias, and you'd get to know a lot more insights taken from all our audiences. Moving forward to our panel discussion, which will talk about life at law firms from lens of women lawyers. What is working and what needs fixing? On this panel, again, we have some luminous personalities coming in. Our first panelist, Meghna Mishra, partner, Karanjawala and Company, Charanya Lakshmi Kumaran, partner, Lakshmi Kumaran and Sridharan, Akanksha Joshi, partner, Economic Laws Practice, Shaishri Kadakia, partner, Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas. And I'd also like to welcome our moderator for this session, Shruti Raina, Principal Associate, Law Office of Panag and Babu. A very warm welcome to you, ladies, and over to you.
A very good afternoon to the panel. I see that there's a lot of strong female leadership gathered at the Zoom link today. It's heartwarming to see this, honestly. And I think I can speak for this entire panel when I say that while many law firms are today working towards making the workspace more female friendly, there's still a lot to be desired, discussed, and resolved when it comes to women advancement. Famously, and this is not just in India, but across the spectrum, it's been seen that while at the entry level, there's almost a gender parity when it comes to the male to female ratio. As we move up the hierarchy, those numbers are dwindling. Women are getting in, but they're not going up the ladder. So what we hope to do today is discuss some of the issues concerned with that. We're going to be touching about traditional sexual stereotyping, the gender wage gap, penalties of parenthood, as well as sexual harassment at the workplace. Now, we'll start with something that's unfortunately rather intrinsic in society. And Meghna, we'd love to have your thoughts on this. In your personal experience and what you've observed in your career, what are the instances of traditional sexual stereotyping that you've come across?
Hi, it's a pleasure to be here today and to speak with all of you on a very, very relevant topic. You see, when we talk about gender stereotype, I think what is very, very important is to understand that when you, and you know, Shruti, you have very rightly said that at the entry level, and especially in litigation, because we are a litigation firm, so that's what I see more regularly. What we find is the enthusiasm is there. All through law school, the girls have worked hard, but they start dropping out with marriage and with children and responsibilities at home. And we'll probably discuss that a little more in detail. But the stereotyping that I see in courts, and luckily not in my firm because we are a lot of women partners at Karanjawala and Company. So, but what you do see is, you know, when you have clients come in, they are probably the stereotype of, are women aggressive enough? Will she give enough time? Are they ambitious enough? Can we hand over such a big matter to a woman? So these are the stereotypes that are very commonly seen. But that said, and I think what Maninda ma'am was just saying in the previous session, that these are things that you can, with your hard work and dedication, dispel. And it is only, unfortunately, there are also those stereotypes and people who come, you know, that women are irrational, women are just good for nurturing. Now, those are more difficult barriers to break, I feel. And I would be amiss in sort of dismissing this whole issue by saying that only our hard work would be enough. I think law firms, lawyers, as women practicing advocates, we all need to come together to work towards, you know, finding ways and solutions, because this is not something that you can just brush under the carpet. So this stereotyping does exist. And like ma'am said, and you know, I think our generation, my generation, and some of you are younger, and I think, you know, as we keep growing and as time goes by, this should keep improving. but it's not going to happen automatically. There will be things that we need to do. We need to come together, maybe not just to find solutions, but also, how do we deter sexual harassment cases, for example? What can we do to help bridge this gap in terms of, are there enough childcare means that have been provided? Can the court be a friendlier place to bring your child while you attend court? So there's a lot of things that can be done to get away from the stereotyping which exists. Shruti, and I would leave that for further discussion in this session.
Of course. That's a very good point. And Charanya, it'd be great to have your thoughts on this. When you started off, did you feel that there was sexual stereotyping, not just with clients, which I think is a very important point that Meghna ma'am made, that there are, especially, being a litigating lawyer myself, I have seen that there is some amount of sexual stereotyping where male clients feel that men might be in a better place to handle their cases. But have you faced the same even when it comes to colleagues, seniors, when you were starting off earlier?
Right. So thank you again. Thank you, BW, all of you, for having me here. I've had a very interesting, a very different journey compared to a lot of people at my age, right? I actually got married very young, which is very, very unheard of for people of my generation. And with that, there was a lot of stereotyping that sort of, it's not visible, but you can feel it, right? And there are multiple layers of struggles and hurdles that one faces. At a professional level, coming from a commercial laws background, it is assumed that women are not good commercial tax lawyers. It's just assumed, they just feel, oh, you don't get numbers, you don't understand complicated constitutional points or complicated commercial, how business works and transactions work, right? It's a very, very generic stereotyping. And I think that still exists. It still exists. If you see, as litigating lawyers, we go to court, we go to so many different forums. The number of women today, I still see a lot of women now, a lot of girls now at the High Court, at the Supreme Court, but they're all juniors, right? There's so many more women juniors today than there were earlier, but I still see them as juniors. I want them to be litigating lawyers, being out there and arguing cases. So we still have that gap, right? Stereotyping among colleagues, luckily for us, luckily for me, I didn't face extreme stereotyping because I work at a family firm, right? But it did, you could feel from clients, you could feel, you're young, you don't know. There is this concept of being young and a woman. That's the worst. Honestly, I feel, if you're a woman and you have gray hair, then, then there's a different kind of respect you get. But if you're young, God forbid, and a woman, then, you really, what do you really know? Those kind of, it's there, but definitely what really dispels it is, hang in there and don't let these things affect you. And these things can very easily affect you, easily throw you off course. It's there. You will face it, not now, but you'll face it throughout your life, right? But one positive which I found, and which I keep telling all my friends and women colleagues, is that if you're a good woman lawyer or a good woman litigator, it's much easier for you to be noticed. I find that judges, I find that colleagues, I think it's because the bar is so low that they've kept for us that if you're good at it, you just shine. So that is something that I want to sort of emphasize and say that if there is a stereotyping, it's easier to break out because the standards are so low. So I'm going to stop there. I don't know if I've really answered your questions, but I've taken you elsewhere, perhaps.
No, you definitely have. And what you spoke of in terms of getting noticed. Unfortunately, I have a counter to that, which is that sometimes getting noticed is not necessarily in a good way. I famously quote this to a lot of my friends. So there's statistical data on this, that in the US Supreme Court, it was seen that female Supreme Court judges get interrupted about 65% more than male Supreme Court judges. And we're talking about justices. It's not even lawyers. So, I mean, we can stand out, and hopefully it will be in a good way. Sheshvi, do you think you could, I know this is a really difficult problem to articulate because you can't say that, this is stereotyping or not, because it's also as intrinsic and it's a sense that you get from a client or from a colleague, and they may not say it in direct words, it may be in actions. But do you think there's anything we can do in terms of corrective measures to stop this kind of stereotyping in law firms?
So it's interesting, Shruti, when you say that it may not come out and sometimes it's, not visible. The reality is that, I work with a lot of families in the kind of practice area I have. And I've actually sat on a table with 20 men around me discussing whether, as part of their succession plan, that women should be involved, and telling me and my female partner on our faces that we don't think women are competent enough, which is the irony of the situation, because you're taking advice from two lawyers and telling them we don't think our women are competent to be succeed to our business. So there is that stereotyping for sure. What can we do is, I think, just calling out behaviors and understanding what we're doing. I think we've come a bit of, there has been a journey since the start of my career to now, but I think a lot of it has to involve conversations that we need to have. And I think there are three kinds of conversations, because that stereotyping happens at work with our colleagues, like, Meghna was saying, if there's a question, are women too, are they going to be aggressive enough? And the other angle of that is they're too aggressive. There's no sort of aggressive meter that I set my aggressiveness exactly at 5. You can't do that. And you're going to be judged either way. There's who says stereotyping within, there's stereotyping by clients, and there's stereotyping by at home, because people don't really understand why women have to work. Why do you have to work? Your husband works for you, your father works for you. Why do you have to be ambitious? And I think all of these involve conversations. Conversations like these are very important. I think a lot of firms have to have HR, strong HR people there, which most firms don't do. That is very important. And I think it's very important for women to have mentors, women mentors, who can tell them, who've passed through that journey, and who can tell them that, it's okay, and you can succeed in spite of whatever stereotypes that you have. But essentially, I think it's really, we need to talk about this, and we need to call out certain behaviors, whether not, even if not expressly in our conversations. And like somebody was saying in an earlier panel, we need to build allies, and it's important that we do that.
That's actually a great point, Sheshvi and Akansha. I'll just piggyback on that and ask you the same thing. Now, calling out people is also really difficult, because nowadays there are a lot of senior partners, men who say that, when they hire women, they're afraid of them calling out such kind of behavior. I mean, they don't call it calling out, but when it comes to sexual harassment complaints or even such sexual stereotyping, they say that they're afraid of hiring women because they feel like these are the kind of issues that will come up. What do you think is the best way to go about this?
So one thing that's very important is the relationship that you have with your colleagues, both male and female. And unfortunately, we are still in a situation where, men dominate the higher rungs of power, right? So if, let's say, I believe that there has been behavior which is egregious, I would just try and bring it up with, the senior management of the firm when I'm having sort of casual chats. Do you think this is the way we should be doing things? I don't think women would be comfortable. This person is competent. Or, sometimes I'm also a bit, I'm a bit ironic about it, even though it may ruffle a few feathers. So, for instance, I was unfortunately or fortunately one of the first female partners in my firm. And I was at a dinner, and my partner, who was a great guy, and, I have a great working relationship with him, but he introduced me as, please meet Akanksha Joshi, our women partner. So I said, oh, thank you. I just got into the token vote, So I try to lighten the situation a little bit, but try and bring it across. May or may not go well, but you need to pick the people. But, the point is that then, people do realize that it's not the best way of doing things. I'm not an aggressive person, but whenever I need to, I do make it a point to, air my views. So for instance, you have these sort of joking anti-feminist type of barbs that people throw, etc. And then I would just say, why do you think what's wrong with feminism? It's like, but are you a feminist? You don't look like a feminist. So, you have these conversations which are more casual in nature to try and normalize, things that most of us take for granted, that, we're equal, we deserve equal opportunity, that, our behaviors are no different. I bring up statistics because, I don't know, I think Charanya said it, or you said it, that, women keep getting interrupted. So, bringing that up, that, oh, don't you think, if I'm in a meeting with a colleague, I'd say, oh, I think I was being interrupted quite a bit. And they may not have noticed it, but, when you just put it to them, then they start realizing it. And sometimes they stand for you or sometimes they don't. But, the point is to just create that awareness within your firm of this type of behavior. And also, random statistics about how, women have the stereotype of speaking a lot, that, we talk a lot more than men do. But there have been studies that actually say that men speak twice as much as women do. Like, number of words uttered by men are twice as many as those of women in a day, in general. So, if you just bring up these things, then, people are being casual, because casual sexism is something that you'd face more regularly than, just outright discrimination. And, you have to somehow try and make a more collaborative atmosphere and say, okay, fine, you may have these subtle biases or subconscious biases at times, but, we need to somehow dispel them. And maybe, just calling it out and may not work, because people are very resistant also, when you're trying to make it that combative. But the point is, you shouldn't stay quiet if you believe that the way you have been treated or anyone else has been treated has not really gel with your idea of equality and just equal opportunities.
Speaking of sensitive subjects to speak about with the management, there's a clear issue of the gender wage gap, which I don't think most law firms will admit, but seems to exist because of the lack of transparency. And this is an open secret, that people don't talk about money. So how do women actually know that they are being equally compensated or not at the workforce? Meghna, with your experience and at your law firm, how do you deal with this issue?
So, I've spent too many years at Karanjawala. So, and because, my seniors were two women colleagues who, brought me into litigation and trained me. So I didn't face that. And I don't see that in our firm. But, you have to look, and let's not just talk about the bigger firms. There are also smaller firms that have 10 lawyers who may look at, you see what happens is, and the explanation, Shruti, for this different pay given to women is also, have they taken a maternity break? Have we had to, and did we go out of pocket for 6 months of maternity leave, which they are entitled in law to take? And, for 26 weeks, they've been out. These are the justifications that you hear, and as a woman I have 2 children and I have taken my maternity leaves and I've bounced back. So, it is a struggle and it is there. So there's no point in sort of saying that just because I have been lucky to be in the firm that I am, that others don't face it. Because what you do, unfortunately, because salary and payment, what you make is something that you won't be discussing openly. So sometimes it's only when you're leaving, and you've left the organization that you realize. So I think in the US, for example, there is a statute which allows you to sort of challenge that disparity if you're faced on a gender basis that you've been paid less than your equal male part. But for our legal sector, it is a bit difficult. And therefore, you need to put in place, law firms need to put in place ways of evaluation which are transparent. You need to have policies which transparently evaluate your work, and so that inequality which is there, which is based only on the fact of your gender, that can be pinpointed, because these biases need to be acknowledged, and then you can work at checking them. But if the woman is putting in equal number of hours, is as good, is as competent, then the fact that she will down the line take a maternity break, or some sort of other leave is required for childcare, that should not be a criteria. And therefore, what needs to be done is, have transparent systems put in place, policies which are there. At the time when you're being hired in a firm, even though you're very excited, perhaps have that conversation. How do you treat the women? How do you view, would this be something that would work against me? So many times, unfortunately, I also hear this conversation that I don't want to hire a woman lawyer because, at the moment she is 20 something, and it is a given that she will go on a leave. I don't know whether she'll come back after she gets married. Then there will be a maternity break. So all of these biases that work against us, we need to work hard by sheer competence, by working double as hard, by doing double, better, much better than the male counterparts, to be able to just stay in the race. And that's a very unfortunate thing that I'm saying, but I'm saying it from this platform because it's true. Because at the end of the day, my husband may be extremely supportive, but my children are still calling me as the first person. And supposing I'm in court, I don't respond. Of course, I know my husband's going to respond. But I know that the first call, if they're not well, comes to me still.
And I'm glad you spoke about competency, because what tends to happen is all those factors that you just mentioned, they all get camouflaged by people taking the calls as whether she's competent or not.
Correct. And that's why, Shruti, if you are so good and you prove your worth, then no organization is going to look the other way. They will come forward. They will be. But that, of course, also means that, you don't have a level playing field with the men, and we don't. So let's not pretend that that doesn't exist.
That's on point. Shashri, what would you say? Can we see some transparency in the future of CAM, and how we'll be looking at the gender wage gap?
So honestly, Shruti, I can say I've worked in 2 law firms. And I think the stark difference between the 2 law firms was that one has policies, and CAM has policies that are bands. And by and large, as you progress within the firm, if you are in a particular band, you will make the money that that band offers. Whereas the other firm I worked with had no bands. It was entirely ad hoc. It was entirely subjective. And that's when I think the real difficulty starts. So, there are 2 aspects here. One is your salary and your bonuses that you make year on year. And the other is, career progression. So as far as salaries are concerned, there are firms that have policies and there are firms that don't have policies and structures. And the real difficulty arises in the firms that don't have policies and structures because it's so subjective. Women typically tend to negotiate, less. We're less aggressive when it comes to negotiating. A lot of women I have seen from personal experience have a bit of an imposter syndrome, which is why we undervalue ourselves. As they say that God give me the confidence of a mediocre man. Because that's what it is, and that's where your relationship with other people comes in, which is I think the real issue that we need to solve as law firms, is to have structures and policies and bans, even if sometimes those bans are unpopular because some people will like to think of themselves as high performers, and they think that bans are slightly like a more Marxist or communist way of looking at things. But it doesn't matter, because that is what leads to equanimity, which is greater than or more important than equality in that sense. So from a CAM perspective, I think the band structure works well. The other thing is career progression, as Meghna was saying, which is actually, I think, very hard to sort of, find a solution to, because there are so many various factors that come into this. Is marriage and motherhood, the 2 big M's for us, being the critical ones. And that's, I think, again, it requires, conversation, it requires HR policies, it requires people to get together and think about these situations. And it's not like, I don't think there are firms that don't want to make the change. I think it's also because people aren't necessarily aware. So many of these are headed by men. As I don't know if they're also aware of the situations, I don't know if they're aware of individual instances where someone has been discriminated against. And I think that from that perspective, again, it's something that we need to get more people to speak about their own personal experiences and how firms can do better from that perspective, specifically for career progression.
I think one of the important points that you just made, which I completely agree with, and I've seen across the spectrum, is that women do struggle with self-worth. I think they find it difficult to have the conversation that I deserve more, and they feel underconfident when it comes to how much they need to get paid and what they should be getting. Charanya, if you could just tell us how somebody should deal with this kind of an issue and maybe bring up a conversation at least, if nothing else.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what Sheshvi said of imposter syndrome, it is something that we all are dealing with, because I think the kind of confidence that a male counterpart or a colleague has is fantastic. I wonder, how they have the kind of confidence, but it's also social, how society brings up a woman versus a girl versus a boy. There's just so much confidence given. So some of the conversations that I have with my female colleagues, I have with my male colleagues, is number one, being very, very clear about what you want in your life, right? We are here, I'm here today because, I'm daughter of a working mother, right? But I know the struggle that my colleagues are facing, my friends are facing, who are daughters of perhaps mothers who are not working. So the first issue is at a very personal level. What is your barometer? How do you want to deal with marriage and motherhood is something that one needs to sort of try and reconcile as a woman. You need to try and reconcile that, and you will keep learning as you go, as you grow in the organization, as you meet more and more people, you will learn to understand and try and have some sort of a barometer for that. But very importantly, I feel that competency and career progression are very, very important conversations to have. Beyond a point, really, when we're talking about marriage and motherhood, there is a phase where it is going to be very, very hard. You are going to be probably working at 20%, 30% efficiency, right? You always feel that you're going to be lagging behind. But it is important to let other colleagues know that it's okay, it's fine. And that should not be your reason that you're going to lag behind in your career, should not be the reason for you to make certain personal choices. I think it's very, very crucial. If women today are forced into delaying having children, are forced to not getting married or not having children because of the organization that they are in, the profession that they are in, and it is at divergence with what they want inherently, you're not going to have happy people. At the end of the day, it is a sum of everything. It's a sum of a personal as well as professional growth that has to happen side by side. So number one, having this conversation socially, have these conversations with your colleagues, try and gauge where other people are at, and very softly, as Akanksha said, make certain remarks. You can start with, I don't see anything wrong with this. At the same time, at a management or at a leadership level, it's very important to let men and women know that going on maternity leave or taking leave because parents are unwell, because maternity leave is for women. We do see a lot of my male colleagues also have taken 3 months off, 6 months off, because they have parents living not in Delhi, Mumbai, they're living in some other town. So they are taking time out and going back. Now, when I think of a male colleague taking 3 months off or 4 months off to go and take care of his parents, right? Why is it that when we look at maternity leave, there is a completely different, frame with which we have that, and we look at the maternity leave. So those are conversations we must have. The second thing is competency. And when we're talking about competency, again, something that Sheshvi said, does your organization have somewhat a semblance of a policy at least, right? Are you going to be judged very fairly vis-a-vis any other colleague with the same professional experience? If you have 4 years or 6 years of experience, are you going to be tested on the same parameters? And what are the parameters we're going to talk about? Parameters are research skills. Parameters are team building, empathy, how quickly you're able to respond to clients, how quickly you're able to, say, provide deliverables, are you collaborative with other teams in the organization? Are you able to nurture teams underneath you? These are the real competency of any professional. And every woman or man wants to really only be judged on these parameters. So are these parameters there? Is it being fairly administered at all stages? Even in our firm, we have a band system, and that has really removed a lot of subjectivity, because at the back of your mind, you know that these are the parameters largely that are going to be looked at for my career progression. So, having a policy, having these discussions, and understanding that you do not need to sacrifice one for the other. You should not sacrifice. It's a personal choice to get married or not, to have a child or not. It's a personal choice. But it should never be at the cost of something else. So these are things that women should understand. Male colleagues should also try and empathize that it's not easy. It's not easy to make these decisions. And at the same time, have these conversations with people, see where your firm is at, see what policies are being framed, try and be part. You'll always find one or two, at least one or two, sympathetic ears. You will find now we are at a position where really in most of the large firms, most of the medium to big firms, we have very many women partners, so reach out to them. There is a sense of belonging, there is a sense of camaraderie that women have, that women must build for one another. So these are some of the parameters one must work at if you want to have these conversations.
That sounds like an ideal framework. So it's like an objective criteria, which is well administered. And in an ideal universe, we would all have that, I hope. But Akansha, given that you were the first female partner in your firm, did you also go through the same self-worth issues? Did you have an imposter syndrome? Did you find it difficult to kind of make your place? I mean, I'm sure it was tougher than it was for the men. But what was your personal experience going through it?
So the first thing is that, you realize that you don't have so many people to talk to because, you don't have the female role model within your firm, because it's easier, of course, and you can relate more to somebody who's possibly had the same challenges as you did, right? So definitely there is an imposter syndrome. And, I think so when I started my career and, I was progressing through the ladder, things have changed quite a bit. So the kind of resistance maybe that I had when I was younger, I don't have that now. And I don't know for sure, but I'm hoping that the younger, women colleagues I have in the firm don't really face that. But, there would be clients who would, not look at me when I was speaking to them and speak to my main colleague who could have been junior to me, and that's happened quite a lot as well. And that does create a bit of, issue with self-worth and self-doubt, etc. But somewhere you also need to believe in yourself and say that, okay, fine, if despite all these difficulties, I could have made it through despite, the various questions and the kind of questions also that, was she really promoted because she was a woman? Or is there anything tricky in it? These really terrible insinuations and innuendo. I don't know. A lot of women do face that as well. And honestly, all of that just gets dispelled with visibility. So, people who do push through these barriers, who do come through and then, say, okay, fine, this is how it is. And so kind of, beat a chart path out for, other women as well. And the second thing, of course, is to know exactly what everyone is doing, what is the kind of money which is available, what kind of career progression, ask questions within the firm as to how do I get from point A to point B? What will it take for me to do? Because if somebody has to answer those questions for you, they also do become responsible for those answers. So if they say, oh, you need to do this, you need to have this competency. Okay, so where am I lacking in that? And if it was some sort of subjective question that led to that, entire process, it would also make the other person feel, okay, did I evaluate this properly? So I think clarity, information is something that you need to arm yourself with to be able to progress further. And of course, it's great to have women colleagues, it's great to have women mentors, and also to have good relationships, all around you to be able to get to, where you want to be.
What would you say about the gender wage gap at ELP? I'm not insinuating that there is one, but still.
No, so we also have implemented the band system for a fairly long time. I think a lot of law firms in the last 8 or 10 years have been getting external support to set up these bands. And I think maybe 80 to 90% of the criteria, depending upon which level you're at, is based on sort of very objective, objective parameters which you could measure. So they are ascertainable. But I mean, there is no way that it's completely objective, right? Because there are certain skills. For instance, Charanya mentioned things such as empathy, nurturing of a team, etc. These are very individualistic, and just relationships, team building, your relationship with the clients, etc. So all of those things are obviously a part of your competence, but how do you measure it, and how you're viewed by your colleagues is also different. So for instance, I may think, okay, fine, there's nothing wrong with a particular person. I think that they've done a good job. But somebody else may think very differently, right? Because based on their interactions, their biases, whatever it is. So I don't know how you can legislate for that. The only thing I can say is that, we work harder. It's not fair that we have to work harder, but we do have to work harder. And I think no one on this panel will look at it differently. But that's the only way. As a firm, what you should be doing is to be setting out objective criteria, having conversations with people, giving information out so that people don't feel blindsided when they see, okay, fine, this is really what it is, and I could be doing better. And because you want to retain people, men or women, who are competent. And if you know that women are competent, then you should design systems that would support them as well.
I would just like to jump in at this point. Sorry, Akanksha made a great point about some of these issues being subjective when we do appraisals, etc. One of the things, is business development.
Yeah.
The way, it's very, very different when women look at business development versus men look at business development. It's something nobody speaks about, right? And it's there. You possibly can't expect women to go, for drinks and dinner 3 nights a week or 4 nights a week with clients. It's not feasible. It's not possible. It's not something that they want to do. So, it is important at a firm level or at a group level to understand that if this is not the only way of business development, there are other ways of engaging with clients. And it's important to have conversations about that, because once you reach higher levels in an organization, that becomes a very major criteria of clients, retention, BD, your books. So that is a very, very big, I just say, a black hole right now. We don't have answers. We don't know what to do, but it's a very important piece of the puzzle right now.
Right, like a majority of the law firm partners are men. Similarly, a majority of the clients are men. So the level of comfort that they might feel with a man in doing your, what is most common in business development, a small talk, they might not feel with a woman. And that's also a constant struggle that all female partners have to go through. I think that was a very fruitful discussion on the gender wage gap, which I thought would be a very sensitive subject, but I think we have cursed through that very well. I think no discussion about women advancement is complete without touching upon some issues of sexual harassment. And I mean, specifically, we saw a lot of backlash from the #MeToo movement, where a lot of people hiring or men hiring, and sometimes, unfortunately, women hiring, because as you'll see, sometimes women undo the cause of other women. which is why I was very happy to see all these women come together today and support the same cause. They were afraid of hiring more women on account of these allegations that may have actual reason and justification. So Meghna ma'am, if you could just tell us from your experience about the kind of backlash that you've observed in Posh complaints or just allegations that have been made, whether in public or privately with management, etc.
So Shruti, this conversation, especially around the Me Too movement at that point in time, I heard a lot of this conversation that we would, and this is the Delhi High Court canteen conversation that I'm talking about, that maybe, we should, I won't be comfortable now hiring a woman junior colleague in the chamber. I don't want to be at risk, I know that I won't do anything, but what if this is misused? But I think a lot of that again, and it's all connected to if you are good enough at your work, if they want you bad enough, then all these things these are issues that you will have to work your way through. Now with the Posh complaints and the Posh infrastructure that, the committee that has to be set up, I think all of the bigger firms, all of us do have them in place. But what I think does need to be done is have more conversation, more discussion on this committee on what constitutes a sexual harassment, whether, a colorable remark made off the cuff may not constitute, but if this is a pattern, then that definitely is. If someone is looking at you, making you uncomfortable, you have the ability to bring that up with your senior. If your senior is making you uncomfortable, you must have the ability to, and the knowledge that whom can you approach. And it is a very, and this I think is something that makes a woman so uncomfortable that you would find the tendency then is, I don't want to go to work. And, then we are talking, the Vishaka judgment was what, 1997, so about 25 years ago. And from then on, that discussion is still going on, that the protection from sexual harassment is something that is implicit in gender equality. There has to be a right to, work with dignity without having this fear that are you going to be sexually harassed at the place that you're working. You must have that comfort and that knowledge that you are safe in your work environment. But I think that said, it continues to be an evil. And if all the women come together, insist a little bit more, on conducting of workshops, of being transparent, of having that committee perhaps, more visibly put, how it works. And also, I think what is very important is that the firms must talk about the stand that they are willing to take in case an incident takes place, that the woman is not going to be looked at as the troublemaker. There is going to be nothing, there will be no hesitation then in the woman colleague approaching the committee. And so I think that's something that we can all work towards. Just having the committee on paper may not, give all the women colleagues enough grit and determination. You need to empower each other by coming together. So have that conversation a little bit more, I feel. Definitely. And I think, it would be amiss of me to not mention that, especially in litigation, when I had joined more than, 20 years ago now, there used to be a lot of questions raised by family and friends about, women and how they were treated in our profession. And, they were always just the junior colleague in the chamber, often just a pretty face. So from there to now, the journey has been excellent. And, like all of us have talked about how at law firms, in litigation, as ASGs, as senior advocates, we see a lot of women. But there are no doubt a lot of women who face this harassment and drop out because of it. So that's something that we can nip only if we make available all, and, it starts working. It's not just a paper tiger. So I really feel we need to work on that.
Thank you, Meghna. That's wise words, which I hope most men who are not part of this panel would be listening to. But I think Ashma's just reached out to me saying we've unfortunately run out of time and she may have to close this discussion.
Thank you so much, Shruti, and thank you so much, panelists, for being with us. Much to take away, how to break out of imposter syndrome and gaslighting at workplaces. Thank you so much for breaking the bias with us today. If we could request you to please kindly also, have a picture with us on Break the Bias with this pose. Thank you so much. Let's continue breaking the bias, and thank you for your time today. Wish you a very happy Women's Day. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much, Asha.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you to all our panelists, and thank you, Shruti, for moderating this session so well. I'm sure all our audiences have taken nuggets to take back from this session. Ladies and gentlemen, we are breaking the bias through having these difficult conversations, bringing it out in the open so that these conversations can continue. Don't forget that you can join the conversation using the hashtag #BreakTheBias. We'd love to hear your insights and learnings from the session so far. We're moving towards our next panel discussion, which will talk about Posh beyond workplaces. How is the law evolving? On this panel, we have Sheetal Kapoor, Director Legal, Netflix, Sunila Avasthi, Senior Partner, AZB and Partners, Nishtha Sharma, Legal Counsel, Schrodinger, India, Neena Gupta Bhasin, Managing Partner, Bhasin and Co-Advocates, Bhavna Elizabeth Alexander, Partner, JSA. And moderating this session is Vasudha Mukherjee, Editorial Lead, BW Education. A very warm welcome to all of you.
Thank you, Khyati, and thank you for that, for welcoming all the panelists, and thank you, panelists, for joining us today. We have a very, very important discussion ahead of us. We're talking about the prevention of sexual harassment of women at workplace, an act that came out in 2013, which we could now call the Posh Act, and it has been enacted with the objective of preventing women from being sexually harassed and also protecting women from being sexually harassed, and furthermore, having the effective redressal of complaints of sexual harassment. But anytime a law is being passed, and we kind of heard this in the last panel too, whenever there is a talk about sexual harassment or crimes and offenses against women, the Me Too movement coming in, there is a lot of controversy and a lot of backlash that is raised by the public. And it doesn't really help with the pre-existing stigma, the taboos, and the fear that people have about speaking up about any kind of offense that happens to them or to someone that they may know. On the other hand, we also see a lot of people using social media, using public uproar to talk about their own experiences. And while I do believe that there is a role of media in creating awareness, it doesn't necessarily further one's resolve. And in situations of like he said, she said, it can be very difficult to navigate the legal avenues. So where does that leave our legal system? How do we kind of play this into designing future frameworks? And what conversations are we not having when it comes to sexual harassment at the workplace? And to talk about this, we have this really amazing, distinguished panel before us. And I would like to start by the positives. Let's start by talking about, this Posh Act has been around for a while. We'll be coming up on 10 years. How successful has it been in bringing to light instances of harassment in the workplace? Can I ask this question to Neena Bhasin? Can you tell us?
Hello, all of you. It's my pleasure to be here. And all the questions which you have framed and you have circulated to us, in fact, they're very interesting. And I think so with each question, we can have a separate debate. But anyway, I'll be very short. And so far as this Posh Act is concerned, and you talk about success of this act, I would say that it's a very good piece of legislation. But implementation of this legislation has to be more effective, according to me. There is really no specific, I was looking around and I don't find any specific data or, statistics available to assess the success of this enactment in reducing or bringing down the instances of harassment of women at workplace. Largely, it could be because of the act, how it is by itself, how it is, incorporated. If you look at section 16 of the act, it provides for maintaining complete confidentiality of identity, address of the aggrieved woman, respondent, witnesses, any information relating to conciliation, inquiry, proceedings, recommendations of internal committee or local committee, and action taken by employer or the district officer, they prohibit that to publish or make it known to public. So with this kind of a prohibition, and further there is a deterrent in section 7.3, which provides that if a chairperson or any member of the committee, whether it is the internal complaints committee or whether it is a local committee, if they make a publication or they disclose to public the details of the inquiry committee or the details of the complainant, then they will be removed from the committee. So again, this is another deterrent. Then again, you look at section 17, that provides for a penalty for publication, which you have to read with rule 12 of the rules, which says 5,000 rupees will be the penalty for disclosing the details of the committee, the complaint. So all these are very, these sections, if you read together, they are really deterrents. And because of this, we really don't have any data as such to find out the success level of this particular enactment. In fact, I would like to refer to a judgment of Bombay High Court, which again is under a confidential name by the name P versus R. Bombay High Court in this judgment has laid down guidelines that the proceedings relating to sexual harassment should be held in camera. The names of the complainant and the respondent have to be kept confidential, and they are not to be disclosed, to the extent even an affidavit which has been affirmed, which is to be affirmed, that you can affirm for the purpose of verification, the name will be there, and once you have verified it, the name has to be removed. And all other details of the proceedings, they all have to be kept confidential, to the extent when the report is given, the report also has to be destroyed once the matter is over, and you cannot report. So complete reporting has been prohibited. Now this judgment has been challenged in the Supreme Court, and it is pending. The matter is pending in the Supreme Court. It has been challenged on the grounds that this judgment violates fundamental rights of the citizen guaranteed under the Constitution, including right to freedom of speech, freedom of speech and expression, guaranteed under Article 19(1)(a), and also there is an inherent breach of inherent right, which is there of information, which is an integral part of the said right. So keeping in view all this, the scenario is such that we really don't have data, because there is an inherent deterrent provided in the Act, and also there is this Bombay High Court's judgment, which is again staring in our face, and we are still waiting for the Supreme Court to give a verdict. So far as this particular act is concerned, I feel that most of the women are not able to access this law. It is a different matter, like these companies and corporates, they have already put the enactment into operation by having an internal complaints committee, and it is very much functional. And so therefore they will be having their internal data, which is again not public. We can't really, put all together. But so far as good part of the what is happening at the local complaints committee, which is at a district level, we really don't know, because organizations which are having less than 10 or 9 employees, they have they have to go to these local committees if there is a problem. So we cannot get any data from anywhere, because of the way the whole thing has been structured. And most of these women, like about, I think so 90 to 95% women are coming from this informal sector. They are workers, who are working in the construction companies. They are the domestic servants, home-based workers. They are so these workers, again, they are not having enough they have to be sensitized, according to me, to make them aware that there is a law like this where they can move forward and they can make a lodge a complaint. And very important thing is that I sometimes wonder whether they really know what exactly is sexual harassment. something which may be sexual harassment, they may not be able to even understand that they are being sexually harassed. So that is also very important, that we have to move out after, because these companies and corporates, yes, there is, everything has been streamlined there. But when you look at the larger picture, we are really having a problem, because women have to be sensitized, and not women within the organization, because within the organization, women are sensitized. They put rules, regulations, notices on the notice board, and everything is circulated, online. So everybody is fully aware that you have a forum. But what happens to women by and large, which is from the informal sector? That again is the problem. And to get all this data together, it is very difficult. So although the act is very, very, very good, it's a very good legislation, but how far it is successful, we women have to make it successful, and we women have to see that we have a proper data. In fact, there is this she box. If I'm not taking another half a minute, I'll take. There's a she box, which is an effort which Government of India has provided a single window where women from any sector, organized or unorganized sector, they can file a complaint, and which complaint is then moved on to the concerned employer or to the local committee for working out. But the point is that this she box has to be, operated, and you have to be very techno savvy for it. The question is, where women who are working in unorganized sector, whether they will have that facility to really, log in. I was trying to log in myself, and I found that yes, you need to have first of all a smartphone, which most of these workers will not have. So again, there is this particular she box. I think so. The concept doesn't seem to be working out very successfully. Well, that's it. I would leave the house open for others to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Vasan, and thank you for sharing those point of views. You've made some excellent points. It's definitely a problem, accessibility, and this rule needs to spread out beyond corporates to informal sectors. And as you also mentioned, there's a lot of contradictions in the legal system that kind of make it difficult for any kind of law pertaining to security and identity to be enacted properly. I'd actually like to move to Ms. Nishita Sharma. I mean, you've already heard the previous panelists kind of talk about some of the challenges. Can you expand on that? What other challenges are we seeing in the legal system? And maybe what are the positives of the Posh Act? It is the first step, but what else can we expect from it?
Sure. Hi, everyone. I mean, I'm looking forward to hearing from others also. And Neena ma'am made a very relevant point. And of course, I would like to add to them. So, I come from an organization, but before that, having worked at different setups, not just different organizations, but, initially started with litigation, then went into law firms, then, now I'm an in-house counsel. So having seen or having worked at different type of organization or different setup of organization itself, we've seen tremendous change in the way things are handled, or for that matter, this entire act is interpreted, because it's again subjective to how the employer is, implementing it at their level. So of course, the act, it's a very good piece of legislation. Academically speaking, it's so to say foolproof. But then when it comes to implementation, there are a lot of latches you will see that the implementers would face. For example, there are organizations which has 10 and more employees. They're of course supposed to have policy in place. They're supposed to have ICC committee in place. Now the act is good. Sexual harassment is defined, but the act is for laymen, right? They are not lawyers. So how would they dissect the definition of sexual harassment? Like Neena ma'am said that, it's difficult for them to understand whether an act constitutes sexual harassment or not. Forget about the unorganized sector. Even at organized sector level, it's very difficult for a woman to comprehend, because it's a very subjective and a sensitive topic for one woman, or since it's a bigger platform, we're talking about DEI as well. So I would like to include both the genders, even for the other side of the gender, for them to understand whether it's a sexual harassment or not, or whether they should go ahead and proceed with filing a complaint or not, that's again a bigger challenge. So just having a policy in place, having an ICC in place doesn't really, serve the purpose. You really need to have periodical sensitization, explain at a ground level to all your employees, organized or unorganized sector, and explain them, okay, these are the nuances, or have demonstrations in place, have illustrations in place, and explain them, these are the nuances which may constitute sexual harassment for which you need to come forward, and this is the particular forum, and these are the members of the forum whom you need to approach. And you should always, during these what we try to do at organization level is we would always try to bridge the gap between the ICC members and the employees, so that they always have a rapport, they can go forward and lodge their complaint, because lodging a complaint in itself is such a stigmatic issue, right? I mean, it's a stigma for them. Should we go approach? What would be the retaliation that we may have to face? Because all of this really bring a lot of hostility at the workplace. When you're not mentally fit, psychologically fit, you won't be able to perform better. You won't be able to, coordinate with your colleagues better. So I think that the bigger challenge and the fundamentalist challenge, first of all, is how do you explain them what constitute sexual harassment? The solution would be having periodical sensitization sessions. Then moving on to the second aspect is how well well implemented and well coordinated your IC is. I mean, I'm taking you into the internal challenges. Why? Because the act is definitely provided for the provision, but when it comes to implementation, it has left upon the employer's discretion how they want to implement it. Rules are there, provisions are there, but they're all at academic level. When it comes to practical challenges, these are the things that the implementer faces. So now you need to have proper setup, proper members, because the issues are so sensitive that if you have somebody on panel who holds a lot of biasness, or who holds prejudice in general, may not be a good fit for the IC as an IC member. So how do you, and most of the organization, of course, they have IC in place. They are trying to sensitize not just the employees, but have external trainings for the IC members so that they are well equipped in handling, all these complaints or taking care of the investigation that goes on further. But there are still organizations who are just doing things at academic level. They have the IC in place, they have the policy in place, but the members don't really know how to go about the policy, or, the IC panel has the power of a civil court, but they don't really know how to, use those powers. So that's something which really needs like a baseline set for the organization, that these are the things you need to follow in order to not just sensitize your employees, but also the IC members, because they've been given the bigger responsibility of handling these sensitive situations, right? And I think one more point that Neena ma'am pointed out was the confidentiality, which is again contradicting with a lot of other points. So, just because there is an ICC doesn't really stop you. It's not like a subjudized matter before an ICC and you can't really approach other forums. You can, of course, go file FIR or approach other forums and put forward your complaints. And like Neena ma'am said, there are she boxes. So if you are hesitant in filing complaint, or probably, your complaint did not reach the proper channel, you go through the she box, and then the she box again directs it back to the ICC of an organization, where every organization is supposed to register their ICC. So, in all of this, somehow things the translation gets lost. And then the person has approached, filed an FIR. So now at organization level, you're supposed to maintain confidentiality, not just of the complainant and the victim, the person against whom the complaint has been raised, but also the witnesses, right? And everybody, including the IC members, all of us are supposed to maintain confidentiality at basic level. But again, if there is an FIR, there'll be proper investigation that would happen, right? So then the police would start visiting the premises. They would go and question the people who are involved or whose names have been mentioned in the FIR. So that kind of, it's contradictory, and it does not really help the organization in maintaining confidentiality. So again, having in picture the sensitive issue, the complainant may not feel comfortable, or there are other members who may be facing similar issues, but then they may not come forward, seeing all these, challenges and so many people involved, or people already, we have media trials. If you have these complaints at organization level, it'll be like employee trial. So they would be also, kind of thinking, and okay, this must have happened, that must have happened. That is a very difficult situation for a person who's come forward, who's actually mustered up the courage and come forward and filed a complaint, and then having go through all of this, that's another issue. So for organizations, it's difficult, but at the same time, the police authorities would be there doing their job. So that kind of brings a tiff. Then coming back to the data part, of course, organizations are supposed to file annual returns to respective authorities, but these authorities are not well defined, and it varies from state to state. And now, how authentic are your annual reports? Are they only at academic level? Are they being rigged? Are the data not being provided properly? There's no verification as such. So of course, that is also one of the issues. Just by giving a provision that you're supposed to file an annual return, and if you don't file it, there'll be X amount of penalty that will be imposed on you. That doesn't do so. I have filed my annual return. I have met my compliance. So at objective level, things are being picked. But how are they being handled at a macro level is something that depends from organization to organization, or firm to firm, or in an unorganized sector, so to say. Then I feel, I think there's one more thing that definitely needs discussion is, which again, it's an extension of what Neena ma'am mentioned, is there's a concept of extended workplace when you look at the act, and a lot of judicial pronouncements which has interpreted that it's not that workplace when you're in the office premises, but whatever you're doing, activities that has been undertaken during the course of your employment, even when you're commuting from your home to your office and something happens, one of your colleagues misbehaves with you, that's an extension of your workplace, right? So now sensitization at organization level is of course the responsibility of the organization. But what about the unorganized sector? Because every category of women, be full-time, part-time, contractual, wage earner, everybody gets covered under this particular act. So how do you really create sensitization? And like ma'am said, you have to be tech savvy. You have to actually know, okay, a provision like this exists where we can, or a forum like this exists where we can approach and lay down our grievances. So I think that's something, if the government is making laws, so they should also kind of figure out way to sensitize unorganized sector women, and
also the IC, and make sure that everyone there has the information they need, and maybe even some case studies to refer to in case they're in a situation where they don't know how to kind of navigate through that. Thank you, Ms. Sharma, for bringing in the challenges. I think we have extensively actually covered that. So I thank you both, Ms. Masan and Ms. Sharma, for going through that. Now I'm going to shift gears a little bit, and I'm going to move to Ms. Bhavna Alexander. Even though Ms. Sharma kind of mentioned before that, there's harassment, and there's also like people of the other gender who we don't necessarily take into account. And this act is very specific to women. But anyone can actually be harassed in a workplace, and sexually harassed too. So how can we maybe make this more an inclusive act? Like, how do we get from here to being more inclusive with our laws?
Well, thank you, Vasudha, and thank you for letting me on this panel. You're absolutely right. The Posh Act is very specific to women. In fact, the preamble starts with saying that this is an act exclusively for the protection of women at the workplace, right? And this is obviously a follow-on from the famous Visakha judgment that was held by the Supreme Court. Now, right after that, we had the famous Nalsa judgment, through which the Supreme Court, the highest court in our land, basically said that, we are giving legal recognition to the third gender and transgender and transvestites. And they were very clear to say that it is not just a person who's gone through a biological process, a sexually assisted surgery, but it is also someone who had psychologically defined himself or herself as another gender, right? So right after the Nalsa judgment, we then had the Transgender Act, right? So the Transgender Act was a huge step, because the Transgender Act was very, very categorical and very pointed to say that this is indeed a legislation for the protection of transgender people. And the law is very clear to say that these are people who have perceived themselves very differently from the time they were born. So, and the Transgender Act is also very useful in saying that this is an act that preserves transgender people from unfair treatment at the workplace. unfair treatment in relation to hiring, termination, even promotion. So the act is very granular. But as you rightly pointed out, there is a lacuna in the legislation in saying that while there is a transgender act that deals with protecting transgender people from unfair treatment, but at the same time, you have a very specific legislation for sexual harassment, which may or may not fall within the umbrella term of unfair treatment. And the sexual harassment legislation is exclusively for women. So as a very quick response to your question, the answer is the law has to be updated. When the Posh Act came in 2014, it was great relief, right? Because we finally had a legislative framework through which women could address their issues at workplace. But we've moved on a long way there. From now, we're going to be almost a decade since the Posh Act came into being, and it's time for the law to get updated because we have to be more inclusive in the law. And in that sense, and Posh Act has to be very clear in saying that this is a protection for all genders, for abuse of, the male gender, for abuse of transgender women who perceive themselves to be female, male, or even asexual for that matter, right? It could be any sexual orientation, which is really what the Indian Constitution seeks to protect, right? When Article 14 and 15 basically says it's discrimination against any sex, which the Supreme Court has clarified to say is not just sex, but is also sexual orientation. When I was really thinking about, other than the law, that is just the amendment of the Posh Act, which could take months, even years, right? What could be an immediate impetus to kind of, give the corporate sector that particular, push to go ahead and make it more inclusive? Because right now what you have is a lot of well-meaning corporates who have very benevolent policies which say that, look, we are here to address harassment of any kind. Like for instance, at J. Sagar Associates, our policy extends to harassment of all genders. It really doesn't matter. But the country cannot be dependent on such well-meaning corporates all the time. So what I thought would be more meaningful would be to have a socio-financial legislation where when you have some of that in the US and in the Europe, right? Where they have something called ESG, environmental, social, and governance norms, and corporates are remunerated and their funding is based on how compliant they are with these ESG norms. And also maybe for corporates to have a revised remuneration policy, which is also related to how efficient their ESG policies are in their workplaces. So if you have a more global ESG norm, and corporates kind of fix to that metrics, then I think that would be a much needed impetus for, the corporate sector, because we're really talking about the workplace. We're not talking about harassment in a park. It would be an impetus for workplaces to, kind of change their mentality towards harassment. And eventually that would definitely lead to a change in the law, which could be sooner if we had such ESG related remuneration, ESG related metrics for our corporates. So just to give you a little bit of background, right now we do have a business responsibility and sustainability reporting requirement under SEBI for the top 1,000 listed entities. But again, that reporting is very vague, right? It just says there's a tick box, like Anishta Sharma had just said. It's literally a tick in the box. But if you had something more financial, which was related to it, because a lot of the larger private equity funds like BlackRock, etc., do have ESG metrics. So if you had something more financially related to ESG, I'm sure there we could see a room for improvement very soon.
Thank you so much for bringing in those point of views. And I like, what I'm hearing is, definitely we need to have more inclusive laws in place. And that should not just be the company's responsibility to write up a, system like that. It needs to come from the government. And the idea to bring in incentives, that's actually really great. If the governments have an incentive, if the corporate has an incentive to follow through with these laws and compliances, then there's definitely more likely we're going to see some of the data points that we're missing, like our previous panelists pointed out, like we're not seeing the data, we don't know if it's the real stuff, and more of that is likely to come out. So we definitely need more people to be more actively involved in these acts and not just be, ticking off boxes. I would like to bring this, Ms. Sheetal Kapoor into the conversation. We just talked about having more inclusive laws, and I would like to have your take on this as well.
Absolutely agree with the rest of the panelists that it needs to be a gender neutral law. Sanitization and ensuring that companies are educating their employees becomes a very, very critical part. But I think one thing that I would want to add into, I think my panelists have covered most of it, is also educating the ICC committee itself on how to deal with some of these cases. At times it's, we don't, I've been on the ICC committee as well in my earlier organization. And there's sometimes situations where you do not have evidence and you're working on circumstantial evidence. And at times, even the circumstantial evidence are very limited. And as you know, the cases, false accusation cases have also increased over time. So how does ICC balance between these two? So I think great guidelines around how to balance on the evidence aspect, also educating employees on what are the repercussions of filing false claims as well becomes very critical. I have faced situations where the amount of evidence we had was extremely limited, actually nil. Circumstantial evidence in the beginning when it came to the situation was nil. When we digged more in, looked through it, we eventually found out that this was a couple that were dating each other and eventually had a breakup, and the girl had filed that case. So we could not have taken that case completely on face value, but we didn't have any evidence to prove one way or the other until and unless we actually digged in. So I think some guidelines around what you do in those circumstances would also be great from a legal perspective. Also, when we look at educating our employees, sometimes assisting in how evidence needs to be built on these cases, not informing our employees. Of course, we should make them feel absolutely comfortable that even if you don't have any evidence, zero evidence, you come to us with a situation. But let's create a more safer environment in our offices itself. Have adequate signs in place, have adequate, of course, informing our employees, but in monitoring various areas where you think such situations can arise, maybe having cameras in those areas where you're assisting employees also to build on their cases when something like this happens. That would be some of my points. I think gender neutrality becomes extremely critical. We as women, I think in this situation is not more of it's not, I think that differentiation just causes an unfair situation. It's not like a transgender, a male cannot go through such a situation as well. All organizations that I have worked at and in my previous organization where I built such a policy as well, it's always been gender neutral. The difference between the two still arises because as such, this ICC does not have to comply with all the rules and regulations when it's not with regards to a female. Plus reporting becomes a catch. So I think an all-inclusive law is very, very critical to ensure that safeguards. Also, when we're educating our employees, informing them of repercussions of incorrect accusations as well. So both ways, they should know what the challenges would be if a case is found against them and what can happen to them. So I think that becomes very critical for the penalty or the penalization aspect. Also, if they're following a false accusation against an employee. So just a few things I wanted to add in. I think most was covered by the panelists, so I didn't want to repeat all that. But these are some of the pointers, I think, from a procedural perspective. Once we have sanitized our employees, once we've educated our employees, how do we actually work through these cases? I think more guidelines and policies internally are required to be built between the ICC committee and to ensure that fair justice is provided.
Thank you, Ms. Kapoor, and thank you for sharing your suggestions. And also, I'm really glad you brought up false accusations because anytime stricter laws or any kind of law or act is being passed, the biggest thing you'll hear, uproar you hear is about false accusations, which is always difficult to hear about because it really shows a deep mistrust that people have in the legal system. Like they don't trust the legal system to protect them. And that's obviously very difficult to hear, but also derails a lot of conversations. So I will
absolutely, and where you're supposed to take situations at face value and actually evaluate what has happened to a particular individual. You're actually taking half the time in the beginning to figure out if this accusation is correct in the first place or not. So it is a very saddening situation, but it does exist. And we do somewhere need to balance out ensuring adequate justice is provided both ways.
Yeah, and I think this is a great thing to kind of definitely to have more conversations about. Ms. Sunila Basti, like can I bring you into the conversation at this point? You know, we do hear about so many false accusations, and you know, what has your experience been? Have you had an experience with false accusations, or what is your take on this?
Thanks, Vasudha. Unfortunately, yes, I've had multiple experiences in the past 2 decades of investigating complaints of sexual harassment at workplace. So just let me take a step back and talk about this whole issue of this discussion which happens about misuse of the law. My simple point is, why restrict this argument to only laws related to women? Because some of the classic examples that are given are dowry law has been misused, domestic violence law has been misused, and Posh law is being misused or has the potential of being misused. But that is true of any law in any country, you know. It could be economic offenses, it could be income tax. So when it is convenient, people start talking about misuse. Maybe it is because these cases get highlighted more. So that's like one aspect of it. The second, about false accusations. So yes, unfortunately, they are very, very real. And not so broadly, in my experience, there have been two ways of sort of ascertaining them. Couple of judgments in the last few years have come up, high court judgments, where the circumstances, facts and circumstances of the case showed that there were false accusations. One is a Kerala High Court judgment where 17 women employees made an accusation against one person, and later it was discovered, and the respondent was not given an opportunity of being heard, and he went through the different levels, and later it was discovered that he was a whistleblower about economic wrongdoings in the organization, and therefore there is a conspiracy. This is a 2016 judgment, and it was clearly established that it was a false complaint. There is a very recent Madras High Court judgment of this year itself, where it has come to light that 5 women accused one employee of Tamil Nadu Electricity Board, and the case is so old that it predates the Posh Act, but it is after the Vishakha judgment. So, you know, these are very clear examples of others misusing this, misusing the women to, you know, to their advantage under the garb of protection under this act. So the other aspect is, when women use them to, unfortunately, for things like the very, very live examples that I have dealt with in investigating those complaints, is when, and I think Sheetal hinted at that, when there is a consensual relationship between colleagues going sour, turning bad, there's a breakup, and you know, you just want to get back at the person and you file a complaint of sexual harassment. There have been very real examples of such cases. The other is when there is, and this is the one which really, let me be frank, pains me the most, which is when a woman employee is put on a performance improvement plan, or her review is happening and she's on the verge of being fired, and there is a complaint of under Posh file. So there have been, unfortunately, the instances of this have increased in the past, and this becomes even more difficult to deal with, because although the law clearly says that any false complaint, or knowing to be false, will be punished, I have not come across any single instance where an employer organization has taken action against either a complainant or a witness for filing false complaints. So while the law, and this is the flip side of it, while the provision is there, but nobody is exercising it or using it, and at the most they let the woman exit amicably after some time, even though they have evidence that it was a fall or it is substantiated that it was a false complaint. So, I mean, it does have a significant impact on some real cases on where there have been genuine instances of sexual harassment at the workplace. But it is what it is, and we can't shut our eyes to the reality that there are instances of false accusations. There is a strong fear amongst the male colleagues about being put in that position. And increasingly the good thing is that the courts have started realizing and making those statements that while you have to protect the women who are victims of sexual harassment at workplace, you also need to be sure that there is a fair chance given to the accused, the respondent, and the justice not only should be done, but it should also be seen to be done. So, firing a guy just because a complaint has been filed against him is definitely unacceptable. The law doesn't permit it, and increasingly, the courts are also reiterating that position.
Thank you, Ms. Avasti, for telling us about some of your experiences. And that is unfortunately all the time we have today to discuss such an important and pertinent topic. And like one of the other panelists pointed out, actually, each one of these pointers can be a discussion of its own. But we will have to wrap up here. But what I am hearing a lot is that, regardless of your gender or identity, anyone is capable of committing, abusing, or trying to benefit from a law that is made to protect people. But that doesn't mean that we attack the law itself. That is there for a reason, but we can build on it. We can amend it. We need to pass new acts. We need to recognize more sections where we are missing out, where there are gaps, and we need to continue this fight. And I want to thank everyone for coming out on a Sunday afternoon to discuss this and talk about this. And I hope that our audience can also take some stuff away from our discussion today. Thank you, panelists, for joining me today. I will hand this back to our MC, Kathy, and also Ashima.
Thank you, Vasudha. Thank you so much for moderating this wonderful session. Thank you so much, panelists, for joining us. We would also request you to join us in our Break the Bias signal today to the world. And thank you so much once again for this wonderful conversation. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists. Thank you, Ashima and Vasudha, for steering this very important conversation. We've heard about workplace harassment, the policies around it, how it is used and sometimes misused as well. Let's break the bias that it is only women taking advantage of it. It could be either way. Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, we are going towards cybercrime and women's rights. Ladies and gentlemen, in this panel, we have some of the dignitaries here with us. I'd like to welcome our panelist, Mishi Chaudhary, Managing Partner, Mishi Chaudhary and Associates, Puneet Bhasin, Founder, Cyberjur Legal Consulting, Gayatri Roy, Partner, Saraf and Partners, Josna Jayaram, Partner, Trilegal. Moderating this session is Anisha Aditya, Senior Editorial Consultant, BW Businessworld. A very warm welcome to all our panelists. And for all of you watching us here, do not forget to join the conversation using the hashtag #BreakTheBias. We'd love to hear your key learnings and insights from the session so far. And may I request our panelists to please switch on their videos and join us on screen. A very warm welcome. Over to you, Anisha.
Thank you so much, Kathy, for the introduction. Good afternoon to our viewers of BW Legal and our esteemed panelists who have joined us today to discuss issues on cybercrimes in India, recent data breach issues and women's rights as governed by the Constitution of India. Our panel has been joined by Josna Jayaram, Partner at Trilegal, Gayatri Roy, Partner at Saraf and Partners, and Puneet Bhasin, Founder at Cyberjur Legal Consulting. Thank you so much for joining us, panelists. My first question would be to Ms. Jayaram. As an aftermath of the pandemic, several companies started to legalize their operations, adapting strategies of Digital 4.0 to continue their services. Do you think the existing cyber laws of India are equipped enough to protect
the business operations, or do you identify any specific lacunas in it? How do you think that the cyber laws could resolve this? Can you give us a sense of that, please? Over to you, Joseph.
Thanks, Anisha, and apologies, I have a bit of a sore throat, so I may not sound very good today, but thank you for having me here. So I think that's a great question, and something that all of us really do have to think about as we do truly benefit from the flexibility that technology has to offer in terms of being able to lead our lives rather seamlessly by moving, to a digital universe. But of course, I think comes with that a tremendous amount of responsibility, both in terms of the people who use it as well as the platforms that build it. And of course, finally, the laws that do safeguard our ability to use it in a safe and sort of trusted manner. So I think, there are certainly provisions that exist today. We do have an Information Technology Act that, amongst other things, is meant to govern electronic communication, the way that we collaborate over businesses, workspaces, etc. And we, of course, do have existing criminal statutes that do now extend their applicability to offenses that could also happen in the digital world. But I think that one unique consideration about technology is that it is forever evolving. And with that comes the creative ways in which you can abuse technology itself. So while the law does sort of strive to safeguard or to penalize the broad offenses that may come with it, I think that some of the nuances that only come in as the way in which we use all of these various functionalities of technology come about is something that do result in some sort of lacunae in the law. And just in keeping with the larger context of this discussion, particularly when it comes to women and their presence online, I think that having this sort of a workplace where you can just have everything digital does bring about a great amount of flexibility, particularly for women, who have a multitude of other things to do as well. But with that, I think what it has done is stitched together, our personal existence on the internet along with our professional one. It sort of happens inadvertently. That's how internet functions. But then you are able to now stitch together this really wide persona of a person, right? Now, with that comes some intended as well as unintended consequences. So the ability to reach somebody at any point of time, the ability to have an interaction over a video call, all of that does potentially lead to some harm. And if you look at the corresponding provisions in our laws, and I'll talk about the Information Technology Act, given that's designed specifically for electronic communications. If you look at the sort of offenses that are covered, let's take the example of violation of privacy, right? What it covers is capturing of private areas, right? Of course, which is a more apparent offense, does need to be treated a little bit more differently. But with that, equally comes the harm of capturing any sort of video footage or any sort of interaction that could lead to some sort of harassment, right? But the law doesn't technically cover that, at least in the form of this section. And I think that comes to the larger question of, us not currently having a privacy legislation to begin with, because do I then have the right to only make a complaint if it was sexually explicit content, if it was objectionable content, or am I just equally uncomfortable with my virtual presence itself being misused or just consumed by the person on the other side, right? So similarly, I think another example, even when it comes to sexually explicit or obscene content, if you just look at the wording of the provision, it says publishes or transmits. Now, of course, I think the intent is to also capture anybody who stores it for their own consumption or could later use it to, put it to misuse. But then I think it's a fair question for anybody to ask whether only this sort of a publication or circulation of this would be a reason for me to actually file a complaint. So in that sense, I think a lot of lacunas do exist. And especially as we move to the metaverse, right? Everybody's talking about the metaverse and how it's meant to decentralize your presence on the internet. I think there will be a lot of interesting questions in terms of liability. So you may have workspace collaboration tools that allow you, me, and everybody else here to own our presence there. But at the same time, it's not intended for people who are participating in that workspace to misuse that workspace. In which case, who is liable? Is it the platform? Is it the employer? Is it the person who's downloaded, the app? So I think there are a lot of interesting questions that will definitely come up. I do believe that there will be loopholes in our law and the way that it's currently designed to be able to tackle all of it. But I'm hoping that at least with interpretation and law enforcement that we're able to do this a little bit more robustly, because we shouldn't take away from the benefits that technology brings to us as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kathy, for giving us your responses. I would ask Ms. Gayatri Roy to give us her opinions on the current cyber law infrastructure of India and whether it is equipped enough to protect the rights of business operations.
Yes.
Over to you, Ms.
Hi, Anandya, and hello to all my panelists and other members who are a part of this webinar right now. So it's good afternoon. It's a Sunday afternoon. Thank you for having me here. So very quickly, if I understand your question correctly, you would want to understand from me what I see is the ramification of companies digitizing. Digitizing the digital 4.0, as we are calling it now, as well as the digital transformation that's taking place, right? And whether in that environment our current law is, up to pace, is keeping pace with that environment. So I think that the first thing that I would identify is that what this digitization has meant is that companies are now adapting to cloud computing. When we use cloud, we rely on the cloud a lot for our data requirements, artificial intelligence, seeing the Internet of Things, your machine learning, human-machine interfaces. And what all of these involve is a lot of data processing requirements as well as capabilities, right? And if to that you add the COVID-19 pandemic and what it has meant to people's lives, how it's changed their lives, what you have is a very connected workplace, a connected life space, if I may say so. And a very flexible workplace. What this means is it has the risk, it has increased security risks. And what is the kind of risks that we're looking at? You're looking at much more malware intrusion simply because you're on the internet so often. That makes that the moment you're exposed to a network outside your own local area network, which is protected, your risk of malware intrusion increases. The risk of modification to your firmware increases. There are security concerns also that that companies face because a lot of employees are using their own device. It's a, buy your own device environment, which, in which, how do you implement your security practices as far as that device is concerned? So as far as all of these challenges are concerned, was the IT Act enacted with all of these challenges in mind? I don't believe so. It was in 2000, even before smartphones came in, so before the technology disruption took place. But it has shown itself to be a very flexible enactment. If you had to actually go into the provisions of law and try to peg, a certain set of acts under that, I think you could do that. I think the challenges that you have are enforcement. Enforcement has been difficult. To even be able to detect the perpetrator has been difficult. A lot of times it could be cross-border. That is a challenge. The second area is, I think CERT-in has come in for criticism in its inaction or not being responsive enough or identifying cybersecurity threats in time, etc. There's a litigation instituted in the Delhi High Court on this aspect. So that's the second thing. And I think that the third thing is also that, CERT-in is simply an advisory body. It can only make guidelines. In that sense, the data protection authority that you're looking at, potential data protection laws, it has more teeth because it has both enforcement powers as well as advisory powers, right? So that's, I think, a lacuna in, CERT-in not being, a strong enough watchdog body that is required today. So there is another area, and simply our infrastructure and capabilities. How many cyber cell, crime units do we have? How aware are they of the latest technology developments? How aware are they of monitoring dark web, etc.? So those are the areas where I think is the lack, and certainly, this digital 4.0, the pandemic and the IT Act make the case for a data protection act. If not anything else, they certainly make the case for a data protection act in order that data breaches, can be reported as a reporting requirement and they can be acted upon. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your responses, Gayatri. I believe our co-panelist, Puneet, is facing a little bit of connectivity issues. So I would request Josna to take the next question. So my question is that last year, more than 6,000 cybercrimes were reported and merely 12% of this was resolved. Do you think there are certain legal procedural systems which require amendment to increase the number of cases that are being resolved, cybercrime cases that are being resolved in the country? Over to you.
Yeah, so I think, Anisha, this sort of extends the point that Gayatri was making, which is also the role of the CERT-in, right? Because that is the entity that today is vested with the function of dealing with data breaches and cybersecurity incidents. But like Gayatri pointed out, it's an advisory function. It's also a post-facto function. So of course they do issue, advisories from time to time. I remember when the pandemic started off, they were pretty active in telling users about how to use Zoom, the sort of technological safeguards they should implement. But then when you come to a breach itself, right, what happens after that is a mere reporting to certain. They may or may not have questions, but it sort of ends at that. And the other thing to also be mindful of is that most organizations today, particularly global organizations, have far more sophisticated technology controls and standards that they are able to remedy themselves. So I think that reliance in terms of statutory bodies or the law to be able to deal with breaches is not something that organizations really look to. But what can the law do to sort of mitigate this? I think if you also look at the consequences that arise out of a breach, like I said, it's a post facto reporting. The organization that has suffered the breach needs to report, or if they don't, there may be some consequences. But for the perpetrators themselves, it's very, very hard to actually get any outcome. And I think this largely happens because the incidence of attack could not even be from one identifiable location. It could be widespread. It can be entirely anonymous. So how do you really go about, in that sense, deterring people from doing this in a sort of effective manner? And that again comes to the point of this being an inherent risk as we move all of our data to the cloud, as we move away from an entirely physical presence. It does come with the risk of exposing this data. But I think that if we are able to implement really strong access controls, encryption, which most people are doing, but I think if we do it a little bit more going forward, coupled with the fact that our laws are amended, particularly again, the proposed data protection bill, which is going to introduce a few more stringent provisions in relation to data breaches. For example, right now, there is no legal obligation if you suffer a breach to inform the data subject, right? You only need to report it to the CERT. Some organizations choose to report it to subjects just based on global practices or gravity of the breach, the kind of data that's been compromised, but there's no legal obligation to do it. So I suppose if there is a legal obligation to do it, and we may not be, the same sort of jurisdiction like the US, where you could see class action suits that arise from, data that's been compromised, it may at least serve as a deterrent or encourage organizations that are not currently doing it to take their data security and data handling practices a little bit more seriously. So I think these are some of the things that we could do. And also the other thing that becomes important, I'm not in favor of over-regulating tech, but if you look at some of the provisions under the IT Act and the consequences that follow, most of them are bailable. Some of them are with very short-term imprisonment, some of them with fines that are negligible. So perhaps if we could make it a little bit more of a stricter regime, it should at least deter incidences of these attacks wherever possible.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Josna. I'd ask Ms. Gayatri to take the next question on women's rights. And as we all know that the Constitution of India guarantees all Indian women equality, no discrimination by the state, equality of opportunity, equal pay for equal work. However, in practice, this is not always true. So would you say that certain legislative amendments are required for a better implementation of such women's rights? Over to you, Ms. Gayatri.
Yes, hi. Hi, yes, I didn't know we'd be getting to this so quickly, so just give me a minute. Yeah, am I online? Yeah, can you see me? Okay. Yeah, so Alina, yes, the Constitution does have a number of provisions which, if you read together, are meant to recognize that the society needs to secure social, cultural, economic equality for women. They do recognize it, and that is why you have those provisions. Meaning, in the first place, that it's not there. That debate, I think, when you're having the debate on Posh and whether the legislation is required or not, I think the Constitution recognizes that women, upliftment of women is necessary, and it is necessary by way of law and by way of state action. Okay? Affirmative action is also recognized in Article 15. So yeah. So then I think the next question is that why is it? Because if you look at all the performance in indices and you look at the statistics, you see that the crimes against women are increasing; they're not coming down. Gender pay discrimination is very much a fact that we need to acknowledge. Sexual harassment in the workplace is also a truth. It is not, and that it needs to be dealt with is again recognized by everybody, right? So, why is it that, and we do have our laws, right? We had the Maternity Benefit Act, which was in 1961, recently in 2017, recognizing that more time is required, and, and maternity benefit for a longer period is required. That was given. The enactment of Posh in 2013 after the Vishaka judgment and the guidelines, right? But Supreme Court is another step in this direction. But, and then you have specific laws, right? Whether in the IPC or in the Information Technology Act that are specifically aimed towards treating as offenses and prosecuting as offenses certain acts that are directed against women, right? Acts which may, going from stalking to physical harm, rape, they're all directed against, with a view to protect women. So why is it that we still feel, or women still have apprehensions of, physical safety and mental safety, whether it's in their homes or it's in their, you have the Domestic Violence Act, but that in itself speaks for the challenges that women face in their homes. So why is it that we're not able to bridge that gap, right? I think I think this is what the courts have been pointing out recently, and I think that the one aspect, and which is a shift that the state has to make, and the state has to make the shift in multiple ways. But the shift from the gender stereotypes that we have, I think paternalism, those aspects, the laws need to shift from them, and I think that's being identified. The enforcement of the crimes against women, the manner in which it's enforced, investigated, etc., has to again shift from these patriarchal attitudes. And I think there's a third limb of it, which is social education. I think public education, even in schools, etc., so that culturally we are able to shift the thinking to one of equality as opposed to an approach to women from a position of patriarchy or from a position of a stereotype. So I think that's one very quick, kind of like observation I have as to why our laws really don't, reach where we would want them to. Ultimately, they don't get enforced the way they do, the way you would want them to, and you're also not able to deter these incidents. I think the second aspect, that is, that would be, important in my view, is the, in Posh, if I were to take Posh as an example, the changes in the law, I believe that the structure of Posh is such that you don't want the complainant or the respondent to be invoking the legal system. You want to give a redressal mechanism that is within the organization itself. Right, but at the same time, it's a fair and just, mechanism, so that the harm on both sides can be reduced as much as possible. And it doesn't seem to be working out that way, so that it is either cases of false accusations and you need to go to court, or there are challenges that a complainant faces in proving, the complaint. And I think, and while there are discussions at individual levels that this has been our experience in our own company, etc., I don't believe the government of India has really brought in all of the statistics together or tried to see how Posh has been implemented to be able to identify the areas of weaknesses and suggest changes in the areas of strengths. So that's another area that I think could be done. And then the third aspect that I would identify is, I think, the definition of workplace needs to change now, given the current environment, for Posh to be, effective. It should allow third-party complaints. The approach it has, where the complainant is from one organization and the respondent from another, that needs to be looked at as well. Because today, to be able to file a complaint against, say, your vendor or your client or your customer is a difficult prospect, because you go to the internal committee of your customer, vendor, client, etc., which poses its challenges. So that those are areas, and as far as false accusation is concerned, there is the remedy of deducting wages. And if that remedy is used, it may be a way to deter false complaints. But of course, you go into the code on wages and what kind of deductions are allowed, and that interaction has to be worked out. But that may be a way to reduce false complaints.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your responses. I believe Puneet Bhasin has joined us, the founder from Cybercrime Legal Consulting. Puneet, can you hear us? Hello, Puneet, can you hear us?
Yes, you're audible. You're audible.
All right, okay. So I would ask you your first question. There has been a constant surge of data breach cases in India, which includes cases like the COVID-19 result database issue, Air India data breach issue, the recent MobiQuick matter, etc. How can the power of law mitigate such data breach incidences in India?
Well, actually, if actually you see from a legal perspective, there is already law in place. There is a concept of breach notification that organizations need to mandatorily implement. There are intermediary guidelines in place in 2021. Obviously, the amended rules which were enacted, which clearly lay down mandates where organizations need to have a 3-tier mechanism for grievance redressal, including breach reporting. So yes, there has been an increase in these breaches during this COVID period, but the law has also kept up with the intermediary rules to ensure that people do have some form of redressal. Under Section 40A of the Information Technology Act, there is already a compensation and penalty to the tune of 5 crores for a data breach, especially sensitive personal data of any individual. So the law is there. But if you're talking about personal data, personally identifiable data, then I would say the new data protection bill, which is proposed, is what is going to answer all the questions about organizations actually safeguarding any information which can include, let's say, your email ID, not just like your banking data, but any data that identifies you as you. So whether it may be your mobile number, any unique ID that is created for you, whether it's your email ID, your address. So all these things also constitute important parts of a data breach. And today, this data can be misused by criminals to commit major offenses. So including physical thefts also. So the safeguarding of this data, the real answer is going to be the personal data protection bill, which is proposed, and hopefully this year it should be enacted.
Thank you so much, Puneet. Thank you also for joining us. I would ask the team now to give us a message from Mishi Chaudhary, Managing Partner from Mishi Chaudhary and Associates, please. Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much for having me. This panel is filled with women who I hold in great regard. I am delighted to be able to share the stage with all of you. This Women's Day, I think one of the most important things which we can talk about is online harassment, which has become a form of censorship. There is a 2018 Amnesty International report which talks about online harassment in India and showed that more vocal a woman was, the more likely she was to be targeted. The scale of this increased for women from religious minorities as well as sexual minorities, the disadvantaged castes. Now, the harms done by aggressive, violent, misogynist, and racist speech are generally increasing in visibility around the world because the language of the street is now amplified and recorded in the internet. Individuals, like all of us who use internet for a variety of reasons, are drawn into these digital environments that are increasingly felt as necessary to ordinary social existence. You really can't exist without all that is going on, without these platforms, whether it is Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, or whatever your choice these days is. And as individuals are drawn into these digital environments, they find themselves treated as objects in a social theater of aggression and denigration. They often find themselves at the receiving end of sustained abuse, threats, and debasement, either just on grounds of their actual or perceived characteristics, which could be about religion, which could be a lot about power dynamics, or just over the expression of particular ideas and convictions that stand at odds with those of other people, who we generally call trolls. the result for them can be as much a form of censorship and silencing as it is an opportunity for freedom and self-development through learning and expression. And that's the problem of internet, because it can be both. I think the most horrifying recent case, at least in India, that was acted upon after 6 months and of constant pressure from various journalists, politicians, as well as social media, was this thing called Sulli Deals. It was an app, it was an open source app, which means that the source code was available. Anybody could develop different kind of apps around this. It was available on the platform which most developers use, which is GitHub. And what did this app do was that it posted photographs and personal information of some 100 Muslim women online. An FIR was launched, and it was filed by in the Delhi Police Cyber Cell, and it was registered under Section 354A of the Indian Penal Code. National Commission of Women in India took suo motu cognizance of this matter. One of the targeted women, and she's a pilot, she filed a separate FIR with Delhi Police, and that was registered under Section 509, Section 66 and 67 of the Information Technology Act. We also saw that a member of Parliament of Shiv Sena, Ms. Priyanka Chaturvedi, she wrote to the IT minister, and she demanded strict and urgent action against the creators of the app. Around 56 MPs across party lines had to write a letter to the Home Minister seeking redressal of this thing. But it actually took 6 months for police to take some action. The identity of the creator was revealed, and that happened, an arrest happened in January of 2022. The matter started in July of 2021. So when I am asked about the idea to talk about whether we have enough laws here to address online harassment, I am again and again left to think about that either we end up enacting laws like 66A, which are so ambiguous that they end up being used for political censorship, or we don't even use the existing laws which are currently there on the books because the police take so long to act on it. That is why I think it is much more important in terms of what is the right way to address this kind of online harassment of things and activities and actions we ourselves take, and also how law enforcement handles these issues. I don't think that we need more laws for this. What we do need is that for the cyber cells to take any such complaints much more seriously. Second thing that we need is that greater transparency and responsiveness in this content moderation process. Like there are these platforms, whether it is Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, the platforms need to have better responses to any kind of complaints and more transparency to give information when people demand when an offense is committed. I also think the second thing is there needs to be more capacity building for law enforcement agencies. The law enforcement agencies to understand what exactly is a minority or a woman or any victim of online harassment complaining about. They shouldn't be asking questions like the victim itself, blaming the victim themselves, taking their devices away. Why were you saying anything? Why do you have political opinions? But much more sensitization, much more capacity building and training. The third thing I would say is that it's something which we can do ourselves, which is mute, report, and block. I think we should be slaying and using the block button as well as mute button very, very liberally, and also report every kind of incident which happens where one actually is victimized online. The idea, or at least the belief, is that we are on the internet to somehow people, because there's anonymity, there's pseudonymity, they are untouchable, and people tend to behave in the worst possible ways. I think that is why it is really important to be secure online, to report the incidents to the concerned platforms, to block the perpetrators, then seek help from other people in the community, the social media influencers. And if this is continuing to happen, to record all communications with the perpetrators, with the service provider platforms, as well as the law enforcement. The tendency a lot of time is to not seek help from friends or families because this seems like, what was I doing alone? People tend to question, but I think it's a very important thing to seek support from them as well in order to address such kind of abuse. I think in terms of law to address online harassment, whether it is stalking, whether it is in 354A or other various offenses which are made under the Information Technology Act, there are enough laws on the books for the law enforcement agencies to proceed. But what we need is more empathy, more capacity building, and stop blaming the victim, and for us to become much more secure online. One of the things which people must do is stop sharing your location, stop doing check-ins, use better password managers. And that's why organizations like the Software Freedom Law Center do digital security trainings, especially targeted for women, hand-holding them to explain them, and other minorities, religious minorities, sexual minorities, anybody else, to teach them to how to protect themselves and be safe online. I would say that even in the US right now, I think if the difference is in terms of laws, there's not much difference because cyber harassment laws like stalking, etc. now are already in existence in India. IT Act also has certain offenses. I would also say there are certain civil laws like defamation, etc., which can be used. But what happens most importantly in India, which does in the US, which sometimes does not happen, is that instant and quick action by law enforcement, plus what, as I said, that we can ourselves do to protect ourselves. So thank you for having me on this panel. I hope if there is one takeaway you can do here is slay, use the report, mute and block buttons liberally, and also try to reach out to the community as much as you can and learn to express yourselves securely online by learning certain tricks in terms of technology. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would request our panelists to give us their brief closing remarks on the session. I would invite Jyotsna Jaikar first to give us her closing remarks, please.
Thanks, Anisha. I think it's been a great session, and there have been some really great ideas that have been exchanged here. I think one takeaway from me is that we are not left completely wanting of a legislative framework of safeguards that are built into the law, but there is still a lot that we need to do in terms of capacity, both when it comes to law enforcement, their ability to deal with the nuances that these sorts of cyber crimes bring with them. But I think that a lot that what we can do is, as far as the community that's consuming this is concerned, is also to be a really informed community. So I think some of the things that Mishi said were really fantastic, because a lot of this is what you can do by taking it into your own hands to try and prevent as much as possible the misuse of your data and what you put about yourself could potentially lead to. Be vigilant about what you're sharing, exercise a purpose limitation just even on yourself. And I think that if you also demand it of whether it's your workplace, whether it's your clients or anybody else that you interact with, we should be able to at least in some manner self-regulate our ability to use all of these platforms that are available to us without really becoming victims or sort of falling prey to the harms that it brings with it. And I think, there are, so for example, there is a portal in which you can report cyber crimes immediately. The problem is action. We don't have quick redressal. You do have cyber cells that are attached to every police station, but then those FIRs barely get lodged, or if they do, they sit silent for a long time. So what can we do to sort of increase awareness to show that these crimes can be committed far more easily than some of the more physical crimes? They may be less apparent, but they're equally harmful. So I think if we're all just a little bit more aware, really speak up against these sorts of crimes and do what we can at our end, that should really help moving towards a little bit more of a balance in terms of, the number of crimes that happen and the enforcement that follows.
Thank you so much. Gayatri, your closing remarks, please.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to concentrate on women's rights, because today is about women. So I think most importantly for me, like at the top would be the state, publicly disavowing gender stereotypes, patriarchy, and paternalism. And this it can do by the laws it frames. This it can do through its SOPs for investigation to agencies that are investigating crimes against women. And this it can do through the enforcement of these rights being quick and easy, the redressal mechanisms that it has. I think the second aspect is, again, for the state to have the empowerment of women as a central focus when it looks at this issue. If empowerment of women is the focus, then it will run through all the laws, and each of the laws will reflect its learning from the other laws, because you need social, cultural, and economic equality. Just one of them will not do to be able to achieve the goals that at least our constitution aims to achieve. So, I think that's the second thing. And I think there's a third thing of constant monitoring by a watchdog as to how these laws are performing and modifying them, both to empower women and to prevent their misuse. I think it's equally important, because I think it hurts the cause of women if we are only to speak about misuse of the laws that have been enacted. And it is in women's interest that we quell this discussion, through you're pointing out to provisions, mechanisms, and enforcement that prevent the misuse of the laws, or an accusation that there's a misuse of laws. I think the fourth thing that is very important is that when a watchdog is looking at performance, you look at the representation of women in leadership positions. As that increases, you will see an increase in women coming out more, because to have one person in a board may not be enough. Right? To have 6 out of 12 in a board to be women, or better still 8 out of 12, or even 11 out of 12, is what we should be aspiring for, purely based on merit. The law doesn't need to give a leg up. The law today says at least one woman, but certainly the state has to look at how it creates an environment where you can have many, many more women, and tracks the number of women in leadership positions. And public messaging is to encourage women in leadership positions, encourage women to express themselves. I think all of those steps, right, it's very important for us to show in our messaging, that we believe that the equality of women and the rights of women are important. And if that messaging takes place, it will trickle down to our children, and hopefully, another 50 years, we're in a better position than we are today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Puneet, your closing remarks, please. Sorry, Puneet, you're not audible.
Yes, what I would want everyone post this session in the audience to really think about is respecting your own privacy. One of the things I observe the most in Indians when we're using social media is we tend to share too much. So contrary to a lot of other nations where people value their personal space to that extent, we tend to amount of risks, considering where we are revealing our locations, our workspaces, so many things innocently that we are sharing on social media leads to cyber stalking, which I don't say that the victim is responsible, but we need to understand that we are not respecting our privacy. We are actually opening doors to strangers coming to harass us to a great extent. The more we are careful about what we share and how much we share, we are actually preventing a lot of these offenses from happening. We do have a legal framework. You can file a police complaint if all of this happens. But why go down that route when, in a simple way, if we respect our own privacy, a lot of offenses can be nipped right in the bud. Like a simple example, nowadays, mothers, a lot of mothers, especially mothers are watching this session, are sharing details about their children, which school their children are studying in, what are they doing. Now, you need to understand there are a lot of perpetrators of crime who are also watching these platforms, which means, as a matter of fact, in the year 2018, there were 300 child kidnappings which were linked to location and school data which was provided by parents themselves on social media platforms. So the child kidnappings later on through multiple mediums, when there was investigations that happened all over India, It was tracked back to data and content that was circulated on social media, which actually provided the information. Like parents on the first day of their child's school will say, oh, I'm dropping my child first day at school. What time you're dropping your child also, you're informing a perpetrator. Basically, you're giving out too much of information. Many of you would be also aware of the case where Kim Kardashian's ring was stolen. So on Instagram, she had posted a picture of her diamond ring, and that led within a week to a burglary in her apartment. So somebody like Kim Kardashian can be targeted. So in that nature, you need to understand a person with all kinds of security facilities can be targeted. The common man, what kind of protection do we have in comparison? So what we share is very, very crucial. If you don't want any data to be misused, kindly refrain from sharing that data on any platform in any way, especially your locations, your plans, your work plans, your holiday plans, your family details. These are the things you should guard and keep private, and this will ensure a lot of harassment is just nipped in the bud completely. And yes, in India, we do require laws. I would say primarily laws are covering a lot of aspects. Problem primarily lies with maybe with the judiciary and the law enforcement still coming around to enforce these, and women feeling comfortable to go and file complaints. So a lot of women are not even comfortable in filing complaints, especially in cases of revenge porn, nudification, which is very common nowadays. That's where women need to take a stand and decide, I want to really file a complaint. I want the perpetrator to be arrested. I want to take action. As a matter of fact, just 2 days back, I was recording for a News 18 campaign which is hashtag it is not okay, which is primarily going to be airing very soon, where they are actually talking about women wanting to take a stand. That if you're messaging me without my consent, it is not okay. If you're going to misuse my photos, it is not okay. And women actually go and report such offenses. The more the women who report, the more perpetrators will take a step back. Today, with the lack of reporting, what is tending to happen is today they're targeting one woman. She doesn't report, then they target the other, then the other. And you have a chain of women who are never going to report and hundreds of women who are falling victim to these offenses. So, as I say, it is not okay. Please do report these offenses. Let the law enforcement take its course. And yes, with respect to revenge porn, I do understand it is difficult for women to really approach a police station, talk about these offenses. But you have the National Commission for Women also whom you can approach. And if you do not end up approaching the police or taking the action, you need to understand the videos and the content will only be viral and circulating a lot more. So if you want to really put an end to the harassment that you face because of all these things, you should report the offense. And with the platform, if maybe women are you are not aware, in the case of any content which pertains to a woman, which outrages the modesty of the woman, involves any form of nudification of that woman, misuse of her photographs, revenge porn videos, within 24 hours upon her sending a notice to the platform, they have to take down that content. There is no choice to a platform. There is no justification. That is what the intermediary rules mandate. And that was one of the key reasons why India actually went about enacting this in a hurried situation in 2021. Because online crimes against women were on the rise. So one thing women need to understand, you are not weaponless. You definitely have the rules, intermediary rules supporting you, but within 24 hours, please send a legal notice to the grievance officer of the platform, take action. And if he does not take down the content, then the entire platform is going to be liable in losing their intermediary status. That is intermediary protection, which the law guarantees to them for third-party content, which means even the owner and the CEO of that intermediary platform can be arrested for this offense. So if women decide to take it seriously, I'm sure perpetrators will take a step back and platforms will also be way more responsible about the content being posted on their platforms. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your response. I would thank all the panelists for joining us today and coming out on a Sunday afternoon, giving us such engaging conversations on cyber crimes and women rights. I would hand it over now to Ashima and Khyati to continue the further sessions from BW Legal. Thank you so much, panelists, for joining.
Thank you, Anisha. We have with us Ashima Ori, Managing Editor, BW Legal World. I'd also like to request Garima Ahuja, Business Lead, BW Legal World, to join us, to thank the panelists and join us in breaking the bias.
Thank you so much, Khyati. Panelists, could we request you to kindly switch on your videos for our breaking the bias signature pose? Ms. Roy, if I'm audible, could I please request you to switch on your video?
Yes. Hi.
Thank you so much, panelists, for this session today. And we'd really love for you to break the bias with us today with the signature pose.
Okay. If you think it's going to lead us somewhere, why not?
Thank you so much. Thank you. So wonderful. Thanks for being a sport. Thank you for having us, being with us today on a Sunday. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, panelists. Thank you, Anisha, for steering the conversation so well. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, whether the harassment is online on cyber crimes or is it offline at workplace, we need to be vigilant, make sure that we protect our privacy, but at the same time, if anybody is offending our grace, then please go ahead and report it. With that, we're moving towards our keynote address of the day. I'd like to welcome our keynote speaker, Manjari Chaudhary, Executive Director and General Counsel, Maruti Suzuki India Limited, who will talk about breaking the bias, experiences, and lessons. A very warm welcome to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Kathy. And let me take this occasion to first thank BW Legal World for inviting me for the keynote address. My only regret is that I was not able to log in from the start today, given certain exigencies at home. So I haven't heard too much other than the last panel that was speaking on harassment, online harassment. But it's been my pleasure to come and speak on this topic, which is something which I'm very passionate about. And I'm sure sometimes I believe I was asked by Ashima that what would you like to talk on? And I was extremely tied up. So I said, you give me a topic and I'll speak on that. And I'll try and see what I can pull in from my own experiences and what I continue to see around, and how we can address those issues going forward. So she's asked me to spend the next 20 minutes talking about experiences and lessons in breaking the bias, and also for the tying it up with the overall theme of envisioning a sustainable tomorrow with diversity, equity, and inclusion, both in the bar, at the bench, and in the boardroom. And I will try and attempt to do that. Of course, I am enrolled at the bar, and I don't sit on the bench, but I'm a corporate lawyer, and I hope that someday I would be able to sit in the boardroom. So with all this background, let me begin by saying that all of our experiences are very critical to making us who we are today. And when I look at myself, I see it's been almost 30 plus years of experience in terms of my professional career. And it started off very differently. I mean, I was in a very safe, secure environment of academics, so to speak, and then moved from there into law. And came in to join a law firm in Delhi. I had no idea. So, but somehow I have to admit that, I did face somewhat of a environment, I would say. I wouldn't call it a bias, but I would say some unconscious biases. Now, when we talk of biases, I think we all need to be very, understand the fact that there are two types of biases. One is quite apparent, and which are apparent biases, and the conscious biases, as we call them, and the other are unconscious biases. I think it's the conscious is easy to address. Unconscious is more tough. And when we talk of conscious bias, I think most good organizations and outfits or whatever, the government, the bar, the bench, everywhere has laws which address these things. So you've got no harassment policy, you've got certain rules and regulations which have been made by our organizations and outfits. So you have a obvious framework within which there is a protection that is given to diversity. And when we talk of diversity in India today, largely it is a gender diversity. Of course, we have other types of diversity also, and more so, increasingly so now. But I think largely it still remains gender diversity. But the unconscious bias is what I have always believed is the more difficult one to tackle. It's the large invisible elephant in the room, and oftentimes ignored. So if I look back at my career, I've always found that sometimes it's been, I wouldn't say been a victim, but I've been in an environment of sometimes where these unconscious biases have existed, and that is where they lend their impact. So from that perspective, I think I used to feel sometimes frustrated. I used to feel that I'm pushing and don't find myself, going anywhere, and it takes time. You have to go back, you have to reinvent yourself, and you have to try again. And I think in my case, I always thank, my family, which is your biggest and the first teacher. And I seem to have great role models in my family itself, where my mother was one of the first few civil servants that the country had. And when she became a civil servant, it was a very different environment. And, there was that much more bias which they lived through. So there was a lot of learning that came from there, and how to manage and how to tackle. And I think one of the things that I continued to learn and do in terms of my experience was, in order to meet these unconscious biases, was to, one, be very good with what you do. Try and have a high degree of expertise, because that is what's going to take you far, and that's what you will get called out for. So you have to be, and perhaps sometimes better than the next one next to you. You work harder. Try and get into doing things. I think it's also a lot about self-motivation and self-introspection, that if others can do it, you could probably do it, if not better, at least as good as they do it. And oftentimes, as women, I think that's all women would understand, that we just have to do it that much better. So to be recognized for the same thing at times. I mean, it's not just me talking about it. I think it's also, I heard when this budget was on, and there was an interview being taken of the finance minister, she kind of acknowledged the same thing. But you got to just acknowledge, think about it, see how, there are two options you have. You could not probably, you could cry over it, or you could feel frustrated around it. The smarter thing is to understand what it is and find a way around it. See what it is that you can do to wade through it and navigate it to the best of your ability, and perhaps to your advantage going forward. And I think that's the key from a experience standpoint. That something that I have personally, it's not that I haven't faced it. Of course I did, and at different points. But it was by, I think, a lot of introspection, by a lot of determination, by a lot of mentoring, I suppose, at home, and amongst some really fantastic women professionals that I've had the occasion of knowing, and also who have at some points in time also been my peers, people senior to me, and even my managers. So I've had that, I've been fortunate enough sometimes to have them. And, it's a good sharing, and you understand that, everybody's journeys have been equally difficult, and, or trying at times. They have been there. You've had your moments of success, but there are also moments of pressure, of frustration, and of dogged, perseverance towards achieving something. But from that learning, I think it has been my mainstay. I think I've always tried to do some things which can make me better. Which I understand, try and look at the environment that I am placed in. I see what may be the deliverables, what is something which is going to lead to success, what are the success factors, and therefore tried in my own way to achieve them, while, being a part of that milieu. You cannot get outside of the milieu, you cannot always change the milieu, but what you can change is a lot from your own self. And I think one of the very important things I've had is always try to have some confidence in the system that you're working in, some mentors that you can have who can probably give you some right kind of guidance and tell you. Sometimes when we're working, towards something, we are unable to see ourselves very closely. We think we are probably headed in the right direction. We are putting in all our efforts in that regard, but maybe that is not perhaps hitting the bullseye, and therefore you need to course correct. And what is it that you would probably need to do that? Somebody who's observing you a little objectively, somebody who has your general good at heart, I think are people you need to cultivate along the way, who can give you some candid feedback and help you course correct and help you navigate it in a more smoother way and a smarter way to go ahead. But if you look at successful women who I see around me, I think, and when I read about them and I hear them, I think they all talk about the fact that it has been they have all worked extremely hard to be where they are. They've all had to make trade-offs in life. They've all had to make choices in life. They've always been at that crossroads when they've had to understand what it is that they would be liking to do. And it is not easy for women, because there is a home, their children, their families. There is an extended social circle that you have to look to and understand, and find the right balance and place within it. So, and not everybody is lucky enough to have a great family, a supportive family, a great partner who can help you out with this, or your parents, or even your sometimes good managers who help you navigate it in a manner which can be helpful. But I'm sure that even when circumstances may not be as conducive as you're thinking, I have always believed that if you looked hard, you found some people who could be of help and support to you. But I think even internally, at times, you've got to be, thinking through, making the trade-offs. There is never, it's impossible to achieve the best in everything. So at every given point in time, something or the other will take priority. It could be your career at a certain point in time. It could be your family at another point in time. It could be your children at another point in time, or something else. So I think it is always not a work-life balance. I don't think something like that exists. But what it is an integration. There could be a day when I could spend the entire day just working, and there is another day when probably my family or my parents need me more, and then that is a day when I think there is a little space and time, and I go and do that. But I come back to doing the work the third day. So it is something that I think all women who have tried to work hard and find their way up, I think will resonate with this fact. So this is very, very important. The other is, like I mentioned, understanding the environment around you and finding the best way to navigate it. And I'm going to come about to the lessons and what could be the takeaways on, since we're talking about it in the week of the International Women's Day, and what really needs to be done more. I think the lessons for me have been, like I mentioned, work on the variables that you can. Don't go after variables that you have no control over. Those are some things that you might have to just live with or accept, or you're unable to change. But what you can change is something you should spend the better part of your time on, because that's where you can achieve success. Keep them calibrated to what may be the parameters of success, and where is it that you are wanting to go? Is it actually taking you forward or not? Also keep your environment calibrated to know that, are you navigating it in the appropriate way? And how do you go about it in a way where you can take the next steps forward? Make sure that you also have conversations with people around you. Build a kind of a perception that you would like about yourself. To have a set of colleagues who perhaps not all of them do, but sometimes, and if they are your peers, it's very difficult to accept them to do also. But have some people who would at least, if not say something good about you, not say something bad about you. That by itself is a plus. Also, make sure that you're communicating very well with your managers. There has to be an understanding with your managers. Otherwise, it can fall apart. There will be difficult managers. We are often expected to manage them. If it is not going fine, then try and see. If you're trying your best and still things are not working with your manager, then see if you can look for a transfer into some other place, or see if you want to change a job, etc. Because most people actually land up changing jobs because of bad managers. One of the very important things is that women do need a little more understanding managers at times, but never make your womanhood an excuse for what you have to deliver as a professional. So I think being a professional should be on top of your list. Now, having said all of that, what are some of the lessons I've learned are these. What is it that we can do to bring about some change? Of course, there have been people before us. Everybody has been trying to drive change, and the world that we live in today is far different. We have seen the progress of change in the way women are being assimilated into the mainstream, of the way we, at least in the legal profession, I'm sure people who are on listening to this event today, I think would resonate that yes, we do see so many more women in the legal profession than we did earlier. And there is always greater bravery in numbers. So when you are having more numbers, you have greater say as well. And it is very difficult for you to be dismissed. When you are in minority, I'm sure people ahead before us must have been going through a very difficult time, and it may not have been very easy for them. But the growing numbers by themselves gives you a lot of comfort. Along with that, there has been some shift in terms of assimilating women into the mainstream, getting them into opening up a few more doors for them. You do see a lot of good things being said. I know the current Chief Justice has also been talking very passionately about women, where he says that it's your right, so stand up and ask for it. There will be many more such people across who would be talking about it and have been extremely encouraging. I think that is moving ahead, I feel. But what I always have felt, and I still feel that there is a lot of work that requires to be done, is that instead of you have to build a narrative, but rather than making it a rhetoric, what is it on paper, on ground that we see that is happening? I think for that, having a lot of statistics, there are, agencies, etc., or bodies that look into it. But I think we must talk statistics. We continue to talk that, but removing unconscious biases is really, really very important, because oftentimes you can have the best of policies, you can have the best of statistics, you can have best people pushing it, but if there are unconscious bias, most of those good things can get undone because things will not move ahead. Unconsciously that happens. In all of these areas, bar, bench, and the boardroom, I think a lot of it comes from the top. So I can talk about in companies and organizations, if you really are looking to bring in more diversity, inclusion, and equity, I think it has to be from the top. It has to be from the board. It has to be from the senior management. And they cannot just say that we think it is a great thing to have. I think it needs to be driven. It needs to be driven just like they would drive any other P&L, in terms of certain deliverables which are necessarily should be measurable, and outcomes of that need to be calibrated as you would calibrate your sales results on a quarterly basis to see if there is a difference that is happening. I think that singularly by itself, be it at the bar bench or at the boardroom, if that is done, I personally feel that there will be a difference. A lot of that depends on how you drive it from the top and ensure. I think our HR community and people generally at every level need to understand this, and it needs to be driven like you would drive any other deliverable in your organizations at the bar bench or at the boardroom. And lastly, I'm running out of time, I can see that, but the third and the last most important thing is that I know women, we are all passionate about it, so we continue to drive it, and we have to stand up and speak for many of these things. But a lot will also depend when the men get sensitized and when the men start speaking about it. They still are in majority. They are still in places of influence where if they speak about it and they feel convinced about it, that is where the shift in the mind, the change of the mindset needs to happen. Because if they collaborate with us and speak about it, I think the change will be much faster than what we have seen all along. It has been moving, but I think the pace can be that much faster, and the acceptance and the assimilation of women in the workforce, in the true sense of to make it sustainable, like the topic says, that having a sustainable vision on diversity, inclusion, and equity going forward. I think these are a few steps, according to me, that will take it far and make it sustainable. And inshallah to that.
Thank you so much, Ms. Chaudhary, for that inspiring keynote. We would, before we let you go, request you to join us for our Break the Bias signature pose of the day. Also joining me is Garima Ahuja, Business Head, BW Businessworld. If we could all break the bias today.
Yes.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So wonderful.
My pleasure. And I hope this is this all collectively, we go towards it. I'm sure it will make a difference and make it sustainable. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Ms. Chaudhary. Really lovely having you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Over to you, Kathy.
Thank you, Ashima, Garima, and Ms. Chaudhary. Thank you so much for being here and sharing your insights with us. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been watching us do Break the Pose. Go ahead and put your picture using the hashtag Break the Bias. Go ahead and do it and join our conversation. Right now, we're ready to move towards our next keynote address, which is going to talk about India's Inclusivity program. What have we done right? Ladies and gentlemen, joining us for the keynote address is a speaker, Pinky Anand, Senior Advocate, former ASG, Supreme Court of India. A very warm welcome to you, Ms. Anand.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry. It took a minute or two to get the muting kind of in process, but I must say that I'm very happy that I came in a bit early, even though I was behind the cameras and behind the mic. I was hearing Manjari speak, and I really enjoyed some of her issues that she brought up, including the factum of deliverables. That's indeed very, very heartening, because I do think what happens sometimes is that we do platitudes. However, we are unable to kind of put that into perspective and to implement that. So that has always been a feature of any kind of movement. So on the eve of International Women's Day, indeed, I'm very happy to be with all of you. And, I thought about the subject, and I was just thinking, I said, should we speak about what has to be done? Indeed, that's one of the most important points. And I know that Manjari was dealing with that part of it. But somewhere down the line, we keep forgetting what we have done. And that's why I kind of put my focus on the aspect of India's inclusivity program. What have we done right? Because we have done something right, for sure. I mean, right from independence, right up to now, which is 2022, the 21st century, I think the leaps and bounds of progress has been immense. And I think it's made a very, very wide landscape for women. And I think gender equality and inclusivity, and I wouldn't limit it only to women, I would also include in that feature transgenders, which have by now been recognized across board by the Supreme Court judgment, if not other social changes, but definitely with the Nalsa judgment of Supreme Court, this issue also has become one. So the whole idea of diversity, inclusiveness, of being one of the whole, and indeed present in all dimensions. I think that is the perspective that I think is important. So let us see, have we actually changed? Have we done any leaps and bounds of changes that I am kind of claiming here? We have. We come to a situation where under the Constitution, if I go back to 1950, we really talk about the right of vote, which is, of course, we were one of the first, by the way, in the world. We were one of the first in the world to indeed have the rights as far as voting is concerned, which is contrary to a number of other countries we didn't have, and which only got the right of voting through a matter of struggle and a persistence by women. But we did. But having said that, did the issue of women's empowerment get covered? Well, again, if you go back to the Constitution, we have various provisions, I mean, Articles 14, 15, 21, and each of the other provisions, which ingrains within itself the need for equality and the desire for equality. Now, if you look at the top-down kind of model, you have the constitution, which ultimately doesn't convert itself. So that process is something which happened with the course of time. Did it happen overnight? No, it did not. It didn't happen in 1947 for sure. It didn't happen in 1948. It didn't happen in 1970. But indeed, as time progressed onwards, we did ensure that the changes happened. And I would personally classify the movement of women's empowerment and gender equality and other genders too, for that matter, over a course of time. So I think initially you have the concept of physical violence, which is covered as a paramount consideration because that is security angles. So you had women's violence issue, which became indeed a very critical point in the history of women's evolutions and the rights, the evolution of women's rights. So you had tremendous number of changes which were made in the law, which ensured that women would indeed not be violated either at home or elsewhere. I will first deal with the home aspect because ultimately the concept was to have a kind of private space, and in that private space, you didn't have state intervention, and therefore that resulted in women's violence or violence against women. So the laws changed sometime in 1980s and started changing from 83 to 88 to further changes in 1993 and then in 2000 onwards. But essentially, the movement progressed onwards to ensure that women were not violated and therefore were entitled to have human dignity. And that indeed, by the way, has become the key word, human dignity and women's rights within that perspective of human dignity. So the rights for women in terms of absence of violence or mitigation of violence or ensuring no violence is something that ultimately came across as the first key factor in considering women's empowerment, because if women were not safe, they could not accomplish. If women are not safe, that is an attack on the human rights. So with this progress, this entire field of assault on women and violence against women, and we know that recently there have been changes in the rape laws, for example, which have led on to extremely high penalty as far as criminals are concerned, a different concept. So the contact position, which has been discussed, we've had changes in that. You can have now the concept of sexual assault as opposed to the concept of, let us say, the modesty, outraging the modesty of a woman. So that was the aspect of physical violence. Then, if I may go further on to other aspects, from violence against women, you had the aspect of asset security or physical security as in property security. So that aspect is something that came around because you realize that physical security is by itself not enough. You do need to protect and ensure that women have enough financial means to be able to deal with themselves. And I must share with you, Garima and Ashima, that ultimately it is not a question that we have been able to implement all of it. We haven't. But at the same time, since I thought I was focusing to some extent on what we have done and being hopeful about the future, that is why I raked up this subject in this fashion. So you had property itself being made a matter of a fundamental right, literally, for women. So you had various improvements in law as much as judicial pronouncements. Incidentally, by the way, here I must share with you that sometimes social changes are not able to keep up with what is needed in society. And sometimes social changes are not enough by themselves. You do need law and the process of law to transform this entire landscape, to give such rights to women, which would be needed. So therefore, you had it by process of law, and therefore law is one of the most important tools of change in society and ensuring women empowerment as much as empowerment for anybody who remains in the deprived category or marginalized capacity, which is, I think, what we talk about. So the changes of laws in succession, in property rights, in ensuring full rights for women, in ensuring that women have rights as co-partners, is some of the other changes that were dynamic and ensured that women do get a right. And I must add a caveat here that even while law gives that right today, 2005 is when the Hindu Succession Act was amended, giving equal property rights in ancestral and joint families to women. Even after that, you don't find sufficient enforcement of that principle because ultimately women still need to have a push, if I might call it that, and they're able to accept, not only the society is able to accept this change, but women are able to accept the change. and actually move forward in the sense of claim. So you do know that law is there as a protector, but law helps those who help themselves. So you do have to have that focus in mind when we are talking about this inclusivity, that women, when they do have rights, should enforce them. And that is the only manner in which we can take this women's equity, human equity forward as far as women empowerment is concerned. This became a kind of second focus that I could talk about. The third part that I think we need to look at is the question of women in workplace. And when we speak of that, indeed, it is very heartening. Incidentally, India is one of the few countries in the world where we've had a woman president, we've had a woman prime minister, we've had a woman speaker, we've had women governors, we've had women chief ministers. And I think that is something which is very, very important as far as India is concerned and on the global landscape. Have we been able to make those changes across? I'm afraid not totally. However, political empowerment itself has become, again, another important issue that I can flag as a matter of a different circumference of rights for women. So the 73rd and the 74th Amendment in the Constitution, which led to 1/3 reservation for women in panchayats and local bodies, is something that led the way forward. So you have a large number of women across the country as sarpanches. You have a large number of women who are not only there as leaders of the panchayats in other local bodies, and as much as the fact that I think this has transformed a large number to the landscape across board. The 2014 and 2019 elections actually witnessed that the change or the difference between women and men was indeed a fractional part of what it was earlier. So the change or the difference is not more than about 2%. And these elections, which have demonstrated, and of course, the next one might demonstrate even better. So the very fact that you had a large number of women voters, you've had a large number of women who are expressing their desire to be part of a system and to be actively citizens of the country. And I do believe that political empowerment is definitely something which is on a higher phase of existence and adding to your personality as much as contribution to the citizenship of the country. What we call is a democratic deficit, which is missing the system, has been rectified by means of first the constitutional provisions which have been amended. We of course still have the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, which have to be dealt with in terms of reservation. And the bill has been pending for a tremendously long number of years, and it's been tabled about 6 times and not led to a final stage. However, nonetheless, the amendments that were made and the policies of the country indeed have ensured that women do get their rightful place in the political arena. And while we are talking about that, even within political parties, there has been a broad consensus to give women a 1/3 kind of position. And not only in the party as party, not only in the government as government, but actually to have a position in policy making. And I think that again transforms the entire discussion and the discourse when we are dealing about inclusivity and including women in the decision-making process. So I must flag this as an extremely crucial and integral part of women's empowerment. Not only must we have increase of numbers, not only must we have reservation, we must ensure that ultimately the positions are in the fraction that is required. So to say, so you have women within policy making as much as you have them across board in other positions, so that they can demonstrate their visibility and they can transform the systems to include more diversity within the system. I would now like to talk about the question of businesses and women in corporate field. I do believe that there's been an immense transformation, and I do believe the transformation process is still very much in the process of being, I might say, assaulted, because ultimately you need women to achieve the modicum of responsibility in positions of power as such. And as we speak, the Companies Act indeed was amended. So within the 1,000 top listed companies, you were required to have one woman director mandatorily by the Companies Act amendment, as much as by the SEBI rules. And consequent thereto, in fact, I was just seeing some of the figures, and you would see that though the world position for the top management position, the senior management positions, is about 39%. World position is 31. India is about 39%. And that does demonstrate indeed a very heartening feature for India. The second feature that you notice, and you look at the Deloitte reports and the other reports, ultimately, Grant Thornton reports, for example, is the demonstration of the fact that women, when they are there on senior management positions, actually transform the surface of the corporate world and ensure more diversity and indeed lead to further progression. That is a typical effect that we are looking for, a transformation from the top to the bottom, the top-down model, as I did kind of label it at one point of time in this entire discourse. So if you see this across board, I said, and then you finally have the question of security within workplace. Now, indeed, women have had various difficulties and obstacles that they have faced because they are not able to function appropriately in corporate structures where there is either discrimination of any kind, and secondly, of course, any kind of physical assault or any kind of untoward behavior which leads to incapacity to act or to perform. Again, we've made tremendous outbound reaches on that, and ultimately resulted in laws being passed to ensure that there is no sexual harassment of women at workplace. Now, this was classified as a separate head. And by the way, when we are talking, Ashima and Garima, about these transformations, you do find sometimes that in issues where you require to correct a historical wrong or a social wrong, you do need to step in and provide a kind of title head on that process. So when you do provide for legal changes, which lead to, say, let us say, betterment in corporate structures and indeed lead to maybe non-sexual harassment in workplaces, you do need to indicate and to title that process. When you do that titling, not only do you try to correct the process, but at the same time, the message which goes down society is that social changes have to be commensurate with what is titled as something which is positive for the system and something which indeed may not be as positive and therefore a negative. So if you look across the surfaces, and then of course, if we talk about gender issues, we talk about the UN Sustainable Development Goals, which include women's rights as a primary focus. And I think these are the indicators that we have made a change. These are the processes that indicate that we have made a dent in the system. And I will add to this to say that I am not saying that we've reached it and we reached the goal, but indeed we made long strides into that process. And if the stride continues, if the persistence continues, if the desire continues, if the passion continues, if BW continues to contribute to this initiatives and all other organizations, and incidentally, again, I find that a large number of organizations are indeed cooperating and acting in this fashion to ensure that we are able to come into a gender-inclusive society, and that inclusivity itself is a goal which needs to be achieved for the sake of having, as I said, a lack of democratic deficit or to correct the democratic deficit. Indeed, it is a very important part of a democracy to ensure that every human being in the country is able to demonstrate and to provide a radical transformation of itself or herself, as the case may be, and indeed to contribute their full worth and their full potential. And they should have a right to exercise their full potential in every which way by the support of organizations, by the support of society, and by the support of laws, and by the support of their peers, as much as the support of their superiors, so to say, if I might use that expression. So the constant effort in this entire discussion is what we need to do to improve this further. But having said so, I still come back to my basic proposition that indeed we have flagged the issues well. We are doing well to contend with it. We are raising question marks on anything which is negative. We are raising question marks on what should not be the right thing. And therefore, that by itself is the greatest change that we have, as well as the supportive legal, constitutional, and social changes. And lastly, I would like to flag the issue that as much as we mention about the progress that we have been making in society, we definitely do need to focus on social changes, psychological changes, stereotyping issues, and as possibly Manjari said, to have a kind of declaration on what are the achievables we've achieved. If we do that, I'm sure that we will soon be able to reach a position where we come towards an even higher modicum of equality that we have at this point of time. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Anand. It is so wonderful to end our, to come to the end of our conference in the second half with such a positive note. We started with the inherent prejudices that women continue to face in today's time. But to know from you the journey that we've covered so far in so many ways, I think that's quite encouraging. Thank you so much, ma'am, for being with us. And if we could request you to join us for our signature post today, which is Break the Bias for 2022 and the years to come. Thank you so much, ma'am. Garima, please join us for the signature post. That's right. Thank you so much, ma'am. This has been such a wonderful conversation. Looking forward to more with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Garima. Thank you, Ashma. Yes, Ashma. And thank you, Ms. Anand, for that wonderful conversation that you put across with your insights. Yes, we've made strides in the right direction, and with each one's effort, I think we have a long way to go and we will achieve it. Thank you so much. We're moving forward to our second last keynote address of the year of this day, where we're talking again about breaking the bias, envisioning a sustainable tomorrow with diversity, equity, and inclusion at bar, bench, and boardroom. We have with us Nisha Kaur Oberoi, partner and head National Competition Law Practice Trilegal. A very warm welcome to you.
Thanks, Kathy, and thanks, BW. It's a pleasure to be here today and to speak on the topic of envisioning a sustainable tomorrow with diversity, equity, inclusion in bar, bench, and boardroom. My position is slightly different from the previous speakers in terms of where are we today. It was Ruth Bader Ginsburg who said that women belong in all places where decisions are being made. The question, therefore, is where are these women today? Have we lost generations? And if we've lost generations, are we improving on performance parameters? Has there been a change? Definitely yes. Is the change enough? Can we do a lot more individually, as society, as organizations, in terms of lawmaking? And the answer to that, of course, is very much yes. There is a lot more to be done. Before going into the bar, bench, and boardroom, I'd just like to go one level higher in terms of parliament. Today, if you look at the Lok Sabha, about 15% of our parliamentarians are women. If you look at the Rajya Sabha, the number is even lower. Less than 12% of the parliamentarians are women, which means at the places where law is being made, the number of women representation and voices are still lacking. If we look at where we are in terms of the bench, at the Supreme Court, the highest court of the land, the numbers today are better than they've ever been. 4 women Supreme Court judges out of 32, which basically is 12%, and the highest for the last 72 years. We've never had a woman Chief Justice, but we will have that honor in 2027. We're still 5 years away from that. And if you look at the overall figures, out of 265 Supreme Court judges, only 8 have ever been women. And that number obviously is less than 4%. A lot of scope for improvement. If we look at entry levels, there have been studies which have been done by WIDI that over a course of a 10-year period from 2007 to 2017, at the entry levels, there have only been less than 11.75% women magistrates, which explains that why is it that the numbers are also lacking at the very top? Because at entry and inclusion, we have not enough women representation. And what is it that we can do to change these numbers? If you look at the bar, while there is no credible study, estimates show that less than 15% of all enrolled advocates are women. So we have women missing at entry levels, missing at elevation levels, missing in parliament. Right? Gender inclusivity, gender representation, and better and more effective outcomes for justice. And in terms of changing laws which reflect inherent biases, including things like marital rape, will all only happen when these numbers improve, and they improve drastically. Luckily, in terms of the corporate boardrooms, this story today is a lot better. One part of it, of course, has been the reservation, which Pinky alluded to and Manjari alluded to, where it is now compulsory to have at least one woman director. That's a great start, but is it enough? The answer is no. What would be ideal is for at least half the board to be women representative directors, because studies have shown, right, and these are McKinsey studies, that when you have women in boards, the outcomes are better for business across the board. The companies have been shown to develop better profitability. The companies have been shown to have better risk-making and compliance measures. There's lesser corporate fraud. There is lesser reputational loss. And most interestingly, every time you increase women representation on boards by 10%, you have a situation where by 7%, the innovation, including patents, have gone up across the board. And this is a study which was conducted of the top 1,500 S&P companies. Women also ensure then that at entry level, there is better representation, there is equal pay for equal work. So a lot of change has started happening. This change started obviously as a consequence of the law, but just changes at the legal level is not enough. The change has to very much be individual. It has to be societal. There has to be a change in terms of politics, economics, because the Constitution has given us this framework, right? But society has to accept it. And a large part of that change also is recognizing and celebrating our women leaders, not having issues like the likability bias and penalty, where effectively women are penalized and in positions of power for having the same attributes that male leaders are lauded for. If a woman speaks up and is confident, she is labeled as aggressive, bossy. The same characteristics in a male leader are looked at as being strong leadership, as looked at as being assertive, not aggressive. So part of the change is also celebrating our women leaders and speaking up for them when these societal biases kick in, because it is these women leaders today who are already the beacons of change and will further inclusiveness of at all levels for women in terms of corporate representation. Something else which can be looked at by organizations, and Manjari spoke about organizations wanting to do more, is for organizations to sign up to the UN Women's Empowerment Principles. Effectively, what do these state? They provide that organizations are adhering to the UN web in terms of equal pay for equal work, in terms of ensuring that there is no discrimination, in terms of ensuring that at leadership levels, they have equal representation, that they continue to invest in women's professional development, in their progress, in their education, that they ensure safe workplaces. And the culmination of all of this is the organization then publicly putting out a progress report. And that is particularly important, given that there is effectively, at the end of the day, the World Economic Forum, when they looked at the global gender gap report in 2020, said it would take 99.5 years to achieve change based on the current level of progress. COVID, unfortunately, has had its greatest economic hit in terms of women's progress and women's participation in the workforce, because the same global gender gap report by the World Economic Forum for 2021 now demonstrates that there has been a massive setback, and this 99.5 years to achieve progress based on current levels of progress has now gone to 135 years, right? So we've been set back by over 36 years. A lot of the wins have been undone in this last year. And going forward, it's going to take a lot more at individual levels, at organizational levels, at the level of legislation to ensure that there is effective change. And what is it that people can do, even in terms of organizations outside of the UNWEP? We often see that it is a woman's lot to manage everything, and women tend to want to do everything and do it perfectly, very much the superwoman syndrome, which then leads to a lot of burnouts. It leads to a lot of attrition. Studies have shown on women in workplace that about 41.2% of all young mothers then face burnout. That senior women leaders, about 47% of them face burnout. So how is it that organizations can change this? Well, flexible working policies is one. Mentors is the second. And the third, of course, is for women themselves to very much work on the model not of Superman, but I would say the Batman model is so much better, where effectively every Batman has a Robin. please find somebody you can work with in terms of delegation and use that in turn to mentor the next generation, right? The more you mentor, the more you change in the generations and the levels after you. So overall, that cycle of inclusiveness and not just gender representation improves, because that is very much what is needed for a sustainable tomorrow. In terms of at the individual levels as women leaders, what is it that we can do? Very simple facts. Call on the girl first when you're having a discussion. If somebody cuts into a woman colleague, then obviously immediately stop that kind of behavior. When there are biases in terms of language, call out those biases, because sometimes people don't realize that when they're using certain terms to describe women leaders, that this is effectively perpetuation of a system. So that's a very simple fix. Say no to tokenism, right? Change very much has to be real. Today, most organizations are very committed to diversity and inclusiveness. Get them to sign up to the UN Women's Empowerment Principles. Ensure that there is greater flexibility for women in the workplace so that you don't face attrition at levels when women are starting to come into leadership and management positions, and that you can retain talent across the board. Say effectively also get your male colleagues in on this, because the change cannot just happen from the women themselves, right? This has to be a cohesive change and everybody has to work collaboratively towards it. Have male allies, have mentors who are both women and men in the profession. And like I said, when you're delegating, find your Robins, create that ecosystem to perpetuate that there is further inclusiveness, and train and mentor up the next generation of leaders. In terms of lawmaking, once the numbers in Parliament improve, then we're hoping that effectively there will be better design policies which will help remove these inherent biases, and that the people who implement them in courts will also lead to more gender inclusive outcomes. This obviously is very much a trajectory which will take some level of time, and hopefully that Gender Global Gap report next year will demonstrate that we have actually moved in a reverse direction, where instead of it taking 136 years to get there, we will hopefully see this change very much in our lifetimes. Conversations like these will help. What also will help for us is shining the beacon on women leaders. And I would say that at this point of history, we possibly have the greatest number of women leaders, both in politics who are leading countries. You look at New Zealand, you look at Norway, you look at Taiwan, you look at Finland, you look at Iceland, Bangladesh, today Tunisia, right? For the first time, the Arabic world has their first woman prime minister, who's a professor and a first-time political entrant. So at the global stage today, we see a lot more women, and these voices definitely matter because they will inspire generations. They will likely inspire people in smaller cities and smaller towns to send their girl childs and educate them further. And in corporate boardrooms, we've seen Indra Nooyi. Closer home, we've seen Falguni Nair, who's been effectively India's first woman-led unicorn. Right? Everybody knows about Nykaa, which debuted with a market valuation of over $13 billion last year in the midst of COVID. So all credit to her as a business entrepreneur. We've seen Leena Nair, who's become the first Indian and the first woman to effectively head the iconic Chanel. We've also had bankers like Anshula Kant, who went from SBI to become the CFO and the managing director of World Bank. So what does the future look like? I would say the future is resoundingly bright. There are a number of women there. It's a delight to see a number of women on this link, right? So each person here who is participating in this will very much be a part of that change and will help in this entire dialogue and inclusiveness to ensure that we reach that sustainable goal of equity, of change, and to ensure that there is no discrimination. But the change to me, it has to be both. It can't just be top down. It has to be bottom up and top down, because bottoms up in terms of at the entry level, we need to ensure that there is complete inclusion of women. There is access to jobs first for there to be gender parity. And we need to ensure that there is equal pay. And at the top down level, obviously, we need to ensure that once the women are in the workforce, in whichever aspect, bar, bench, boardroom, that we have the ability as a society and as organizations to ensure that we create an ecosystem where we can retain this talent, so that the same talent then can be at the top in terms of leadership positions, And only when we are able to do this entire discourse will we be able to celebrate women and help accelerate the change and actually influence effective outcomes. The McKinsey report, which said that if we're able to do this, to have women both at the bottom levels and at the top levels, and the entire missing and lost generations that I'm talking about, the entire world economy will improve by a measure of 26%, which effectively is a resounding $28.4 trillion. So if not for social change, hopefully businesses will at least look at the business case, and for economic reasons, along with political reasons, will sign up to be part of this change, and we'll be able to have a much more inclusive society. Thank you very much to BNW for this.
Thank you so much, Nisha. This was so wonderful. Along with all the stars you mentioned, Leena Nair, Falguni Nair, and Indra Nui, we are grateful for you, Nisha Kaurugrai, for being with, being here and sharing those stats with us. Astounding to know how we may have actually gone back in time, and now we need to push forward with more energies. And thank you so much for this. We would request you to join us now for our signature pose of the day, which is Break the Bias. So thank you so much, Nisha, for being with us. Thank you for this. We look forward to having more sessions with you. Wish you a very happy Women's Day.
Thanks to you too.
Thank you, Nisha. Thank you, Ashima. Thank you, Garima. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget you can join the conversation as well by using the hashtag #BreakTheBias. With this, we've come to the culmination of this day, but we have our final finale keynote address, and we are very happy to have with us Geeta Luthra, Senior Advocate, Supreme Court of India, to deliver this keynote address. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am.
I think, can you unmute my video from that side?
Yes, ma'am. Right on it.
Thank you.
Very warm welcome.
So I think you had a beautiful program and a wonderful array of lovely speakers. And by now, everybody would be looking at their watches and saying, why is this lady now coming on and giving us another speech on diversity, inclusivity, and equity, and inclusiveness in the profession, and not only in the profession, in all walks of life. So the speaker before me spoke about Ruth Ginsburg. She has indeed become iconic as a Supreme Court judge in the United States. And one of the many famous quotes of hers is a quote that I like, which is, progress happens one step at a time. So let us see where we are today in terms of where we were 10 years from here, 20 years from here, 30 years from here, and 40 years from here. This is not to undermine the wonderful work which all the leaders in India did for the independence struggle. This is not to undermine all the wonderful leaders that have been there, both in the profession and who have had a path which has been a blazing path of glory and of struggle, and have come out on the top of that struggle. Every little bit counts, every step goes along a longer way and is meaningful, is a step in the right direction. Is there a glass ceiling? Have we broken it? Or should we not be speaking in terms of glass ceilings? Because the question today is not merely of a glass ceiling, it is also of the very fact that we need to talk about progress for women. We need to discuss statistics where women may be 5%, 2%, 3%. In India, we've had only 8 Supreme Court judges. Now, this is unfortunate. Of course, if we look at the number of people that are entering at entry point, we also realize that that is low. But the fact is that in the highest powerful positions, for a woman to reach, would her merit alone be sufficient? Or does she need anything special? Does she need any extra help to reach at the top? And I wish that what should be true is that merit alone is sufficient. Men and women, when we start at law college, when there is entry point in colleges, women are not only equal, they are more equal. That's why today in the UK, you have 50.1% women attorneys as compared to men, which would be 49.9 then. So what is the issue and why do women flay off? What is so tough in this profession, which makes even women, and I may be wrongly quoting her, because I haven't heard it from the horse's mouth. It's something which is stated, that she is stated to have said, Zia Modi, that she decided to go off from the litigation field into the corporate world, simply because of the manner in which litigation was, which was gender unfriendly. Now, although litigation is progressively becoming more gender friendly, fact is we are still far. We have miles to go. And we have made progress. We are now getting some women senior advocates. Women are getting recognition, but we can't stop there. When years before, I remember, and we may have wanted to become senior advocates much, much later than many male counterparts, despite the fact that we had blazing careers, academic careers and academic qualifications. We had done wonderfully in our law colleges and topped. We as women had got scholarships which were the best scholarships of the world. We may have gone to Cambridge and Oxford and Harvard and Yale, but the fact was that when you came back to work in India, you perhaps faced the same resistance and the same reluctance to let you into a club which was really a male-dominated club. So we can't forget that. And that struggle may not be open because nobody dares to make it an open fight today. Nobody can openly say anything, but it's still a struggle. And that when you try for senior advocate or for QCs, the fact of your being a female is still an aspect of bias. And the UK has recognized this far more. When 50% of their attorneys are women, yet to make a QC or a senior advocate in the UK for a woman is tougher than for a man. If that's the condition in that country, you can understand how it would be in India. Now, at the magistracy level, it's not difficult because all you have to give is an exam. Women come out tops in normal interviews because they are academic, they are bright, they are exceptional, they are intelligent, they are good. But why is it that at the entry level at the Supreme Court or at the High Court, women still need to struggle to make their mark? I must say one thing though, and this we should recognize, that we Indians are very happy to recognize authority. So that if a person is in a position of power already, then the recognition cannot be hidden. Then that recognition will come to the person, whether man or woman. So the moment you're a magistrate, the moment you're a High Court judge, the moment you are a minister, you may get recognition. But to achieve that is the question. And that is the achievement that I'm talking about, that should be purely on merit. Now, one of the most wonderful quotes on this is by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. He says, condition of a country can be seen from its women and from the position of women. Now, one aspect which I feel we should recognize is that in India, on the higher rungs, women may be doing, there may be a few handful of exceptional women or women performing exceptionally. And we cannot look at the fact that there has been one Indira Gandhi to say, all right, there is equality because ultimately she reached the top. We cannot look at the top aspect that there have been 8 women Supreme Court judges, so we've achieved our targets. The target has to be that you should get there to that position on merit alone. There need not be tokenism. We are not a country or a gender that is looking for token representation. We are looking for inclusivity. We are looking at equality. We are looking at being able to make our presence felt by the sheer merit of our being. And I always say that women have to be twice as good to do half as well. So kudos to all those women who have achieved what they have achieved. But the fact is that we have to live in a society where there is a great deal of reluctance to open the doors wide for women. And women have to push their way through. Now, if you look right at the beginning, you look at aspects of how we view our women when the girl child is born. Our problems begin there. If there is going to be a sorry face when a girl child is born, or as Justice Indira Banerjee commented yesterday, that the question put to her mother, Bani, oh, 3 daughters, Bani. Never mind, the 3rd will be a boy. Now, this is not what we want. We want our country and we want the world to change. We want it to be how fortunate you are to have 3 girls. Now, there has to be So let's look at a more economically stringent strata of society, where there is not enough food to feed all the children. You will see that the girl child is more malnourished than the male child. The male child will go to the field and work. The girl child will not. You need those hands, even though perhaps 55% of labor may be women. But the fact is, this is not the aspect which is being thought of or recognized. So what is being looked at? All right, a male child will go and work in the farm. The girl will be married off. So what we are looking at is more hands on the farm. So we have to look at our male children. And discrimination starts right there. It starts at birth. It goes on in malnourishment or giving more nutritious food to the male child. And it goes on for education, where you would want to educate the breadwinner, so you would give better education to the son, not equal education to the daughter, and therefore not equal opportunity to the daughter, therefore not equal position to the daughter in workplace. And that's why when you see in the workplace, and I'm talking across the world, I'm not talking of India, across the world, women do not have positions of power except tokenism. And it is enough time that tokenism has to end. A girl child should never be made to feel she wants to play with dolls. That's her prerogative. But you as a parent have to give her the bat and the doll at the same time. You have to see if she wants to play cricket or play with her dolls. That is her prerogative and her choice. But don't gender stereotype. That's what's most important. Let's make our girls feel extremely powerful. Let's give them an environment which is open, which is free, which doesn't give them a sense of which sex they belong to. Let's empower both our girls and boys. And one of the important threads here is that if half the population is female, then half the population is male. If our environment is made up of both men and women, it is also for the men to acknowledge, recognize, nurture, nourish, look after the other 50%. And that's why there has to be inclusivity if both genders have to progress and do well. So with this, what I really wanted to say was that all of you have been speaking today about Women's Day. I think Women's Day, it is wonderful to have a day to commemorate women, which is 8th March every year. But I think all other 364 days should also be Women's Day. So with that, I wish to say that thank you for this opportunity to talk to all of you, and thank you for having us speak to you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So wonderful. Do not gender stereotype along with dolls to have a bat and ball. That is such a message, such a simple message, but means so much. Thank you so much, ma'am, for the wonderful session today. And if we could also request you to join us for a signature post, which is Break the Bias for the Year, and taking this as an inspiring message for the years to come. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. So wonderful.
Thank you.
I wish you a very happy Women's Day for 8th of March and every day.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Over to you, Kathy.
Thank you, Geeta ma'am. Thank you for joining us and sharing those nuggets of wisdom with us. And to all our viewers, yes, we would wish all of you a very happy Women's Day in advance. It is on 8th of March, but we take this opportunity to wish you today and every day to be a happy Women's Day. Now, while we talk about women, we also have few other events coming up. So please do stay tuned to BW Legal World and BW Businessworld. Some of our events that are coming up, you can nominate yourself for the awards, which is Global Legal Awards 2021, Top 100 General Counsels in India. We look forward to your participation and also stay tuned to more such knowledge sharing initiatives by BW Legal World. Thank you so much once again to all the lovely ladies from the legal world who joined us today. It was an amazing day, a day filled with such nuggets of wisdom. I'm sure all our participants as well as our audiences have taken away great insights. If you'd like to share that ahead with us, then do join the conversation using the hashtag Break the Bias. This is me, Khyati Kawa, your host, signing off. Thank you, Ashima. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Kathy. Thank you so much. Once again, thank you, everyone, for joining us today.
Thank you.